Oi, oi! Does it sound now, me, mate? Loud and clear. Too loud it is, isn't it? Yes, blood. I got some lovely lovely stuff here. Oh, that mic is really sensitive, isn't it? So what do we all reckon? Hello, Robert. Hello, Spike. Hello, Michael. Well, I was looking for notification to see whether I was getting put out, but I wouldn't because obviously they didn't like it. They didn't like it at all, did they? There's a lot of stuff that don't add up. Well, what do you think of this then? I can't remember his silly name now. Hello, beautiful sound deputy. How are you doing? Yeah, Arson Trotsky. The one who was in October the 7th as well. What do you think of that then, Blunt? He's in makeup. He's in makeup. Hello, Freedom. Well, got confirmed the image is real and not AI. No, the image doesn't show signs of being AI generated. Details like shadows, textures, objects look consistent with a real photo. It depicts a makeup artist applying fake blood on what seems like a film show. Strange, isn't it? Strange. Why would you be in makeup? What else we got? Uh, why did you stop sharing it? Can you see that? I don't want to make it bigger, does it? There is Bondi Beach site mass shooting victim, coincidentally also a victim of October the 7th attack on Israel, laughing it up while getting blood makeup professionally applied before taking that video. Well, have you heard they're trying to bring back the JDL? Blunt, have you heard they're trying to bring back the JDL where they've got armed Israelis around the world? Government were talking about instead of building walls around synagogues, they might, because JDL were designated terrorists. That was because they dressed up in Nazi uniforms and paraded. And they used the anti-Semitism card, but they themselves dressed up as Nazis and paraded. I think it was in Philadelphia. I think it was. But the guy that actually organised it was called Mordecai Levi. Another false flag. Yeah, same as the King David Hotel, wasn't it? That was, that was why my what's it called at the front? My picture. Israel state was formed on terrorism. But think about it, right? Who ain't you allowed to criticise? You can criticise every single government. You can criticise every single religion. You can criticise every single colour or creed, bar one. As soon as you criticise that, you're classed as anti-Semitism. You're anti-Semite. You know. They blew up their own embassy in London, car bombing. They've done 4 false flag attacks in Australia already over the years. Well, there's circulation going around saying he's called David Cohen. Whether it's been debunked or not, but they're saying he's called David Cohen. You know, we know that they dressed up as Arabs before when they attacked the King David Hotel, don't we? That's what they're saying. Whether it's been debunked or not, I don't know. But he went off to the Philippines. He went off to the Philippines 2 weeks before the Bondi. Vincent Vega. Hello, mate. But exactly, Michael. They can criticise everything, but they just milk the old cow, you know, with Holocaust written down the side of it. Milk the Holocaust and milk everything. But you know, they can bomb, blow up, kill everything else. You know, what was the big thing in 55? The Lavon affair. Yeah, where they blew up their own to scare them into moving from Egypt back to Israel. Yeah, you put it into Google AI. When Israel killed its own in Egypt, the question of when Israel killed its own in Egypt appears to refer to 2 distinct historical events. The Lavon affair in the 1950s and reports of soldiers killed by friendly fire in the 1973 Yom Kippur War. There's also recent unrelated claims concerning Israel actions on October the 7th, which did not occur in Egypt. Obviously, it occurred in the West Bank, didn't it? It occurred in, you know, so even Google AI is telling you. You know, the Lavon affair, I covered the Lavon affair. You know, and then also you got the King David Hotel, haven't you? Urban. Of course you can criticise Islam. Hello, Mr. Dunser. Of course, can you talk slower? Oh. Hello, Rob on the road. How you doing, Tyke? I was thinking about you earlier. I think I haven't seen you for ages. I haven't even had a notification of a video. Where did I get to? Yeah, if you weren't allowed to criticise them, Urban, you wouldn't have everybody doing their titles as Islamist, and you know all that lot. You'd be arrested for Islamophobia, wouldn't you? But you don't get arrested for Islamophobia. You know, what is even Islamophobia? What is it? You know, what even is anti-Semitism? How can they call things anti-Semitism when they're actually killing and bombing the real Semites of the land? daily. What did one of the Israeli MPs come out and say? They thought, why recognise Palestine? They've already got a state. It's called Jordan. Yeah, anti-communism is anti-Jewish. Yeah, not allowed to say nothing. Anything about the Jewish person, Jew. It's not a race. It's a religion. Go to East London, criticises. See how far you get. Yeah. But I mean, straight away, everybody came out with their scripts, didn't they? And they all came out. Well, some sources are saying he's Pakistani. Some sources are saying he's Jewish. At the end of the day, it's just a big farce. It's just a big movie. I mean, that was his post. I'm supposed to be shot in the head, but you can take a selfie and say, make sure you smash the like button. That's just one of them. Somebody put this video together.
I stumbled on one of the walking wounded, Arsen Ostrovsky, a survivor of the October 7 massacre in Israel.
Tell me what happened.
You watch this, Pat. What's going on there then?
En gros, il a récupéré l'arme du mec qui. Tu sais, il a pris en sa main là. Oui, oui, j'ai vu, j'ai vu.
So who did the tackling?
En gros, il a récupéré l'arme du mec qui. Tu sais, il a.
So it's Bondi head man that did the attacking, or took the gun off him. Stoic. No, I'll show you the video in a minute. They wouldn't even stamping. They weren't even stamping on that guy. They were stamping on a guy that went up the bridge to disarm them. Yeah, they do, Michael. And Wadding. So that was supposed to be the Muslim hero that Netanyahu. I mean, he got his script wrong, didn't he? Because he said it was a Jew that saved everybody. We'll play that in a minute. But that's the bald-headed guy. He's supposed to have had 2 bullets in him, wasn't he? Now you got another guy there.
Il a récupéré l'arme de mec qui l'avait pris en sa main là.
Completely different guy. So that's the guy that did the tackling. This is a completely different guy holding his hand. So which one of them is supposed to be this famous Muslim that saved the day, apparently? That Netanyahu later had to come out and apologise for saying it was a Jew that saved the day.
Oui, j'ai vu.
So he just fell to the ground then. Why did he fall to the ground? Watch it.
Oui, j'ai vu.
Oh, he just drops to the ground. So he's the one that did the tackling. But he's supposed to be in hospital and nobody can speak to him. Even his family can't speak to him because he's supposed to be shot. But he doesn't look very short when he's running up. He's wearing, what's he wearing? Black trousers, white shirt. He's supposed to be shot in the shoulder and shot in the hand. But the other guy, now this guy here, he's been given £100,000 reward, he has. Oh, get on, Tyke. No, he's apparently been given £100,000 reward. What else we got? So this was put out by Sky News. This video was put out by Sky. What be going on here? No, so you got the father there. I can't remember the name of the 2 shooters now. Ahmed or something, were they? I can't remember what they were called. Here is the father there. Bang! Bang!
Oh my God.
Who's he shooting at? He's pointing. They've blurred out a dog ear. This Sky News put this out. So we got, I don't know, big concrete building, is it? Big concrete thing, climbing pad or whatever. Something big white there, some tent there. What's in the line of sight? But he's directly in the line of sight, isn't he? Urban. I was in the army for a few years. Urban marksman, all arms. I got my cross rifles. Well, I'm wondering now, but Sky News have put it out. That's it. How did they pull up in a car? Come out of the car with 3 guns. Now they're saying they had 6 guns. Now they're saying that they had jihadi. But mate, he was a Pakistani, wasn't he? See, the Bondi shooter, Sajid, he was a member of the Zastava Hunting Association. The shooting club was contacted for comment by 7 News, and they haven't commented. Let's have a look. I saved so much crap. So we've got loads of different angles. Yeah, we know it's right on a car park, and we know that the police station's got line of sight to where they were shooting from, and the police stood down for 20 minutes.
Oh! C'est un malade. Oh non, gros! Oh! Ouais, mais il y a son pote, il va se faire tirer dessus. Il est trop con le mec qui alarme.
What language are they speaking in the background? The ones that are doing the videoing.
Ouais, mais il y a son pote, il va se faire tirer dessus.
Is that French?
Il est trop con le mec qui alarme. Le mec est hyper courageux. Oh.
He's got a gun in his hand, but he throws a stone or something at him. Puts the gun down and then throws the stone at him. What's all that about? There's Mr. IDF. He was Blunt will tell us. Shabad Levovich or whatever they're called. He's one of the ones that are supposed to have been deceased. So they say it originated from Tehran. The Chabad El Schlanger. He'd been there for 2 weeks or something, hadn't he? So see, they both shot firing guns, and they got another gun on the floor there. Look, they got a spare rifle. So they casually got out of their cars with 3 rifles. That was a police car that just drove straight past them, wasn't it? Yeah, police car just drove right past them. Why did the police car just drive right past them? Why were all those people running down the steps? Who's filming them? There's loads of filming them. There's loads of people filming them, Blunt. Loads of people filming them. Multiple angles of different clips, different filming, people filming. Exactly. He starts waving at the people. When he walks back to get his rifle in a minute. That's it, Freedom. How many vigils has there been? No, go on, move on, move on. The gun's got a sling on it. Why hasn't he slung it? Why does he keep dropping it on the floor?
Where are the cops, man?
Hi up, Ulick. What are you talking about, Urban? That police car could have quite easily pulled up. Double pumped straight into him. They're all carrying sidearms. They've all got rifles in their vehicles. The police stood down for 20 minutes. Yeah, I don't know, Blunt. It's all very Hollywood, isn't it? So you see the dad coming up the stairs now. Well, apparently he gets shot, so he's just been dropped. Then he comes up. Well, where's the cameraman going? So he just shot straight over towards the guy that was filming. Yeah, so the father gets dropped now. So that's him laid down. He's splattered out. Plenty of smoke from those rounds, isn't there? Father's still out.
Die, cunt! Die!
Father's still out on the deck there. Meh.
Fuck.
Yeah, he dropped the first time where there was no bullet shot. Yeah, he drops there. He's the one that took the shot.
Fuck yeah! Yeah, they got him.
So that's both of them out now.
He's down, he's down. He's down.
I swear to God, I'm not joking. One straight shot, one straight shot, no more rounds. Wait. Hey, you have something on you? Hey, go there, then. Hey, go. You have a gun on you? The guy just got shot.
Still no popo. Right, so you got that guy there now holding his hands up. They've gone up there. Oh, now you got a copper there. Another copper. He gives him he gives the dead guys on the ground a kick. We got matey there. He's now getting attacked. Why are they jumping all over him? He was one of them. He was the first one to run up the steps, wasn't he? No, mate, he's really angry. He's taking his t-shirt off and everything like. There's another rifle. Yeah, there was 3 rifles, but the guy that they're calling a hero that jumped up behind him on the tree, he took one of the rifles, and the son who was left up on the bridge, he had 2 rifles. And then the father come up the stairs and picked up the 3rd rifle, didn't he? And started firing back with the 3rd rifle before he got shot. So there's that police car that drove past 5 minutes ago. They got matey that took his t-shirt off. He's run up to attack him. This woman copper here, she looks like she's having a nervous breakdown. She's being shouted at. Are they being told they stood in the wrong place or something? You got 2 coppers down here. So you've still only got 3 coppers up on the bridge. Where did those other 2 coppers go that had just been covered up by the police car? Quick, run. Why is he holding her? Why is he... He helps her out the car. So he walks round to her, grabs her. Quick, run. And then puts her against the van, then stands in front of her. Meanwhile, you got angry man with no shirt on gone up there attacking the two dead ones. He's having a proper fight with her, isn't he? He's obviously stood in the wrong place or done something wrong. You know, he had to go and get her out of the car. What's going on? Isn't it, Herbert? Crap police. Yep, crisis actors blunt. That's what I am. Yeah, it's supposed to be a crime scene. So you got all those police, but they can't stop anybody getting on the bridge. It's supposed to be a crime scene, isn't it? Don't you try and preserve the crime scene? Well, they've already tried that. They've already stated that today, Stoic. Well, Stowe. They've already stated that today. So this is supposed to be the guy, the young son. So Sydney shooter, Pakistani national Naveed Akram was not a Shia Muslim. He was a Salafi Sunni, as can be seen by the fact that he studied from books from Salafi scholars such as Ibn, whatever that says. So that's what he's studying. Well, yeah, the Gerald caravan incident. Yep, that was a false flag, wasn't it? That was an Israeli. But I think that Israeli, he carried out quite a few, didn't he? He carried out 2 in Australia, I think, and 3 or 4 in America, bomb threats. They're definitely well trained, but he did go to the Philippines a couple of weeks before this happened, and the Philippines have got 9 American bases over there. The CIA take quite a few people. There's been quite a few shooters, school shooting incidents and what have you, that all seem to have visited the Philippines prior to their school shootings. So do they go over there for a bit of training? We know he was in a gun club and the father was in a gun club. There's selfie man again. One that went into makeup.
It was a Hanukkah celebration. There were hundreds of people. There were children. There were elderly families enjoying themselves. Children, kids at a festival. playing, and then all of a sudden it's absolute chaos. There's guns, fire everywhere, people ducking. It was absolute chaos. We didn't know what was happening, where the gunfire was coming from. I saw blood gushing in front of me. I saw people hit, so people fall to the ground. My only concern was, where are my kids? Where are my kids? Where's my wife? Where's my family? I survived October 7th. I lived in Israel the last 13 years. We came here only 2 weeks ago to work with the Jewish community, to fight anti-Semitism, to fight this bloodthirsty, ravaging hatred.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here. We've lived through worse. We're going to get through this, and we're going to get the bastards that did this.
You are, allegedly. Same clothes, same t-shirt. Flags. Beach. Grass. Why would you have a makeup stand there? And AI, well, Grok says it's real photograph. Yeah, they're all banking on AI, aren't they? AI is the next best thing. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's what I read earlier. Blunt. That's what I read earlier. What else we got? Does anyone want to come up? Yeah, that's right, Blunt. Yeah. The 2 red flags in the background. You see the 2 red flags there. No, so we ain't got nothing else there. But we got the 2 red flags there. And then if we go to that one. And then you got 2 red flags there. Where he did his selfie. Hey, Ozzy. Yeah, they got some good equipment now, haven't they? More than people think. No, I haven't seen the drone footage, Mrs. B. Have you got a link to it? And then I still can't get over there, so I want to know whether this is AI or not. I still can't get over there.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Bizarre. Still can't work out whether that's AI or not. So what's the House of Lords say about it today? Is this where they're trying to get the JDL reinstated, is it?
I have to declare an interest because Rabbi Schlanger, who was murdered in this atrocity, was my relative too. My lords, most Jewish festivals are commemorated privately at home or in synagogue, but Hanukkah is celebrated publicly. And that's why my response to this atrocity is going to be to go to Parliament Square this evening to light a Hanukkah menorah proudly and publicly. But so far as a government's response is concerned, and while we are always grateful for support for the Community Security Trust, the debate about Jewish security needs to move away from being about high...
Hello.
Hi, Smiler.
Hello. What you got to say about it all there?
It's disgusting, and it actually was a built-up situation that ended in chaos.
A built-up situation. Do you not believe it was a psyop?
No, I think no. We've had people's houses destroyed. Jewish innocent people, Jewish homes had swastikas plastered all over them, cars destroyed. This has been going on for 2 years.
But they've been caught. The people who were putting the swastikas on were being caught, and they were actually Jewish.
Not as far as what we know, but I don't know. You may, I don't know. They've just turned around like this is a situation that's been building for 2 years, and now this has happened. And from what the latest stuff that I've been told, what the media's been told, is ASIO, which is like Scotland Yard, like CIA in America, that they knew about it and done nothing.
All right, cheers, Ulrich. I'll play that in a minute. I'll grab that link in a minute and I'll play that in a minute. Bear with.
Thanks, man. Yes, Mrs. B.
I mean, the fake bombings, the caravan. They called it a caravan bomb, didn't they?
Yeah, there was 2 police officers were killed in that.
Yeah, but that was Israeli. Australian government have already come out and said that ages ago.
Probably, I don't really watch the news. I've watched this, but I've heard some bits on the news about it. About the caravan situation.
Let me find these stuff. Where did I put it? Where did I put it?
I'm an hour away from Sydney, so I'm not sure, but they were all at a public beach celebrating Hanukkah. And those people, the father and son, were not local to that area.
They're members of some shooting club, weren't they? Catavisk or something.
The father had 6 legal weapons in his possession, and all 6 were found on them or around them.
Well, you only see 3 in the video.
But apparently there was 6 found. They didn't say what types of weapons. We can see they had rifles. That is plain.
We can see they had 3 rifles, yeah.
Yep. So, well, the son had one and had one on the ground. The father had one. Then we don't know if they had handguns on them to include as the 6. So, but the police did come out and say we found all 6 guns, and they were with the people.
Well, they cocked that up, didn't they? Because you only see them with 3 rifles.
Yeah, but we don't know if the other 3 were handguns. So we know that there is 3 rifles because there was one on the bridge, and this is a pedestrian bridge. One was on the bridge. The father had one. The son had one. So there is the 3 there. But we don't know if the rest of them was handguns or other rifles in the car. Yes, Mrs. B. The father was a licensed owner of 6 guns. They didn't say what types of guns, but they just said that he was a registered owner of 6. But yes, 3 rifles were involved. And I think Smaller booted himself.
Eh?
Oh, no, you haven't. No, it's just a blank screen.
Yeah. All right, this is Janta, KA reporter. I'll put his link in.
Okay.
So he pointed out something a bit strange. This was hours before the shooting.
Watch it for yourself here. So this is actually insane. The Bondi shooting just happened, and just
so the shooting's just happened. What was it? 6:15 at night, was it?
Go to Google Trends, and you will see the name Naveed Akram
I'm
of
not
the
sure.
shooting with ID that has been seen at the scene. His name was searched in Israel this morning at 1.
So why were they searching him at 1 a.m. the day before?
I don't know if. Can you just rewind that back about 10 seconds?
With the ID that has been seen at the scene. His name was searched in Israel this morning at 1 a.m. 12 times. And last night at 12 a.m. Another 10 times. Naveed Akram. They had also searched him in Iran, which he's suspected to be from, last night as well. So you see 100+ searches December 14th, but at 9 a.m. Now, this attack didn't happen at 9 a.m., did it? So this is very suspect. Or more than 100 searches for his name. And previous to today, His name was never searched in the past months. This is today in Australia. You can see searches coming up all today. But let's go to the past 7 days. 0, 0, 0 results, 0 results. Oop, 1 result at 5 a.m. today. Guys, what the fuck is going on? False flag attack, or what do you think? The United States. Oop, 2 searches this morning at 7 a.m. and then a spike of searches. Guys, I think you know what this means.
One user asked Twitter AI Grok to see if the time between Tel Aviv and Sydney was indeed matching as claimed in this video. Grok agreed. The user then asked Grok further to be specific as he wrote this, and I quote, "Damn, so if people search the name of the shooter..."
Did you fall off the stage?
Yeah, I did.
So they've been searching him.
5 a.m. today. Guys, what the fuck is going on? False flag attack, or what do you think? The United States. Oop, 2 searches this morning at 7 a.m. and then a spike of searches. Guys, I think you know what this means.
One user asked Twitter AI Grok to see if the time difference between Tel Aviv and Sydney was indeed matching as claimed in this video. Grok agreed. The user then asked Grok further to be specific as he wrote this, and I quote, "Damn, so if people search the name of the shooter at 9 a.m. in Tel Aviv, what time was it in Sydney, Australia? How could have searched the shooter's name before it happened?" End quote. Grok replied, and I quote, "9 a.m. in Tel Aviv is 6 p.m. in Sydney, about 47 minutes before the Bondi Beach shooting at 6:47 p.m. local time." Then it went on to explain, no confirmed reports of prior searches for shooter Naveed Akram in Tel Aviv. If true, it could be a data glitch, leak, or coincidence. Claims like this often stem from unverified trends. End quote. Australia has had a history of false flags when it comes to attacks on the Jewish community or its interests. Remember this story from March this year? We had woken up to a news claiming an attempt to blow up a synagogue using a high amount of explosives. As it turned out, the Australian Federal Police discovered that this was a false flag and people sitting outside Australia.
Yeah, this is the one that we were talking about earlier on.
Okay.
Australia had hired local criminals for this purpose. Thank God police had busted the gang even before they could carry out this attack. On another occasion, last year, a gunman had killed multiple people at Sydney Mall. A serial fake news peddler from UK's Channel 4 program, Countdown, Rachel Riley, had led the pack in blaming Muslims for this attack. This is what she had tweeted, and I quote, "For 6 months now, people have been out on our streets proudly calling for Intifada revolution, whatever it means. If you want to know what globalized the Intifada looks like, see the Sydney Mall." End quote.
Okay.
Clearly,
Okay.
the attempt was to delegitimize the...
Pause it smaller.
Is
Okay. The Burwood Mall attack was nothing to do with Islam or with the Jewish community. And
Yeah, I know.
for her to put it in there was wrong. It was a guy with mental health issues that had traveled from wherever into the city and started attacking people in a busy mall.
Yeah.
That's all that it was. And I like Rachel. I really do. And for her to say this is wrong.
Yeah. But she didn't get fired, did she?
genocide in Gaza. I'm not surprised that same attempts are being made even today after today's attacks. As for Riley, her post had earned her global condemnation and shame, particularly after police in Sydney named the attacker as Joel Gauchi, a 40-year-old man from Queensland, and said they did not believe it to be terror-related. This Riley woman had to issue a public apology and delete her tweet. As expected, Channel 4 refused to take her off from its show. Such a punishment only applies to Muslims, Arabs, or people of color. That's the new definition of Western civilization and the justice system. Then in January this year, the Australian police confirmed that they were investigating whether overseas actors or individuals who are paying local criminals to carry out anti-Semitic crimes in the country. Don't take my word for it. This is a report from the BBC, a well-known pro-Israeli UK media outlet. In October this year, an Australian parliamentary panel, yes, Australian parliamentary group was told that New South Wales police had wrongly categorized significant number of attacks as anti-Semitic. This was because
Smala, can you pause it for a sec?
included anti-Palestinian graffiti and verbal abuse of pro-Palestine.
Yeah.
So I just want to address a comment in the chat. Enter. No, mental health is not an excuse. But what I'm saying is that it was a dude that had a medical issue that wasn't seeking help rather than an Islamic State problem. Okay? And like, it's not an excuse, but it's just in comparison to what she said. That's all.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, man. Mrs. B, yes, names have been released. There was a 10-year-old little girl was murdered, and I think a couple of others that have been announced, and one was a Holocaust survivor.
Oh, yeah, I've got those names somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yep, man.
But it's got to be, isn't it? It's got to be a Holocaust survivor. You've got to carry on milking that. There's got to be women and children because, you know, what are Israelis renowned for doing? Killing women and children. You know, so they got to, you know, turn the psyop on its head, haven't they? And go to our poor women and children. You know, they've done it all over the world. How many, somebody put in there, 53 psyops they've carried out?
All right, Smart, I've got to go. I would love to continue this conversation, but I've really got to go. But I'll talk to you later.
All right. Yeah, the same as the October the 7th, the one that was in makeup, having his makeup done. The same one that he survived October the 7th. I'm surprised he in the Holocaust, but he's one of Israel's top 50?
And protesters as anti-Semitic, giving a false sense of rise in hate against the Jewish community. In fact, Netanyahu kind of admitted today to playing his part in this dirty game when he said this.
On August 17th, about 4 months ago, I sent Prime Minister Albanese of Australia a letter in which I gave him warning that the Australian government's policy was promoting and encouraging anti-Semitism in Australia. I wrote, "Your call for a Palestinian state pours full fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorism. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent. It retreats when leaders act. I call upon you to replace weakness with action, appeasement with resolve. Instead, Prime Minister, you replaced weakness with weakness and appeasement with more appeasement. Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. You did nothing to curb the cancer cells growing inside your country. You took no action. You let the disease spread. And the result is the horrific attacks on Jews we saw today.
Isn't he actually saying that he was upset by Australia's decision to recognize Palestine as an independent state and therefore had warned Albanese that Australia will have to pay for it? What's your interpretation of this video? Please leave your thoughts in the comments.
So that was Janta, KA reporter. Calling it out. Where's the Ulix clip there? Oh, this will go well with a photograph of like where the police station and stuff is. So this is Shanghai Eye. And put that link in. No, Ulix already put the link in, hasn't he? So the father's already been shot there then. Oh, it's a slope, not steps. It looked like steps in the video, didn't it? So there's already a body lying there. Where's all the claret? There isn't any claret, is there? That's where the other gun was, yeah. Yeah, I showed that in the first video. You can see him picking it up and putting the other gun down. Where's all the other videos? Seems strange as well, eh? It's all linked with the same date as Sandy Hook as well. Yeah, what was it called? The Brown shooting as well. That was attacking Jewish college or Jewish university, wasn't it? Going through all my searching things. All my saved things, should I say. While all this was going on yesterday, government brought in that they were going to bring back puberty blockers, didn't they? It was Rishi Sunak who got rid of them, wasn't it? Now the Labour government are going to bring back puberty blockers again. That's an interesting picture. Let me make it bigger. Why is there so many 12-bore shotgun shells? Why is there 12-bore shotgun shells everywhere? That video I told you about as the live. Have you got the video link? Ulick shared one just now. Yes, I've got it lined up. It's on Rumble. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Where's my bloody YouTube gone? If I give you one of them, if you want to share me the link, and then I can grab it. Yeah, no claret. Why is there no claret? Why is there 12-bore shotgun shells? Well, on. Got it. They're the adverts. Sign in. Oh, adverts, adverts, adverts. Let me know if you got volume. Put myself down here. Put myself back.
Are dark side of the planet. Everybody's seen the big news from Bondi Beach. It's like Baywatch out there. I was looking for Pam.
This is my mate on the other video I shared the other night. The one that Angela said he's freaking her out. The one with the glasses. I can't remember his name now.
Bondi. When I heard the news, I didn't see her. Maybe she got redacted. Like these people on the beach, like these people on the street. We got people screaming everywhere, running for their lives. And the footage is like massive. We've never seen so much footage from a deep state event like this so soon. We even have the passport or the driver's license. Believe it or not. And we've got all sorts of excellent footage. We're putting together the crime scene here. And, you know, because this happened in Australia, it was pretty much already over and done with by the time the rest of the world even heard about it. But these people are celebrating their Christmas season and in the middle of summer. They're out there enjoying the nice weather. This is happening in Sydney, the main beach, the Bondi Beach, as they say. And people are obviously asking questions like, what's going on today? Is the Sandy Hook anniversary. We're not allowed to talk about government shootings.
So you've got 1 gun, 2 gun, 3 gun. So there's 1 gun on the floor. 1 gun, 2 gun, 3 gun.
On Sandy Hook, but it's widely suspected this has many of the subplots of mass shootings that we've seen before. We got this little music festival thing going on here in the background, and this is obviously drawing a lot of attention to the event because it looks like it's motivated by hate. It looks like terrorism. Looks like the war on terror has returned after the pandemic, after the war on Ukraine. Now we got the war on terror 2.0 breaking out, and we're going to need some digital IDs for your protection and some gun control. That is obviously going to be necessary here for our safety, for our community.
That's the Sky News put it out. What was he shooting at?
You know, anybody questioning the official narrative here is going to be in big trouble. And chances are, you know, the deep state is already looking for dissidents. Already looking for people that are not buying into the mainstream story. But you just can't help but wake up after events like this. Because there's all sorts of clues.
He knows how to use a bolt action, doesn't he?
Wake up, just like everything else out there, the GMOs, the vaccines, the fluoride, the chemtrails, the mass shootings, the 9/11 style events that go from
last bolt action I fired was a 303.
We've seen that over and over again. 9/11, 7/7, the pandemic event 201. And these shooters look ultra professional.
Oh no, but 2-2 rimfire. That was bolt action.
System is trying to tell us, you know, it's the Iranians. This is part of the Iranian war. This is part of the Gaza thing. Here we got some exclusive footage of the second shooter being disarmed by a hero immigrant, Ahmed.
Yeah, a Syrian guy. Supposed to be shot in the shoulder, but there's shot in the hand, but it's the other guy that's holding his hand. We saw that in the other footage, didn't we?
The local fruit and vegetable
fruit seller. Yeah.
One immigrant shoots everybody. The other immigrant saves the day. Huh? That's the psyop, ladies and gentlemen.
He had a gun in his hand. You know, so why are you throwing stones or whatever you're throwing if you've got a gun in your hand?
With digital IDs and...
Did the gun have blanks in it then?
Gun control to boot. Now, Australia has a real interesting history when it comes to gun control. There was a mass shooting once, many years ago at Port Arthur, basically in Tasmania. Very famous kind of shooting out there in the land of Oz. And basically after...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, loads of... shotgun cartridges.
That one shooting, and that looked, deep state oriented to say the least. After that one shooting, they banned all assault rifles, everything basically but shotguns and hunting rifles. And, many people in Australia have shotguns for home protection.
All right, so there was a shotgun there under that
and
bloke's foot.
Rifles. But that's those are the last types of guns that are still legal.
So there's a shotgun there
in Australia. And of course, this mass shooting basically highlights the dangers of these remaining guns on the market. So you know what these kleptos on TV are thinking. Well, you know what they were engineering when they dreamed up this event.
Is it loud enough?
Gun control. So we know in the next day or two, they're going to be pushing hard for, for the last...
Hey up, Max.
Because the New World Order...
I'll drop a link down for you, mate.
They want you to have guns. They want you to be...
No, this is Bondi.
Really, dependent on their system. And so the clock is ticking to understand what's really happened here.
That's it, Blunt.
Like the Gaza thing.
The only victim is the white Australian,
Gaza,
isn't it?
There was this music
the
festival.
Christian.
All these hostages being,
the non-Christian.
Like it's Mad Max.
And the world.
And we also learned that
the world is being held to ransom now, isn't it? And yeah, Max.
How you doing?
Yeah, good. You?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
The story's exploding with video. Is it now?
Yeah, I've been covering it. I call it a big psyop myself.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I've covered loads of things showing why it was a psyop. And Mrs. B's just shared this with it. This is a guy that was in my other video. I forget his name, Stranger Than Fiction, but he was in my video from a couple of nights ago. The guy with the glasses, with the creepy voice that a couple of the girls in the chat were saying he's scaring them.
Yeah, I think I've heard this guy before.
Yeah.
An engineered pretext. You're not allowed to say that. I can say that, but you can't say that.
He is kind of low.
It looked like it was engineered.
Oh, Red Pill News has done one as well.
And it looks like we're seeing that very same script here. Part 9/11, part Gaza war, spilling over. And you got all these innocent Australians in the mix. Now, we don't know how many Australians were actually taken out. It kind of looks like the perpetrators were focusing on
Well, look at the beach. That's not all Jews, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I said yesterday, wasn't it?
Nearby.
I said, so only Jews go to the beach today?
Yeah.
You can't see any small hats, can you?
No, I couldn't tell who was a Jew and who wasn't.
I mean, in the other pictures when they're like trying to save them or whatever from whatever injuries or whatever makeup they had on, you know, I've shown pictures of that world renowned, one of 50 in the world he is, Jewish Defense League or whatever he is.
Oh, okay.
The one that had his baldy head and he was covered in blood. I've shown him in makeup, actually sitting in makeup, and AI says it's a genuine photograph.
A cluster of people taken out by long guns. And we got other video where it looks like they're throwing rocks or something like that at these gunmen. I mean, you know, most of the people started running for cover, but not these people at the music festival. They decided to stand their ground.
That's what I was thinking, Mrs. B.
Raining in or raining down at their location. Look at the military precision of this operation. This is well thought out.
Was this another October 7th?
Yes. Another 9/11.
They seem to be handling the stress quite well. The sirens, the people yelling and screaming.
Be right back.
Running for their lives.
I promise you,
bloody
if you continue
adverts.
to disrespect me, unfortunately for you, you're not going to have a career afterwards.
We see them take the high ground on the bridge overlooking the event. And then the second shooter in the white pants basically goes full commando, raids the village, if you will. We got the footage here. And he's opening fire on the Christmas market or whatever is going on over there. And these people are all just kind of like sitting around filming the thing. So I have to wonder about...
Yeah, I noticed that as well, Mrs. B. It never bled through, did it? And it was only one little wrap.
Hiding in the prone position, filming the action, but they got some excellent footage. I don't think we've ever seen this good of footage in a mass shooting kind of event. I mean, this is basically like the Truman Show. We got to see the whole thing go down live on the internet. And that's pretty rare to see it go from start to finish for the most part. But this was a highly coordinated military operation, and you can see one person was providing cover in the high ground while the commander goes in. They got the military haircut, and with the whole Five Eyes deep state kind of thing, you never know where this stuff is really coming from. I mean, I think we all want to believe the television. We want to believe, in the good nature of these people on TV that have jacked up our prices 300% and injected everybody with the death facts. We want to believe these people on TV when they
I got to swap routers again, don't you?
Safe, that the chemtrails are our imagination. We want to believe these people like Bill Gates.
Oh, I could have just signed in.
Believe these people,
but I haven't signed
in.
in.
You know what? They got a terrible track record. They got a terrible credit score. If there was ever a need for a social credit score system, it would have to be applied to all of these media companies that have been feeding us lies from their script for the past who knows how many years, 10 years, 20 years. We've all seen the videos where they're all saying the same thing. Beware of misinformation. It's like the Hive, it's like the Matrix, it's like the Borg, it's like, what is it? And we got all these NPCs filming the scene, and we don't see a whole lot of blood. I mean, there are some locations, like this mysterious cluster. You know, we got 4 people just sitting there, 5, 6, 7 on the ground right here at this one location. So what are these people doing, you know, when the bullets are coming in? I know. They thought it was fireworks. They see all these people running, and they're, you know, assuming like they must be running towards the fireworks. Who knows what these people are thinking? But you know, what happens when I guess you just sit around when people are opening fire. And I think that's a major lesson here, because there's a war going on, and we see all these civilians just running around like sheeple, like they don't understand, and you just have to wonder, what's it gonna take for these people to understand? Let's think about what we saw during the pandemic here. Ladies and gentlemen, they injected people with the death vax, with liquid AIDS, with liquid cancer, turbo cancer. And yet somehow these people are just not questioning the official narrative. They're not.
Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah, they don't want
Let's
to.
see what
or maybe they can't.
What we've done here.
And that's probably something that you haven't really asked yourself. Can these NPCs really scream for help? Or are they forced to do what the system tells them to do? In any case, it's a war out there, and all these people are just running around like civilians.
What have we done now? Oh, I had all the rumble feeds down the side just now, didn't I?
And this is what happens when you're in a war zone trying to be on vacation. They are poisoning the food, the air, the water. They dosed everybody like it was Jonestown. Here, come drink your Kool-Aid. And people still want to go to the beach as they're getting ripped off at the grocery store, at every store, paying, you know, triple the price. Being starved out of existence through greedflation. And it's not over yet. These people want you to eat bugs and own nothing. If there was ever a terrorist that walked the earth, if there was ever a clear enemy that walked the
Yeah,
earth,
if it's not kosher, it's poison.
People on TV. I don't mean, you know, I don't say that to be mean.
Oh, yeah, what do we have to do? Eat halal and kosher now?
Yeah.
Depending on the area you're in, I guess.
Yeah, but they got different codes, haven't they?
Yeah.
On TV are not.
They got codes on the food. Instead of writing halal now or kosher now, they write a code on it.
Do you trust
Oh, do they?
Yeah, but they get paid the taxes on it.
90% of the people out there?
Not everybody. Everybody knows who Redacted is, don't they? Redacted.
A thing like this happens.
Let's see what Redacted had to say about it.
'Twas the fight before Christmas.
Oh, shut up.
All through Dubai.
Yeah, in our food, they proudly display halal and kosher.
Apple cider vinegar trick shrinks a swollen prostate naturally. A strange fizzing vinegar.
I'll put Redacted's YouTube channel in.
In the director of operations or the
back on the Jewish people in the narrative with
Where's the start then? Why is it giving me just that all the way through?
Idea what disinformation is, and I don't think the government look outside.
Oh, it is snowing.
I'm wearing a beautiful sweater. So yeah, no, that's nothing.
It is hot as
It's that rare 70-degree snow.
Exactly. No, I mean the ski resorts right now up in the Rockies, they're like suffering. So they had like a big ski championship this past like 2 weeks, and they've had to make all their own snow. So it's kind of crazy right now. So anyway, we're not here to talk about that. We are here to talk about the news. So let's get into it, shall we? Are we watching NATO's strategy of tension plan unfolding right before our eyes? 2 potential false flag attacks over the weekend, one on Bondi Beach in Australia, killing 16 people. It was 15, now it's been updated to 16. One in Rhode Island at Brown University, where 2 students killed, both reportedly targeting Jews specifically. And now Israel's intelligence service
Subway
is now on the scene.
Right now, the media in North America is going to be flooded with Rob Reiner. That's what they're trying to use to cover over.
Well, yeah, his son apparently killed mum and dad, didn't he?
Yeah.
Why?
I got home. My wife goes, "Oh, somebody killed Rob Reiner, and it's linked to Trump." And I'm like, "Really? Who did it?" She goes, "I don't know. They wouldn't tell her on the news who did it." That's hilarious.
Yeah, Hewlett. Very Trumpy, aren't they? It's all redacted.
Now you know why Mossad is on the scene. It's to deploy a narrative that exactly corresponds to the worldwide deployment of anti-Semitic teams to control anti-Semitism. You require attacks to justify the deployment. Expect more. And we are. And Colonel Tanner Watkins joins us here on the show. It seems like maybe Candace Owens was right on this. A few weeks ago, she said, put a pin in this tweet, that there are seemingly a number of false flag attacks scheduled.
I've been saying it for ages, though.
Yeah. Well, how do we find out, like my friend said the other day, how do we find out when they're doing these practice drills? Because that seems to be a key for them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they've always got a practice drill, haven't they?
For like the second week of December. So it seems like everything is going according to plan, Colonel. Great to see you.
Great to see you too. Thanks for having me on.
So is this part of a broader strategy, or is this simply 2 individuals, a father-son team, who just happen to want to take out a Hanukkah celebration?
So obviously, over the years that I've been studying these false flags, I have some indicators. And the first thing Natalie's already pointed out, the initial narratives make no sense. If you actually dig into them, not just listen to them and accept them as gospel, the Australia recognizing Palestine as a state,
thank you, Michael,
would engender Arabs to Australia. And yet, exactly. There's over 145 countries that have recognized Palestine as a state. And there is literally no correlation to having done that and having terror attacks. So the comment by Bibi Netanyahu is completely out of context. But it fits into a narrative.
No, exactly that.
To justify the slaughter of these people. Obviously, you also pointed out the fact that
they aren't the chosen ones. They aren't the special ones. Why should they have any more protection than we have? Why should they have the JDL going around as armed Shomron police? Why have they got their own police force in the UK? And you've seen the Shomron police in the background in that Bondi Beach. All those lot there with the yellow baseball caps on. They're all Shomron police. We saw them at the mosques, didn't we? At the synagogue, we saw all those yellow baseball caps. And I thought, what's all these people running around with yellow baseball caps? And it turns out they're all the yellow baseball caps are the Shomron police, the Jewish police force in the UK.
Nice.
We have
Chinese. We don't have it.
Well, we've got Chinese police here as well. We got a Chinese police station.
Yeah, we had that. I think we still do, but They don't talk about it anymore.
Yeah, Jewish police in England is illegal under English law. Yeah, but I can show you hundreds of Shomron police cars, and they're exactly identical, and they travelled in convoy.
Got Israeli emblems on them.
No, they look like exactly like British police cars, but instead of saying police down the side, they say Shomron.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, Brit shit again, isn't it? Brit shit. So she's a retired United States Air Force colonel. Got plenty of medals there behind her. Did she see action? Not if she was a colonel, not if she went in as a lieutenant.
They are directly connected to ISIS. And for people who don't follow my work, ISIS was originally, as well as Al-Qaeda, set up by the CIA.
Right.
And notice that ISIS never attacks Israel at all.
No, never attacks her, but
in that
Israel
Right, and when you look and you
repairs
see the
them.
training, you see the firing of the gun in any of the videos of the individual, the son specifically firing the weapons. People have timed his long rifle shots to, I think, here it is, like 5 shots in like 4 seconds, or 4 shots in 5 seconds, like a remarkable. And a lot of eagle-eyed members of the military said this guy clearly had training.
So interestingly enough, we can jump to that. Do you know where he was 2 weeks ago?
No.
No.
The Philippines.
Philippines.
Now, weirdly enough, the Philippines comes up in, I would say, somewhere between 40 and 50% of events that I've looked into in weird ways. And I'm not saying that they're consistently, and they all point to one thing, but the CIA used the Philippines for terrorist training camps during Vietnam. They have been known to fly people in there for training. So there's, you can just look in your own free time. There's a huge correlation. The Las Vegas shooting, the woman of the shooter from the Philippines. Several of the members of the Oklahoma bombing, Nichols being one of them, had went numerous times to the Philippines. There's a weird, and I don't know what it is. I do know I verified their CIA terrorist training camps there. I don't know what all of the correlations.
America's got 9 bases there. 9 bases in the Philippines. Why would you need 9 bases in the Philippines? I don't know. They had several in Germany. I was stationed at one of them.
That is one of the telltale signs that come up in my research, is a connection to the Philippines. And I also posted earlier, of course he visited the Philippines.
We have 9 strategic military bases in the Philippines.
There you go.
9 strategic military bases in the Philippines.
Right. Now, I want to make this connection of who is getting involved, who is inserting themselves in the narrative within the first few hours. Now,
We really need to get their backstories much better, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've got Netanyahu's speech. Did anybody see Netanyahu's speech where he said a brave Jewish man?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I heard about it. I didn't see it. Yeah.
He got the script completely wrong altogether. Totally wrong. You know, he's reading off his notes and it's like a brave Jewish man. He's supposed to be a Muslim Syrian that owns a fruit and veg stall on Bondi Beach, apparently.
Yeah, if he's Syrian, he could even be Christian.
But in the other videos, where he wrestles the father, the gunman, gunman, like he's supposed to be shot in the shoulder twice and shot in the hand. You know, the statements have come out saying that he's been shot. Some Jewish businessman has given him £100,000 reward. But you actually see another guy with him that's actually been shot. You see the guy that's supposed to be shot running after the other guy, the shooter.
Yeah.
And instead of shooting him with the rifle, why didn't he shoot him with the rifle? It looked like he tried to take a shot with the rifle.
Kinda.
But he then throws stones at him or throws something, a magazine or whatever he throws at him. He throws something at him, but I don't know what he's throwing at him. But he didn't use the gun, did he?
No.
First, we have it from the Telegraph. It's, you know, sources say may have been linked. And again, why would Mossad have anything to do with this when the attack was on Australians? What they're doing is making this link that Israel makes a claim to worldwide Jews, no matter whether they want it or not. And they're saying this was our people. They were not Israelis. So can we explore that connection a little bit and how it's being exploited and what Benjamin Netanyahu says he now expects?
Yeah, it's because he wants the Jewish Defense League, which was designated as a terrorist organization, that, you know, they dressed up as Nazis and they marched down the streets of America dressed as Nazis, and all claiming anti-Semitic traits and all the rest of it, because they, you know, obviously you got Nazis walking down the streets of America.
Yeah.
And it turned out that when they arrested the guy, it turned out that he gave a false name at first, and it turned out that it was actually Mordecai Levi. He was actually Israeli, and most of these people that were dressed as Nazis were Israeli. But we've seen it in London. We've seen the Jewish people. We've seen people dressed up. You had the Jewish Defense League, which was the EDL. You know, you saw them dressed up. You saw them dressed up as Palestine supporters, etc., and then causing trouble. And then it turned out that they were Israeli.
Yeah.
But then we've had other Israelis that have like smashed up Elbit systems, etc. I think there was 4 of them that are arrested. They all travelled over from Israel because they were anti-Zionist. They was anti the weapons going from England, you know, from Israeli weapons factories being made in the UK and then shipped out. You know, we had them coming over here and then breaking into the factories and smashing things up. Well, 4 of them that arrested, they were all Israeli. They were put in prison for a while on remand, and then they walked out of the High Court. I covered the legal case, and showed that they were Israeli, but actually didn't agree with their own government and refused to serve in the IDF.
What's the punishment for that?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's that one sect that won't serve in the army, right?
That's the Orthodox Jews and the Hasidic. They won't. But they're anti-Zionist anyway.
Yeah.
No, they're completely. I mean, you got a Jewish zone in Israel, which were completely anti-Zionist and completely anti-Israel.
Yeah.
I was watching a video just a couple of days ago of I can't remember where the guy's from, but he actually goes down through that with somebody else, and you know, they interview a couple of people, and then you've got the Jewish woman, and it's a Jewish sect. It's cameras are banned, etc., etc. But you've got the Jewish woman in full head-to-toe burqa.
Yeah.
But when you tell people over here, the Jews wear the burqa from head to toe with little peepholes for their eyes, they don't believe you. They just think it's an Islam thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same. It's the same as our nuns. Our nuns wear a burqa with their faces exposed. You know. You look at old pictures of England, you know, and you see every woman wearing a headscarf, because they used to protect their hair. But Jews aren't allowed to show their elbows. They're not allowed to show their natural hair. They wear a false wig. They're not allowed to show the hair on the neck.
Yeah. Okay.
the extreme Jewish religion, they're not allowed to show the hair on the neck, so they wear a wig. They buy wigs, and they wear a wig because they've got to cover up, and they're not allowed to show their naked elbow as well. Apparently,
Wow,
it is strange. Yeah,
somebody had a fetish at one time, eh?
Yeah, yeah, it's bizarre.
So they're obviously there to shape a narrative. That this is narrative deployment, and to have Mossad on the ground there is very critical to what gets exposed and what doesn't. And I would say there's zero connection to Iran that is documented, zero. As a matter of fact, there's even pictures on the Sun's Facebook of him in front of a library shelf of Sunni Islamic material. So there's literally
I showed that picture earlier.
no.
Sunnis and Shias are completely against each other in Tehran.
Yeah,
completely. I mean, you know, that's where you get all the infighting.
Connection to Iran at all. That's another narrative
yeah,
deployment.
they just kicked out like 1 million Pakistanis or something.
Say that again.
Iran just kicked out like 1 million Pakistanis.
Yeah, well, these two guys here, they're supposed to be Pakistani.
Yeah.
The two shooters are supposed to be Pakistani.
When these narrative deployments happen with no factual basis, the point of doing that in the media is get people to then source that false report in other reports so that you can deploy that narrative. There has to be somebody to report it, and sources say that sources means the intelligence told them to write this article so that we can then source that article in all of the rest of the articles to deploy the narrative.
Yeah.
You know, also, well, there's so many things I want to unpack with you here. The police presence here, if you look, eyewitnesses said the police showed up and they stood down for about 20 minutes. They allowed the shooter to continue, even though the police station right.
It was the October 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this, I think the bridge is somewhere around here somewhere, and this is all that car parking area. Well, the police station had line of sight. Can you bring up the evidence where it says Jews and nuns wear burqas? Oh, I'll do that in a minute for your Skyworks. I've done it so many times on here before.
Well, just pull up an image of a nun from the 17th century, or you can.
Yeah.
They covered their head and their whole body except for their face.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're capable of looking yourself.
Just type in Catholic nun. Dress and garb, if you want.
They're actually called habits, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's called a habit.
Yeah. Basically the same.
Oh, moved the wrong thing then. There you go, a habit.
Yeah. The Dutch nuns were the ones with the flying hats, the flying nun hats. Those are hilarious.
Is that good enough for your Skyworks? Yeah, but you could call it a burqa, couldn't you? You could call it a hijab, a niqab.
Yeah, basically the same thing.
Full covering. Right. So now we'll Oh, what has it done now?
And the habit's made for colder weather. The burqa's made for hot weather. Be good in cold weather too, though. Could be if you made it thick. Usually they make it out of really light fabric.
So there's the little Jewish boys and there's their mums.
Looks kind of like a burqa. Do they have colors on theirs, though? I guess they have some colors or some stitching and stuff.
There's one sect that wear all white.
Yeah.
They wear all white and they only have their eyes showing out. Sexual fetish or sack of potatoes. Jewish women in burqa get the same flack that we do. Just in case you thought the world was always picking on modest Muslim women, here's news. They're picking on modest Jewish women too. A group of approximately 100 Jewish burqa-wearing women in Israel city of Beit Shemesh will shortly be receiving news of a ban. The Ida Sharet Rabbinic Organization will be issuing the equivalent of a fatwa against their modest fashion sense, likening the burqa to all things a sexual fetish or a sack of potatoes. We've got a Torah and we have got a tradition, and these things were never allowed or demanded, said Shlomo Pappenheim, a senior member of the management committees of the Ida Sharadet. Cover the body fine, but you would think them a sack of potatoes. The Ida Sharet is very against it, the burqa, and sees it a real danger by exaggerating that you're doing the opposite of what is intended. It is interesting to notice while in France has just banned the niqab and burqa for reasons related to dignity of the person and equality between sexes, Israel is attacking the burqa for being too sexual. The French Senate passed the ban last week, a week ago, source by a vote of 246 to 1. With about 100 abstentions, calling the burqa a new form of enslavement that the Republic cannot accept on its soil. So Dutch Jewish leader protests comparison between burqa ban and the Holocaust, the times of Israel.
Always
the right way to oppose the burqa. This is in Israel.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
These are photographs taken in Israel.
That's fully covered.
So there you got two Jewish men with their two Jewish wives. And they're both sat there.
It's like being married to a ghost. You know.
So you see a Jewish family, you see the father, and you see the children. So even the little girls. Does that answer your question, Skyworks? Wonder if this has got the ghosts. And call them the veiled women.
At least they got a little bit of color, or is that just, it's kind of bluish.
Mm.
At least they're allowed a little bit of color, right? Variation. Some dark blue, some light blue. Real expression there.
Oh, I had the ghost ones. There, you got the white one there, that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the white one's cool. I like the white one. Plus, then you could take a marker and print whatever face you want on it.
Yeah, but then the Egyptians used to veil as well, and so did the Indians as well, don't they? They wear those veils. They're often made of gold, aren't they? Where they cover their face with gold.
Yeah.
Veiled woman wearing full burqa. That's Marrakesh.
Yeah, that's to cover your hair so the Nephilim don't see you, the angels don't see you and scoop you away. You know, but wouldn't the angels get smart after a short period of time and just go after the ones that were covered in burqas? That'd be like the easiest thing. Well, look at that. They put all their women under these cloths. Great.
So that was Veiled Women of the Holy Land, new trends in modest dress at Israel Museum, European fashion. A Jewish woman's wrap and face veil from Afghanistan is seen in the exhibition dress codes. A Jewish woman in Afghanistan. So she's only got the eyes, she's only got the peepholes. Eritreans. Oh, what's the video? Anyway.
The white and black ghost. Yeah, those ones were Muslim burqas. Yeah.
Hmm.
The black and the white one. They look like Muslim burqas more than the Jewish ones. But the Jewish ones do look very similar.
But there is let me find it.
not convinced.
You got to answer these people, haven't you?
A burqa by any other name would be a burqa. Or a different name.
Right, this one. Oh boy, how you thought. Right, a Jewish woman's wrap and face veil from Afghanistan is seen in the exhibition dress code, revealing the Jewish wardrobe in the Israel Museum in Jerusalem. Israel, March 11, 2014. The exhibit explores the roots of traditional clothing. So that's a Jewish woman.
So that's a historical piece for a museum?
Yeah.
They said, yeah.
Yeah. A Jewish woman's wrap and face veil from Afghanistan is seen in the exhibition, revealing the Jewish wardrobe in the Israel Museum in Jerusalem. Yeah, how does that happen, Urban? How does that happen? Because until Israel came along, they lived together. It's Israel that are bad for the Jewish people, and the Jewish come out and say it. It's their words, not my words. Israel doesn't represent them. Israel is bad for us. And the leadership of Israel is what's causing problems, isn't it? Well, they didn't used to live as dhimmis, did they?
Depends on when, right?
Mm. Hey, smoking.
Hey, G.
Two seconds, Urban. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Are you driving?
Might be too loud. Hold up. Hello? Hello?
All right, are you driving here? Yeah.
Yeah, is it loud?
No, it's all right.
Is the engine loud?
No.
No, go on, it's all right.
I can't hear. I'll be home in 10 minutes. If you're still on, I'll jump on.
All right, mate.
Yeah, because I can't hear very well either. But yeah, all right. Yeah, sorry, man. I just wanted to see if it would work in my car, but I can't really hear very well. All right, I'll speak to you in a bit.
All right, see you in a minute. Right, so we've done that bit. We've shown that bit. I will find the video for you. I've played it on here. I wonder if Michael can remember how long ago I played it. see what else Redacted said about this Bondi.
Next to Bondi Beach. So there was tons of police there, but they stood around essentially and watching this for about 20 minutes. We're hearing a lot of like stand down orders in the past few years. What do you...
Sounds like October, doesn't it?
Yes, at least it wasn't 7 hours of standing down, but 20 minutes is a lot.
That's a long time with in a shooting.
Shot and killed.
Well, yeah, I mean, they got plenty of rounds off, didn't they, in 20 minutes?
Those in school shootings as well.
Right.
Where
Yeah. You see that at school shootings, don't you? You see the parents screaming and shouting, wanting to get in there and grab their kids. Yeah, the police are stopping them, and the police all stood down, letting them, the shooter walk around the school going kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Yep. And then they go, all right, we'll go in now. They've claimed enough victims, we'll go in now.
like Uvalde, where everybody just kind of stands around and lets the massacre happen, and then, okay, we'll move in. To me, that.
But we'll always get it wrong, and we'll show the shooter, and then 10 minutes later we'll show the shooter again, and the shooter's changed the trainers. Must have had uncomfortable feet.
That's a clear indication that there's planning ahead of time.
And the shots came from a different area.
Right?
And the shots sounds come from a different area.
Yeah.
Videos, they even show a cop guy going by that bridge while the shooter's actively shooting.
No, I showed that in the video, didn't I? The police car drives right past.
Have they done a ballistics test and autopsy on these guys to pull out the sniper bullets?
Yeah, they didn't even preserve the scene, did they?
No.
You had the angry guy that was kicking the other guy that went up there to make sure that they were dead. I mean, he got sat upon. And then the angry guy that then took his t-shirt off and then started running back on the bridge again. You had all those other people on the bridge. So they never even preserved the scene.
From that map you were showing me, they could have shot all those people with sniper rifles.
Yeah.
From the cop shop.
From the police station. They didn't even have to leave the police station to be tackled.
They could have done it right on top of the police station.
Yeah. Did you see the video where the woman cop gets out of the van, gets out of the pickup, and the other copper jumps out the driver's seat, runs around to the passenger seat, grabs her out of the truck, then starts running her down the road, running her down the side of the van, then stands in front of her, places her in the position, then stands in front of her, telling her what it looked like she was either having a nervous breakdown or he was telling her where she should be. But they never stopped anybody going up on the bridge, any civilians going up on the bridge. Oh, it was chaos. Yeah, crisis actor being placed in a spot. Really, they should have drawn little red dots previously to make sure they stood in the right places. Unbelievable it is.
So,
what's going on down there?
You watch that full 10 minutes video, you can see him just go right by the bridge.
Yeah.
As he's just picking people off on that bridge area.
Yes. So go ahead.
It's just remarkable to me. And it's amazing what you point out about Iran. Almost immediately, Benjamin Netanyahu says Iran. And all of it coincides with what has unfolded at Brown.
Oh, he said everybody, though. He's listed everybody.
On university.
I'm surprised he hadn't said Britain yet. But he has listed every single enemy that they think they've got. He's listed them already.
Of course.
Reportedly. And then also, I found this very curious. We suddenly have this announcement about the New Year's Day or the New Year's Eve bombing in New Orleans. Do I have that correct?
I think so.
And they make the announcement that they were pro-Palestinian individuals who carried this out. So it took 1 year, almost a year, to get this, but it all comes out almost on the exact same day. It just seems odd.
All the anniversary is Sandy Hook.
What would you
and
say?
That's what I look for.
Rob Reiner's death.
What would you say to someone who says, oh, no, Israel needs to get involved because of the Five Eyes Agreement and because Israel's the only one who is going to speak out on and protect Jews? And I say, oh, well, that's interesting because October 7th, not to mention the attacks from the Zionists in the 40s on global Jews. So what would you say to that? Like, oh, no, they are going to do right by global Jews. They need to be the ones in charge here.
Well, history doesn't bear that out, obviously. I'll give you an example. The recent today, multiple tweets or post on X of Laura Loomer and
Laura Loomer,
insistence that we need to recreate the JDL, the Jewish Defense League. If anybody knows that history, the JDL was a terrorist organization that was caught multiple times. Like in one case in Philadelphia, they were dressing up and hosting a Nazi parade under a false name when the guy's name that did it was actually Mordecai Levy. And so they deploy these narratives and
am I on a Telegram page? Because I'm getting the information, same information, you know?
Yeah, she was repeating what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
There's way too many to name in just a news segment. There's multiple occurrences where and I said to Clayton before we went on the air, when you have to actually create anti-Semitic events, you don't actually have anti-Semitism. Because if anti-Semitism was so prevalent, you wouldn't have to create events to claim they're anti-Semitic. And yet throughout history from 1948 till...
Yeah, I might make a t-shirt tomorrow saying, apparently I'm anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist.
Today, there you see a perpetual wave of false portrayal of Jewish people pretending to be something other than Jewish people in order to trigger an attack on the Jewish people so they can claim anti-Semitism.
But what you're saying, go ahead, David.
I was just going to say real quick, it's like a mass Jussie Smollett situation.
Yes.
But this means, if it's correct, and I believe you, that Jewish people are at risk from the Jewish state, that they are constant bait.
So obviously everybody knows there's a difference between Zionist and Jewish people.
Yes.
There is a plethora of Jewish people that obviously have never moved to Israel because they do not want to be governed under the Zionist tent. And
the Zionists used the Jews. They used them as a lever. They wanted the persecution. They wanted everything. I can prove all that. I've shown it all. What are you saying? There's literally zero evidence of any of this. I've got evidence of it, Urban. I've shown evidence of it on here. I can show you where David Ben-Gurion is actually saying that the Palestinians are the true Jews. And the Semitic people, where the Ashkenazi Jews aren't Semites, and every leader of Israel has been Polish, a European Jew, but they're not Jews, they're Zionists. I think Max was showing a little bit of what I shared with him yesterday on his live.
they're very vocal. You just don't ever hear them on national news because no one wants to show the other side of that. It's just like when you go.
And anything that she's saying, you can go and research it. Anything I say, you can go and research it. You can find the evidence. You can find the evidence where Australia government is calling out false flag attacks previously.
Overseas, and all you hear as an American when you're stationed overseas is things that are put out by the primary channels and the New York
What
Times.
was that American ship called? The Wisconsin?
You lived for 3 years.
No, the USS Liberty.
Liberty, that's it. Yeah.
The Liberty, yeah, the ones that they blew to pieces. Blew it to smithereens, and then the Americans covered it up. And still the people that were serving on it are still trying to get.
Yeah. I've heard a couple of them talking about it. A couple of survivors. Well, one of them at least.
Most like the King David Hotel, they dressed as Arabs when they went and blew that up. And that was the Leahy, the Haganah.
Yeah.
Whole Israeli state, whole Israeli state.
The swastika, or a couple weeks ago, the swastika being painted on a church by a Jewish man.
Yeah.
You know.
They get caught every time.
Yeah.
The Jewish family that were trying to sell their restaurant, that attacked their own restaurant.
Yeah.
Overseas as a military person and have no clue what's going on in your own country because you're saturated with CIA talking points posing as media coverage. And I experienced that firsthand. And that's the case with people that live inside of Israel and the Jewish people that live outside of Israel.
You know, Max Blumenthal, friend of the show, great journalist from the Gray Zone. He's Jewish, by the way. I guess they call him a self-loathing Jew because he tells the facts. But nevertheless, he reported back in February of this year about these paid actors that the Israeli government was investigating for carrying out quote-unquote anti-Semitic attacks or threats against Jewish institutions and other things like that. And you rightly pointed out to me that this goes back many, many years where bomb threats being carried out against the Australian government. But where were those bomb threats coming from, Colonel?
Israel.
And
they arrested yes, they arrested the person doing it and then wouldn't share the identity of the person that they arrested. And that same individual, once the identity was leaked, was making hundreds of bomb threats to Jewish entities in the United States at the same time.
And he was an Israeli young person. He was like 20 years old or something like that, making bomb threats. So there's a pretty big history here.
Military age.
These anti-Semitic attacks coming from quote unquote paid actors. Like, who are these paid actors in your experience studying and reporting on Operation Gladio and these like terrorist stay behind armies? It's all theater, but who are these people?
They function in normal language. They function as intelligence assets as opposed to agents. And so the CIA is notorious for having assets perform functions that they can then blame on the people that they want. And the best example, and probably the most notorious that everybody remembers, is Barry Seal flying the drugs into the United States and rolling the bell of cocaine out on the tarmac and taking a quick picture of it, putting it back on and taking off, and then blaming the Nicaraguan government for being the drug traffickers. So these people that they use as assets as opposed to paid agents on their payroll perform all of these functions. So they had, like in Gladio in Italy, they literally had infiltrated the workers' union.
If you go back about half an hour, 45 minutes, Urban, you'll see I've already put evidence up there. I've already got the Australian government coming out and saying it. We had Aussie Manda on the panel at the time. Well, she's a retired USAF colonel. There's all her medals behind her. And we know that redacted love Trump. Yeah, but there's not a lot of people liking Trump at the moment.
You believe in good guys and bad guys, do you?
Yeah, he does. I think he does. He believes Trump's one of the good
I
guys.
love believers. They're so cute.
Yeah. But he's got his blinkers on to what Trump's actually doing in the background, you know. If you actually look at what Trump's actually doing in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, Mrs. B. Loads of IDF soldiers are committing suicide. They actually stormed the Knesset. I showed the video on here. And they tipped out bags of medication that they've been given. And he was crying and he was saying how many of his friends have committed suicide, etc., etc. I showed the videos on here. So was Scott Ritter, and he's been proven to be a liar. So medals don't mean shit. Well, medals in America don't really mean shit. They get a medal because they cross the Atlantic. Yeah, that's it. Meds again.
That had set itself up as the Red Brigade, as quote unquote communists. And then this brigade, the actual Gladio operators, dressed like they did with their little communist armbands and perpetrated bomb explosions in train stations and in banks, killing a lot of people. And the government kept blaming it on the Red Brigade when in fact it was their Gladio operators the entire time. This is a known tactic that governments use to ensure their people seek the government for safety as opposed to being independent themselves.
So, you know, I can see that this looks very formulaic as somebody who studies the media representation of events that usually end up to be a lie. But I'm always like, maybe it's because I see everything like this that it looks like that. So is there any possibility, like let's sort of
Wish it were true.
Is there anything in the media reports that we can say maybe? Is there anything that we're not seeing because we are so matrix minded?
Yeah, can we pretend that Natalie's just a random Fox News viewer at the moment, or a random CNN viewer, and just engulfing this media narrative?
So from my perspective, I'm probably as jaded as Natalie is at this point when it comes to the media, only because I have done the research and know that a large percentage of the media are assets on behalf of intelligence agencies. And it's been documented. It was in congressional testimonies in the 1970s that
Project Mockingbird
networks. ABC at one point was basically
Project Mockingbird. I was talking about that, how they infiltrated all of the media, everything.
Yeah, I've got all our projects listed.
Yeah,
on another thing.
Yeah.
Owned by a front of the CIA, the Washington Post, the New York Times. They have people that function as a reporter and be fed approved articles, and all they do is slap their name on it. As a matter of fact, the guy that exposed it in Europe, whose name I don't remember, in Germany, they assassinated him. He wrote a book about it.
I promise you, if you continue.
Right. Paul Urban doesn't even believe about the King David Hotel lot. There we go.
July 22nd, 1946, the Irgun carried out the...
Has this got volume, is it?
Could be a little louder.
It's as loud as it goes.
infamous atrocity yet. Under Menachem Begin, this organization blew up the southwestern corner of the King David Hotel, a British headquarters that housed the military command branch of the Criminal Investigation Division, where many of the documents were held regarding their crimes and activities committed by the deadly Jewish organizations. And they accomplished this by dressing as Arabs and stuffing bombs in the basement of the building disguised as milk crates. 91 people lost their lives, 78 civilians and workers, and 13 British officers.
And there were pieces of reinforced concrete hanging down from the roof, several big pieces of it. And there were soldiers frantically digging in the stones in the floor. And there were people lying on the pavement, lying on the road. Everything rattling down. It was a dreadful experience. Worst part was when they got a body out of the rubble, because the smell was unbelievable. They came in through the office windows. We had to close them. And it is a smell that I shall never forget.
Because again, I had the child to think of and the other two, but I think really the next day the implications of it hit me, because we had everything so well planned out, and this sort of deep disappointment that none of this would happen, that it was just cut off, and I think it's not
very... You could have put things back, but a war is a war. It was a war. There were soldiers. I was a soldier. It wasn't meant to kill her husband, to kill the policy that her husband was implementing.
And I wonder how people could ever even think of doing things like that, even contemplate it. It doesn't bear thinking about, really.
Well, look for something else.
Yeah, play more of that Colonel lady speaking there.
The Colonel. Where's it gone? Yeah, where did it go?
I gotta find two things.
Yeah, where did we get to on it? Because we had to open it again.
Oh, put it around middle to the last third or something. You can skip over some of it. How long was it?
Appreciate
I mean,
that.
there is a renewed, you can see right now there's this renewed attack on people who are asking questions about this.
Storm rain jacket to turn into full
Ah,
winter
right.
water. So please, everyone, follow Colonel Towner Watkins on X. Really one of the and insights out there. Thank you so much, Colonel. Great to see you as always.
Thank you.
And also one of the people that she was talking about, someone who able to like debunk in real time, is our next guest, Jamie McIntyre. He's joining us in a little bit here, just right after the break, because he was like in real time debunking this about what was happening in
I got a Jamie McIntyre clip.
Australia. And so you cannot absolutely, you can't, it's hard to fight against that. The mainstream media tries to fight against people like Jamie McIntyre, Colonel Towner Watkins, and Max Blumenthal, and they are losing.
Yeah.
They are losing. So we've got more news to get to.
But first, Clayton's going to tell you about their skin.
And free U.S. shipping if you're not a bot, because in Australia, with paid actors.
Mr. Albanese of Australia a letter in which I gave him warning that the Australian government's policy was promoting and encouraging anti-Semitism in Australia. I wrote, "Your call for a Palestinian state pours fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorism. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets."
All right.
Anti-Semitism is...
So basically, Netanyahu is saying that Australia got what it deserved for not supporting his genocide. In God's words, we told you so. Okay, but not so fast. Last February, our friend of the show, Max Blumenthal at the Gray Zone, reported on an investigation that was already happening in Australia with paid actors carrying out anti-Semitic events, maybe the very same type of anti-Semitic events Netanyahu was just referencing. Watch.
There's a fascinating investigation taking place in Australia, and I think it will soon turn into some kind of cover-up. I tweeted about this a few days ago. Australian police are investigating whether, quote, overseas actors or individuals are paying local criminals to carry out anti-Semitic crimes in the country. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says anti-Semitic attacks are being, this is his words, perpetrated by people who don't have a particular issue, aren't motivated by an ideology, but are paid actors. He added, quote, "It's unclear who or where the payments are coming from."
Paid actors. Who could be paying these people? Jamie McIntyre is the chief editor of the Australian National Review, and he was out there debunking this almost immediately, a voice that we wanted to have here on the show. Jamie, welcome to the show. Great to see you.
Pleasure, Clayton.
Real pleasure to have you. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. Australian National Review always like to help people predict what's likely to happen. If it's the typical suspects that you'd have to, if you look into investigating any murder, and this is a mass murder, you got to go who has motive, who has past behavior, pattern of history, and who also has capability to do these things. So that puts about 95% of a particular state you've been talking about. So if you're a betting person, so we put up many challenges. We put up $1 million challenge very quickly that we bet this was the fake state created in 1948. Other people call Israel. And if it is Israel, this is what you'll look for. Of course, they will blame a Muslim or a Islamic terrorist, but they would not tell you that they fund Islamic terrorism and recruit Islamic terrorists, such as ISIS, etc., was created by this state.
Well, they've been funding Hamas 15 million a month. For how many years? How many years have they been funding Hamas 15 million a month? That's Netanyahu. And he's been sending the suitcases of money to Qatar for then Qatar to then give to Hamas. As Israel. And he openly says it. I've got the video where he openly says it, that they're funding Hamas 15 million. The IDF even supplied armed guards, obviously, because they're all armed, for voting in Hamas. And put armed guards on the polling stations.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I played the video. You know, we know that ISIS. Yeah, it's like the other ones. They're training the Somalis, and the Somalis have just shot loads of people as well, haven't they? And they've been training the Somali army, or not even an army, they're a faction, you know. And then you got HTS, Al Jilani, you know. You got Trump going, ISIS killed our American soldiers. ISIS killed our American soldiers yesterday. You've just had Al Jilani to the White House. You've just taken the massive ransom off of his head. You've denounced him now as not a terrorist. So you're saying he's not a terrorist because you've taken him out of his green uniform and his headband. You've shaved his beard and put him in a tailored suit and allowed him to the White House. I don't know how many times he's been to the White House. He's been to the number 10 Downing Street, and he's a designated terrorist. Al Qaeda, ISIS, yeah. I'll show you a photograph of HTS, the same soldiers that attacked the Americans, HTS soldiers, wearing their ISIS patches. Because that's who Al Jilani is. But they won't attack Israel, will they? Why won't they attack Israel? Why did Israel rush them off the battlefield and then rush them to hospital and patch them up and send them back out there again? Yeah. Same as the Mujahideen, you know, the Mujahideen in Afghan. Who was training them? SAS. Who was working with them? SAS. Another terrorists. But MI6 and, you know, the same as
Canadian government teaching Antifa now.
Yeah, you got Canada teaching Antifa, you know, taking George Soros' money. And it's not Bezos, it's the other one, isn't it? But I see Oracle, the one Fink, in it, Larry Fink, Oracle, fucking, they've crashed, completely crashed for some reason, you know.
Fink's the head of the WEF now, isn't he?
I'm not sure, but he's the one who's just brought up TikTok, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Let's check him out in the news. He's doing lots of stuff right now.
Yeah, Oracle shares, you know, that's Oracle, the big AI and everything like that. They've crashed. Then you've got Pegasus. Well, Trump's using Pegasus in America.
Yeah, he's the interim chair of the World Economic Forum right now.
Yeah.
And he bought TikTok, right?
But they're going bust. Or their shares on the stock exchange have completely crashed. It's like the big banking conglomerate in the United States. Trump reckons he's going to do interest rates, blah, blah, blah. He's made lots of money, blah, blah, blah. I'm a financier and blah, blah, blah. I should be on the board. I should be setting the interest rates for America, not you. I should be setting the interest rates for America. And they've come out and said, fuck off, Trump. You don't know what you're fucking talking about.
That'll get you shot.
Is he going to take the banking away? Is he going to take the usury away? I don't think so, because he'd be going against his people then, wouldn't he? You know, his lords and leaders.
I'd be really impressed because he hasn't done a hell of a lot yet.
Well, he'd be JFK, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's what JFK wanted. That's what Hitler had for 4 years. That's why they were so prosperous. Because they got rid of the Jewish banking. The same as Castro. He turned the state into like everybody had wealth. No interest. Shared the wealth amongst the people.
Yeah, Venezuela was good way back.
Yeah. Yeah, until it got psyoped. Yeah. Well, not a psyop, it got coup d'etat. I mean, it's a massive coup d'etat now, isn't it?
Yep.
Massive coup d'etat now. They want the gold, they want the oil, they want the minerals. All this crap about fentanyl and drugs is all crap. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Oh, yeah, they're doing big cocaine busts in Canada to show that they're on the drugs. We're really fighting drugs here in Canada. It won't stop one drop of fentanyl, but cocaine, yeah. It's just for show.
But do you want to watch a bit more of this, or should I put his actual real clip on?
Whichever you want.
I think he comes on speaking now anyway, I think.
Might be a completely different speech.
Yeah. It is a different speech because the other one I think was while it was happening, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. So it'll be maybe you should do that one first.
Yeah. Hold on. Minimize that a minute.
Live pans out with his interview.
Oh, where are you? Oh, completely off topic.
Okay.
Completely off topic. This is our government minister, this is.
I'm just here. It's Saturday afternoon. A peaceful protest outside of a Sainsbury's store here in central Birmingham. And it's 3:30 and the store has actually just shut as a result of the peaceful protest. That's about 4.5 hours worth of business that Sainsbury's is losing for supporting goods from the Israeli settlements, which are illegal under international law. So they're calling on Sainsbury's and all other stores to trade settlement goods that they stop doing so that they do not support people who have broken international law. There is huge response today, just here in central Birmingham. It's incredible to see, and the passion here of all of the people campaigning is incredible to see.
Yeah, so she's our in charge of our home office, yes.
Your home office is
yeah, she's on the bench. Is she deputy? Is she deputy prime minister now? Or, I can't remember what the fucking hell posting she got.
Just installed, eh?
Yeah, but she's like all for immigration.
Yeah, it looks like it. That's unfortunate.
So I think this is redacted it just about to have on.
Hi there, Jamie McIntyre here, the founder of Australian National View, ANR.news, your prior 24-hour news headlines. Unfortunately, we've heard the news, so many of you have now, that the massacre on Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, shocks a lot of people. It's designed to shock a lot of people. But as usual, fake news media will tell you a certain narrative and start blaming people who it is. My condolences, first of all, to all the family members that lost loved ones, and that's why it's so important that independent.
Maybe it ain't. I'll see what he's got to say anyway.
And citizen journalism exists to find out the real answers behind this to help stop attacks like this in the future. Now, most likely, without us knowing all the facts yet, Australian National Review will launch an investigation. But even before we have done much investigating, we're willing to put $1 million Australian dollars right here, right now.
Yeah,
We know who exactly is behind it. It's a fake state that's behind most terrorist attacks on the planet. But don't take our word for it. Let's just see if we can predict what they will do. If it's this fake state behind it, they will frame and blame, guess who? A Muslim or Islamic terrorist.
Yeah, who did?
And we already know they've done that. That's already been proven. Two, they'll come out with a narrative like it's another October 7th, and we must stand with this fake state against the evil of terrorism. Yet, this fake state is the creator of terrorism and the funder of terrorism and the funder of Islamic terrorism. Of course, they'll put out the name of someone who it is and show ID of it very quickly, like they always do. And the media will run with the narrative, and the media will run all about how it's anti-Semitic, and they'll trot out all these rabbis, etc., like Rabbi Shmuley, etc., and warning. We warned of these attacks as the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia is getting out of control. We warned this would happen, which translate means we knew it was going to happen because Israel planned to have it happen some weeks ago. Just like the person who's on the camera covered in blood had time, worried about his kids, he said, Jewish, just happened to survive October 7th. What's the coincidences of that? I mean, no mathematical chance of that happening. And only arrived in Australia 2 weeks ago from Israel, Jewish. And here to start a new life, he said. I bet you are. For Mossad, you lying wanker. Not staged as fire. You'll see the images I've already posted on Twitter, and you've probably seen them elsewhere, of him having time, covered in blood and face, lying on the ground, having time, though, to take a selfie in the middle of a massacre. And then he comes on camera, he's the person on camera, they've got him all bandaged up. That's strange, though. Usually when you bandage someone up, nurses or someone would generally wipe some of the blood off your face first, not just actually have it all smeared all over your face for drama. And he said he was just worried about his kids. So worried about his kids, he had time to take a selfie.
We got photographs of him in makeup.
Now, who takes a selfie when you're being shot at in all directions in the middle of a massacre? Only someone that's not too concerned about the massacre because they know it's not a massacre aimed at them. Now, of course, I feel sorry for the poor Jewish people because these fake Jewish imposters that run this fake state and control our fake governments and print fake money and control fake book don't like real Jewish people, don't like Muslim people, they don't like any people. Look, October 7th.
Yeah, I've got to think about the real Jews. You know, they've been doing Bondi Beach for 30 years. 30 years they've been holding that celebration on Bondi Beach, you know, but they don't shut down the beach. You know, obviously there's loads of other people there on Bondi Beach celebrating or enjoying Bondi Beach, you know. But you got to think of the Zionist entity. They just want to scaremonger Jews to move to Israel because they might be safer in Israel than they might be anywhere else in the world, you know. And it's been their trait since 1917 and beforehand. You know, even beforehand, the early 1900s, when 6 million Jews were going to perish. Way 30 odd years before Hitler was even thought about coming into power. There was already 6 million Jews who were going to perish.
Once they get all the Jews back, then they can conquer the world, you know.
Yeah.
Or live on top of the ashes or whatever.
Well, I have got a video about that when Netanyahu was actually saying it. But I'd have to find it. It'd take me a day or two to find the video because I saved that much bloody
live on its ashes.
No, they're talking about having one world government running Jerusalem, one world banking system running Jerusalem, and everything is controlled and worked from Jerusalem. World Economic Forum have been saying it for years, haven't they?
Yeah.
You'll own nothing and be happy. You won't even own your clothes, you'll lease them.
Out of the 1,100 Israelis killed on October 7th, guess who killed the large majority of them? It turned out to be independent investigations find out that it was Israel. At least for the Jewish.
Yep. Hannibal Directive. That was what killed most of the Jewish people.
Yep.
On October the 7th.
People, they warned them in September 11th before they bombed the shit out of the Twin Towers not to show up work that day, but that didn't stop them wanting to slaughter 3,000 Americans that day. What about the USS Liberty when Israel bombed and machine gunned 34 US Marines to death to start a war with Egypt, between Egypt and America? So America had to fight yet another war of Israel. Now, they've warned us they're going to be doing these attacks, and they've done these attacks, and there'll be more terrorist attacks done by Israel, just like there was in the past. Which fake state was behind Port Arthur massacre, Bali bombings, Christchurch massacre, Oklahoma bombings, Dunblane massacre? How do we know all this? Well, if you stop believing CNN and fake Jews media, you'll find out the answer. But if you left media or right faction media and you get played off between left and right, oh, it's Albanese responsible for this. Yes, he's a twat. But do you think voting in a right-wing government's going to save your ass from this? No. They play you left and right. We know who did this. We've got $1 million up. Prove us. But you'll find out if you don't know yet. Citizen journalism and independent media will soon flood the internet with all the interesting coincidences. But let's see. They take my word for it. As I said, they'll try and frame it as another October 7th. They'll frame it that we should stand with a fake state in the Middle East. They'll frame it that it was a evil Islamic terrorist, but not tell you that Israel funds Islamic terrorism to do terrorist activities, to frame and blame their enemies. And of course, they target a Jewish festival, a Jewish event, because that would be a clear motive for Israel. Because if we target the Jewish, we can blame you know who, and no one will think it's us. And of course, the Jewish spokesperson just happened to be there, blood painted over his face, taking selfies, bandaged up, never took any off, with massive drama effect, and just happened to survive October 7th, and just happened to arrive in Australia a few weeks ago, just after saying a few weeks ago, according to Jerusalem Post, that the anti-Semitism is rising too much in Australia. We suspect there will be a terrorist attack. There you have it. ANR.news.
Yeah, I think they want Albanese to step down there, don't they?
Yep. Yeah, they've been trying that in Canada, gun control, but it really hasn't been working. They never really have the gumption to do it. Police don't want to do it. Nobody really wants to do it. So
I think this is where Netanyahu got his script wrong.
ראינו את הרוע בשפלותו, וראינו גם גבורה יהודית בשיאה. אני ראיתי בדרך הנה סרטון
I saw here on the way a video of a Jew who pounces on one of the murderers. I think he went off script. I think they got the script wrong, didn't they? Takes the weapon from him.
Comedy for sure.
And saves who knows how many lives. He got the script wrong, didn't they? They went, oh, fuck it out, we've already said he's Syrian.
Jumped the gun there.
Yeah.
All right, Mrs. B. You guys, is the UK having conscription yet? You guys want to go to war with Russia, eh?
Well, they're saying it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Mm.
So we might be at war soon because we're Ukrainians. We're pro-Ukrainian here.
Yeah. There you go.
That's see us and U.S. and Canada are pro-Ukrainian. You guys are going to be pro-Russian or anti-Russian. So
What happened today in Palmyra, Syria? The attack on American troops in a terrorist operation carried out by one of the security commanders of the terrorist Al-Jilani regime is a result of the handshake with Trump and one of the consequences of legitimizing international terrorists. Give it a little more time, and Erdogan, using Qatari money, will build the largest jihadist army in the world on Syrian soil. You know, so you got Trump shaking hands with Al-Jilani, you know, the leader of HTS. You know, and then we go down to HTS. Says some of the HTS soldiers, and they're wearing the ISIS patches, you know.
Thank you, Obama.
They're literally wearing the ISIS patches, you know, and you got Trump done. Oh, poor Americans. Yeah, it's sad that they died, you know, but what the fucking hell are you putting them in there? I mean, they've actually got the convoy going in when they got attacked. But what are you actually putting them in there? But you're shaking hands with the leader of HTS and Jelani that you've just said is no longer a terrorist. And he's now the de facto leader of Syria.
What was he worth? 12 million?
Yeah. He had some massive. Trump took it off his head, didn't he?
Yep. Well, ISIS is Obama era.
Yeah. Let's go right down to the bottom and then scroll up from the bottom.
That was the Obama CIA creation.
Yeah. Yeah, Urban, you want to be careful coming to my channel, mate. You might get kicked out of America. Yeah, US announces 5 years of social media history to enter the country. IP addresses, phone numbers, email addresses in the last decade, biometric fingerprints, face, DNA, and iris scans. US announces 5 years of social media history required to enter the country. The proposal would affect travellers from countries on visa waiver program, including Austria, Britain, France, Germany, Israel, Japan, and South Korea. Among the proposal changes also include phone numbers and email addresses going back a decade, IP addresses, and even biometrics such as fingerprints, face, DNA, and iris scans when feasible. These additions stem from a January executive order targeting foreign terrorist threats. And then they got the article, starts with tourists, ends with a techno state dystopia for all in the name of security, of course. Yeah, that's Trump. All right, what we got MK Ultra, CIA's mind control, Operation Delirium, US military subject to harmful biological agents. Hi, Merry Christmas, Zara.
Hey, Zara.
Operation Fishbowl, reckless nuclear tests in upper atmosphere.
What was the biological thing?
US military subject to harmful biological agents. I'll click on them in a minute. NK Naomi, CIA's biological warfare research on civilians. Operation Chaos, CIA's illegal surveillance of anti-war Americans. Operation High Jump, military expedition masking possible Nazi cover-up. Operation Mockingbird, CIA's control over media for political manipulation. Operation Northwoods, US military plan to stage false flag attacks. Operation Paperclip, US protected Nazi war criminals for scientific gain. Project SEAL, secretive testing of underwater explosives. Operation Stargate, £20 million plus secret psychic warfare program. Operation Popeye, manipulation of weather during the Vietnam War. Project Artichoke, turning unsuspecting people into programmable agents. So which one do we want to have? That's CIA's biological warfare. Research on civilians.
And AIDS is really going through those populations. And it's really doing a number. Blacks, Hispanic. And AIDS is really going through those populations.
Bill Hicks.
Doing a number. Blacks, Hispanics, and homosexuals. Well, this isn't a theory. I actually saw this in documents. And the AIDS, whatever causes AIDS, whatever that turns out to be, according to those documents, was developed at Fort Detrick, Maryland, under a CIA project called MK Naomi. It was financed by $10 million for the Department of the Army's biological warfare programs. It was carried out, supervised by the CIA, carried out by scientists who worked for the Special Operations Division of the Department of Defense.
I'll get to in some of the latest slides how this disease, which we surmised early on, started off in the male homosexual population in this country. Not that there was anything intrinsically different or wrong or what have you about homosexuality. It was very simple. It's straightforward epidemiology. You take an infectious agent and you introduce it into a population in which the spread among those individuals, if it's sexual contact spread, it's a perfect setup to spread. In any event, what we had was a concentration of cases, as you'll see here, in the New York metropolitan area, New York City and New Jersey, and in Los Angeles. Take an infectious agent and you introduce it into a population.
It was the drugs that killed the AIDS patients, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He started out.
No. Oh. Says US military subject to harmful biological agents. There you go. So Operation Delirium, US Army's chemical tests on its own troops. Forget enemy spies. In the heart of the Cold War, the most dangerous guinea pigs were American soldiers. Under a top secret program run by the US Army Chemical Corps, Operation Delirium unleashed a terrifying arsenal of psychological chemical weapons on unsuspecting servicemen to see how easily the human mind could be broken. Centered at Maryland's Edgewood Arsenal, Operation Delirium was a life horror show. From the 1950s through to the 1970s, thousands of volunteers were exposed to a witch's brew of toxic substances, including potent anticholinergic drugs like BZ. Here's how soldiers were turned into lab rats. Total disorientation. Men forget who they are, where they were, or how to perform simple tasks like taking on a radio. Vivid hallucinations. They would report seeing ghosts trying to climb up their own legs or holding conversations with people who weren't there. So that's the American government.
Dr. Ewan Cameron was president of the American and Canadian Psychiatric Associations. He ran the Allen Memorial Institute, which was founded in 1943 with funds from the Rockefeller Foundation. Nazi paperclip scientists made their way into the CIA in military-sponsored mind control programs here in the United States and Canada. Some of these scientists were friends of Dr. Cameron. Money for Dr. Cameron's operation came from the CIA and was funneled through the Cornell Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology. The systematic annihilation or depatterning of a subject's mind and memory was accomplished with overdoses of LSD, barbiturate sleep for 65 days,
poor kitty.
and electroshock therapy at 75 times the recommended dosage. Psychic driving, the repetition of a recorded message for 24 hours a day, programmed the empty mind. The Canadian government settled a class action lawsuit by 250 former patients of Dr. Cameron decades later, but no person or institution has ever been disciplined or punished for these activities.
I wonder how much the class action costs were.
Years old in 1963,
Don't know.
when Dr. Cameron treated her for mild postpartum depression.
I did that testing pretty close to where I live right now.
Yeah.
80 days of drug-induced sleep and emerged completely depatterned, essentially like a newborn, totally incontinent, unable to state her name or recognize her husband and children. She had to relearn how to drive, cook, read, and use a toilet. Eventually, unlike many of Dr. Cameron's patients, she made a fairly complete recovery. Dr. Cameron was the psychiatrist of the 20th century. He had studied Nazi scientists at the Nuremberg trials and later replicated many of their methods and sought their assistance in the race to control the human mind. Dr. Cameron's mind control experiments were one program out of many programs run by the CIA, Navy, Air Force, Army, and others. Although many parallel programs were occurring in the United States, none of them were ever discovered or prosecuted. These programs were run by Dr. Morse Allen, Dr. Earl Wilson Green, Dr. Martin T. Orr, Dr. Stephen Aldrich, Dr. James Hamilton, and others. These American and foreign-born programmers were supervised by Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, who was in turn supervised by Richard Helms and the director of the CIA, Allen Dulles.
For patients with delirium in intensive care, the antipsychotic medication haloperidol is often used. Evidence supporting its use is limited. A new study examined whether haloperidol was associated with improved clinical outcomes among patients in the ICU with delirium. In this multi-center blinded randomized placebo-controlled trial, 1,000 adult patients were assigned to receive 2.5 milligrams of haloperidol or 0.5 milliliters of isotonic saline 3 times a day for as long as they had delirium. Additional haloperidol or placebo were allowed as needed, as were rescue medications for uncontrollable delirium. The primary outcome was the number of days alive and out of the hospital at 90 days after randomization. At 90 days, the haloperidol group had a mean of 35.8 days alive and out of the hospital, while the placebo group had 32.9, a difference that was not statistically significant. Mortality at 90 days was 30.
Urban, are you having a bubble or what? Everything you've shown tonight has been pure speculation. What? But Donald Trump signing in that you got to have 5 years worth of your data. That's speculation, is it? Donald Trump shaking hands with Al-Jilani. Donald Trump taking away the ransom that was on Al-Jilani's head. That's speculation, is it? Guy in makeup, that's speculation. What I'm showing now, even though the Canadian government has already paid out all the money to the people that went through the trials. Max knows about the trials because he lives not far away from where the place was. But in your eyes, it's all speculation. Exactly, Mrs. B. All speculation. Urban. He's got these blinkers on. He's stuck behind those blinkers, and all it sees at the end of it is big golden. Instead of an orange man, he sees a big golden trumper. And he gets down every night, at least 4 times a day, and he prays to Trump. And in his eyes, Trump can't do no wrong. But he's sacrificing you, Urban. It's sold out to Israel, completely controlled by Israel. Completely controlled by Israel. The whole country is completely controlled by Israel. Why is there so many people speaking out about it? Why is there so many Republicans speaking out against Trump? Why is there so many photographs of Trump and Epstein? Trump and the survivors. The survivors of Epstein's disgusting practices. Yeah, I got a link. So I'm guessing because you've never heard of all these operations, that's why you think they're false, is it? Yeah, you're as bad as fucking Jupiter. Yeah, Jupiter thought when I said Ashkenazi, she thought I was being fucking racist. You can't come on my panel and say Nazi. No, Jupiter, I said Ashkenazi. Ashkenazi Jews. Get off. Don't come on my panel saying Nazi.
What was that?
I said you're as bad as fucking Jupiter.
Can't call you a Nazi. I wouldn't say you
No,
were
no, Jupiter. I went I went on to Jupiter's panel. I was talking about Ashkenazis. Yeah?
Yeah.
And straight away she jumped on you can't fucking come on my panel and start fucking going on about Nazis. I said, I'm not. I'm talking about Ashkenazi Jews. You can't call the Jews Nazis. I said, no, they're Ashkenazi Jews, European Jews. Ashkenazi got kicked off the fucking panel. She's never heard of fucking Ashkenazi Jew.
Yeah, all right, that's Jupiter though. I'm not Jupiter, so I've got a couple of questions.
Right, go on then.
So just walk me through this a minute because I'm spotting a couple of conflicting things here. So we all know that there's some kind of agenda with like flooding Europe with Muslims, right?
Yeah, we know that. We know that Israel are paying. Yeah. We know that Israel are paying for it. We know that Israel aid. We know the NGOs. We know George Soros is funding it.
Yeah, okay. Right. Okay.
Right.
So
We know that Barbara Specter said that we've got to have the multiculturalism.
okay.
Right?
Okay.
She said,
Right.
she,
So
she said she's got to flood the European and the Western world with Muslims and coloureds and dilute the
yeah, I know what you're
dilute
talking
the white
about.
person, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That woman who said all that. I know that.
Yeah.
Is she a member of Israel's parliament at the moment, or the Knesset at the moment?
She's Jewish.
Yeah, but is she part of the government?
No, she's part of a government and a non-governmental organization.
Okay, right. So let's just say everything you've just said is true. How do these false flags fit in with like that agenda? Because
The false flags, right? The false flags, they fit in with the agenda because, right? I mean, from the early inception of Israel, yeah. So from the original Balfour Declaration, yeah,
Yep.
right? They wanted to force Jews to move to Israel.
Yeah. Okay. But
Oi, People Channel, Shuffling, big up.
Big up yourself.
Right, so they wanted to force Jews to move to Israel, right?
Okay.
This was way before Hitler came to power, right? Now, when they started moving, yeah. Now the Jewish blew up 2 ships that were heading towards Palestine, right? Ready to land on the shores of Palestine, ready to get their Palestinian passports, because that's what they got, the same as Goldie Meir, you know, the second leader of Israel, or the third leader of Israel, Goldie Meir. She had a Palestinian passport, yeah, because there was no state of Israel back then, because they hadn't done 1948 and they hadn't done the state of Israel. So when Goldie Meir and when David Ben-Gurion, when they all went to Palestine, they got Palestinian passports. Yeah.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Let me just ask you this: like, with the current plan of flooding Europe, which is happening a lot more now, surely they would want to do it a little bit more secretly. Like, what would be the point of sending in people who are false flags, pretending they're Muslims, and then doing terrorist attacks? Because surely that would turn the population against these people, which would be counterproductive to their secret plan of. Do you get what I'm saying?
Because like you believe, right? Now, Israel is very good at its psyops. Israel has been carrying out psyops. The Zionists, yeah, have carried out psyops right from the very, very beginning. That's what I'm telling you, right? Right from the very, very, even Ben-Gurion, right? Ben-Gurion he called it the lever, yeah? So let's let the Jews get persecuted. Let them get persecuted in Auschwitz, Dachau, yeah, all the camps. Let that, and then we'll milk it and we'll use it as a lever. We won't say about all the millions that we killed. Yeah, we won't say that we already had the massive in Russia. They were given a massive, great big piece of land. Yeah. They've still got that massive, great big piece of land in Russia now, which is a Jewish state within Russia. They already had that, yeah. When Herzl, before Herzl died, he thought that all the Jews were going to go to Uganda. He didn't realize that they were going to go to Israel, because that was Zevi's plan and Ben-Gurion's plan. And I can show you evidence of that. I can show you evidence of Ben-Gurion, what he stated. Yeah, they stated that the Palestinians were the true Jews, the true descendants of the Judeans. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all well and good, but I'm talking about now, like the last 10 years of all this mass flood of things. Surely a better plan would be to do it secretly and not piss off the natives by sending in false flags to do.
Well, then what we do, then what we'll do then,
wait.
yeah, because
Wait,
then
let me
what we
finish.
do,
Oh, Skylar, it's so impossible to get my point across. Surely, the worst, if they're trying to flood us with Muslims, it would be counterproductive for them to turn everyone against the Muslims who they're trying to flood us with by getting them to do terrorist attacks. Because then we would be pissed off with them and say, fuck off, you know, which
because
we're seeing now.
Israel have done it from day dot. Israel have done it. They've got the UK to fight wars on their behalf. They've got America to fight wars on their behalf.
These people are the highest IQ people on the planet, yet they're pulling off a shitty plan by turning the nations that they're trying to flood with Muslims against Muslims, because once they start doing these false flags, the nations...
Right, in Canada, you got the JIAS, yeah? Ezra Levant's ex-wife, yeah? We all know Ezra Levant. We all know Tommy Robinson and Ezra Levant, yeah? Right? So you got the JIAS, yeah? Right? Now the JIAS fund Muslims to come to Canada. Fund Muslims, put them up in hotels and fund them, and then find them houses, yeah, to move to Canada. They set up sex shops. They set up massage parlors, etc., etc. Yeah. Three were raided shortly after Tommy left Canada. Yeah. 3 Muslim massage parlors, yeah, where Tommy spent the night in one of them. Yeah, they were all raided, right? Now,
but them people
they're funded by the JIAS, yeah, to move to Canada.
They're left wing, right?
Then you've got Ezra going. You get the Muslims go to the school during the school holidays, smash the windows, throw petrol bombs into the schools, and you've only got one reporter, and that's Ezra Levant standing there recording these Muslims smashing this Christian school up in Canada, yeah, setting fire to it, yeah, and you've got Ezra Levant going, the Muslims, but you do a little bit of digging, and you find that Ezra's fully in bed with the JIAS, which funds them to go to Canada in the first place. Now you've got a Canadian on the panel that will back me up on it.
Okay, yeah, all of that, yeah, take that into consideration. What would be the point of them doing that?
I can answer that. It does multiple things. For one thing, they don't like Christians or Muslims, so it gets them to fight. And number two, it drives the Israelis out of there because it is bad for them.
Okay, I don't think I'm articulating.
What's World War II? World War II was all about killing Christians. All about destroying.
Yeah, I know, right, but
Christian Germany, Christian Europe, Judea declares war on Germany. Great Britain's got to fight the war. Great Britain lost all its wealth. Where have we got another urban?
In there, to be honest with you, yeah, something weird. Just can you hear me?
Yeah, I just removed the other one of you.
Yeah, I got kicked out and then came back in, and then there was 2 of me. No, so my point is, right, surely what would be the point of doing these false flags if it's going to turn the people against the people who they're trying to flood the countries with? What would be the point of them doing that? It's counterproductive to the plan.
It is counterproductive because all their plans are wide open. We've got the big wide web, yeah, which they want to get us all off the big wide web, yeah. They want to get us off that because that's too knowledgeable. They wanted us out of the pubs because we could all go to the pub in an evening, right, and we could all have a private conversation. So they forced us out of the pubs and they put us on the internet. Now we're on the internet, but the internet is the big wide web. We can find every single bit of history, dig up history, dig up stories, dig up facts, dig up the truth, dig up everything, and find what's behind this and what's behind that. You can find all the paintings of the convid. You can find, you can find every single bit of history, yeah, that we're lied, that have been lied to us all our lives. Yeah, you've been completely indoctrinated.
I've not.
All your life.
I'm just logically. I'm thinking about this logically, like
Jews hate Christians more than they hate Muslims.
Okay, but
right?
that doesn't answer
Look
the
at
question.
every Christian. Look at every Christian church in Palestine. Pugum, bombed, gone.
Yeah, but that's
right?
not answering the question. Address my question, right? So look at it in this way. You've got. Let's just go with your theory that you got an Israeli government who are flooding our borders with Muslims. Yeah,
Zionists.
right?
Yeah.
Whoever's doing it, I don't know who's doing it, but let's go with your theory. Yeah.
Well, it's not the Jews; it's the Zionists, and the Zionists aren't Jews.
So it's not the Israeli government. You're saying it's not
the Israeli. It's the Israeli government. Yeah.
Okay, so
but they're not Jewish, are they? They're not
George Soros Open Border Society too.
Okay,
yeah.
well, just go walk with me here for a minute, man. So they're flooding our countries, our Western countries, our Western Christian countries with Muslims. But then, on the other hand, they're sending in these psyops who are Muslims to carry out terrorist attacks like we see in Bondi Beach, which if they do that, it's going to turn the people against the people who they're trying to flood the countries with. So it's a flawed plan that they're doing.
Right, they've sacrificed the Jewish. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They've sacrificed the Jew, the Zionists have sacrificed the Jew from day dot. From
it doesn't make sense, though. It doesn't make sense
from
right,
the inception of Israel.
Wouldn't it be more beneficial to do it
been...
by keeping everything kind of low key rather than sending in terrorists to piss off the natives against the people they're trying to flood the natives with? It doesn't make sense. Like sending in psyops to piss people off against Muslims doesn't help their plan of flooding the countries and us.
Have you not heard of the Lavon affair? The Lavon affair, 1950, right? Yeah,
I'm talking about nowadays. Now,
but I'm telling you about the inception of Israel. Yeah, the Lavon affair. They killed hundreds and hundreds of Jews. Yeah, to get them to flee from Egypt because they were living in Egypt. Their businesses in Egypt. Yeah, they were quite comfortable. But hang on, we'll get the Muslims. We'll have the fake Muslims. Yeah. So we'll
Max, can you understand my reasoning here?
No, because you've got blinkers on. You're not listening to what people. It's been done. It's been done. For exactly, Mrs. B.
Yeah, but they don't care if we get upset. They don't care if the Muslims get upset.
But that's counterproductive to the plan that you're presenting.
Rabbi David Tutu.
People think
Islam is the broom of Israel. Islam is the broom of Israel
for a long time, but the government's done nothing about it.
People en masse are waking up to Muslim Islamic political Islam being a bad idea in their countries, right? People are waking up. That doesn't help the theory that you're suggesting. Do you get what I'm saying? The way that they would be able to do it is by doing it secretly and keeping it all cushy rather than.
They can't do it secretly because they've got to say the loud part out. They got to say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah,
and they say it out loud and they boast about it. They boast about it.
Sending in Muslims to do these psyops that you're suggesting, especially with like this Bondi Beach thing.
Have you not heard of order out of chaos?
It would never help their plan. It just
have you not heard of order out of chaos
against the people who they're trying to flood us with? Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? A better way for them to do it.
Do you think they want us to get along with the people that are coming in?
I would have thought so. So then it could be
Well,
low
then why do you
key
have
and
no-go
through the back
zones?
door.
Why do you have no-go
Sending-
zones for the police?
Sending in a load
That's
of
not getting
Muslims
along.
to do terrorist attacks ain't
Is it?
exactly going to help their cause, is it?
Hold on. Now tell me, are they getting along there?
Of course not.
Well, couldn't the police have done something about it by now?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. So no, I agree with you. Something's
So, they're using basic order out of chaos, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't help. That doesn't, the way that you're suggesting they're doing it doesn't help their plan in any way, shape, or form.
Why not? It gets people fighting. That's what they want.
Yeah, but they don't want us to fight with the people they're trying to flood us with, surely.
They do.
That's counterproductive.
Yes,
to the
they
plan.
do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be having no-go zones.
Explain to me how that makes logical sense, though. Logical sense would be, let's get on with them, make us think that, it's great. It's lovely having all these people coming in.
What's the situation like right now in the UK?
To start killing her.
What's the situation like in the UK right now with the migrants and the native population?
Everyone's waking up and saying this is a bad fucking idea. Get them out.
Okay. Which
is very fucking counterproductive to the plan that you're suggesting is taking place.
Are they getting them out?
Orchestrated by the Israeli government. Like,
are they getting them out?
No,
daily.
But that's I believe that because of the way I've just presented of it, tells you it's not actually the Jews doing it. Like, I think there's way more evidence, Muslim Islamic scriptures that suggest that from the day of inception, there's been a global caliphate. Why don't?
Well, it's easy to talk the Muslims into something like this, like moving to another country. Yeah, because they have to spread their teachings.
Yeah, but that's the idea of Muslims anyway, of Islam anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why can't it just be?
And they'll do that by the word or the sword, whichever.
What would make you think that it isn't an Islamic takeover orchestrated by Islamic countries? Or even Russia and China, who are sitting back saying, yeah, this is fucking great. They're done for. The West is done for. We're going to fucking clear up after this.
Yeah, you can't ration with radical Islam, like the Brotherhood. That's their total goal. They'll lie to you. They'll cheat. They'll send people in smiling with thank yous and all that.
Exactly. But, so why can't that be the reason behind it? It has to be something that makes totally no logical sense. Because sending in...
it is that, but they're being funded by Jewish people.
Israel isn't a monolith when it comes to their politics. You've got self-hating fucking Jews who...
Zionists, really, not Jews.
It's not Jews, it's Zionists.
Yeah.
Watch, right?
Just doesn't make logical sense to me when it comes to what makes logic.
In Jewish interest, it's in humanity's interest that whites experience a genocide. Until white children are burned alive, white women raped, mutilated, murdered, and all white men who have not been slaughtered watch powerlessly as their people are terrorized. Only then will mankind be on a more equal footing, ready to discuss white privilege and the apparent chip on the shoulder that minorities have. Rabbi Ishmael Levitz.
Okay, who is this dude? Is he just some nutter? Because of course...
Well, they're all nutters.
All of them.
All the Zionists.
These people you're showing me, do they hold any place of power within the Knesset? Or are they just batty people? Because we all have batty people.
Have you got your screen on?
Yeah.
Right, watch and learn.
On parle de l'homme enceint. On nous parle du transgenre. On nous dit que l'identité sexuelle n'est pas innée, mais elle s'acquiert. Donc, ce n'est pas du tout le fruit du hasard. On retrouve toujours cette obsession égalitariste, ce fanatisme égalitaire qui entend anéantir, détruire toute différence à raser toute spécificité, tout particularisme, toute tradition chez les êtres humains. Mais quand tout sera détruit, qu'est-ce qu'il restera? Eh bien, il restera les Juifs, qui eux auront conservé leur spécificité, leur culture, leur tradition, et qui seront, paraît-il, à ce moment-là, selon eux, reconnus par tout le monde comme le peuple élu.
Like, you think about it, every other country, right? Every other country has got to take in all this multiculturalism, right? Every other country has got to adopt all this trans ideology. Yeah, every country has got to adopt it. Yeah,
Israel
I
is
mean,
as well, though.
but Israel is because it's in their Torah. All the these weird things that are in the Torah, yeah, is what is being forced on the Western world. Yeah, so all your not your pronouns, your bloody what do they call it? Where they're, you know, they're non-binary, they're binary, they're this, they're that. You know, they're trans.
GQ plus whatever.
Yeah, all the alphabet gang. That's all in the Torah. There's 8 of them in the Torah. I can't think what they're called now. Well, all these weirdos are going around saying that they're fucking cats or they're dogs or they're this and they're that. It's all in the Torah. You know, it's all in their Torah. I can't remember the exact words for the fucking what it's called now.
Can I just reply to something in your chat? Someone says this plan is 100 years old.
There you got the
Quran that calls for this is like 1400 years old, and the plan has never changed.
You got the Kalergi plan. The Kalergi plan was the Jewish plan. That's what we're talking about, right?
I know. But this false flag with sending
Jews and Muslims and Christians lived together for years. It was the Jews that caused the stink. It was the Jews that were kicked out of 109 countries, was it? It was Jews that were kicked out because they were the ones poisoning the wells. They were the ones that were coin clipping. Yeah, it was them, right? And then the Zionists, that wanted Israel as their land. Yeah, even though it wasn't their promised land, because it's in the Bible, it's not their promised land no more, right? The Zionists used the Jews as their lever, as their weapon. Let the Jews suffer, so they moved to Israel. Now, at the beginning of the inception of Israel, they only wanted young men, so that the young men could serve in the Haganah, the Lehi, and the third one. I can't remember what the third one is. I put it in my screenshot. They want each other's throats so they can introduce aggressive police military control.
Hold up, Smiler.
Your argument works both ways. Why would
can I make a point? Can I make a point?
Yeah, I agree.
Make a quick point? When you finish, can I make a quick point?
Yeah.
Right, so we got places like the Philippines. We got places like Thailand. We got places like Burma. On every border that's a non-majority Muslim country that shares a country with an Islamic country, there's fucking squabbles, mate. You know, you can't say Islam isn't a fucking problem. You can't just say, oh, it's the Jews fucking making us do this, because they're doing it in places that has no Jewish populations either. There ain't many attacks going on in the same fucking frequency. And I don't understand why, like...
Right, Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Who's doing the attacks in Nigeria? Rwanda. Who was doing the attacks in Rwanda? Who was funding it? Who supplied all the machetes for Rwanda?
Machetes? There's the Fulani tribes, man.
Yeah, who supplied it all? Who supplied it all? Who supplied it all so that they fought?
What about Sudan, where it's fucking the Emiratis funding?
Yeah, I can show you. I can show you.
The Jews ain't funding that one. Wherever there's Islam, there is problems. And
I can show you over and over and over and over again.
It's 1400
Who's
years.
training the Somali? Who's training the Somalis at the moment? The Somali, whatever they're called. Who's Al Jalani? Who's let Al Jalani off the hook? Who's allowing Al Jalani and the HTS to behead loads of Christians, loads of Druze, not Jews.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there with Trump. I don't understand it, but there must be some reason why he's brought him on side. I think it's because he's trying to get the Abraham.
Because they want Israel to expand to the Greater Israel Project.
Oh, we've done this before, though. That's been debunked.
It isn't debunked.
It is debunked because
Netanyahu stated it himself.
Killer. I know you showed me a video where it's like 3 videos cut into one as your proof.
Didn't show you 3 videos cut into one. I showed you 3 different videos.
It was a guy opening up a box and saying, "Look at this," and then it didn't actually show what was on it. It just went straight to some other map that was about trade routes. If you had have shown me the guy opening the box and pulling out a document that said, "Oh, look, here's the Greater Israel plans," I might take it as a solid piece of evidence, but it wasn't. It was like 3 videos.
It wasn't 3 videos. It was 1 video in Netanyahu's office.
No, it weren't. It didn't show the thing that got pulled out of the box. If you had to show me the thing that got put out of the box and said, "Look, this is where we're going to take over. This is going to be our land," then I might take it as evidence.
نحن هي مبادئنا. نحن نحارب الكفر يعني هي الصدق والأمان.
What the fuck's that?
نحن صار فينا يعني نحن
So another question you might be able to clear up because you didn't clear that last one up respectfully.
إلا في حروب يعني مثلا مع سوريا مع حزب الله مع مثلا نحن هي مبادئنا. نحن نحارب الكفر يعني هي الصدق والأمان. نحن صار فينا يعني نحن يعني غيروا من أمورنا ومن طريقنا ومن مشوارنا. إنه مثلا هلا إسرائيل تعطينا العون لأنه كونها هي إلى في حروب يعني مثلا مع سوريا مع حزب الله مع مثلا أمريكا.
No, he's Al Qaeda. He's Al Qaeda. He's HTS. He's Al Jalani, and he's talking about the funding that Israel are giving them. Yeah, they were used by America, but now they're being funded. Yeah, it's all during the Syrian overtake, getting rid of Assad, and now you've got Jalani. This is all recent. Yeah.
غيرت مثلا تعاطفت. نحن قلت لك نحن كنا فصيل واحد. نحن بالأساس فصيل واحد. بس في داعش استخدموها لأمور سياسية يعني حرفوها عن مبادئنا نحن. يعني صار يستخدموها مثل ما بده الدول الكبرى والعظمى وأمريكا وكذا يستخدموها حسب مصالحهم. حتى أكثر قادتها هي استخبارات يعني اللي كشفوه واتضح لنا. فنحن جبهة النصرة هذا هو كان طريقنا وهن كانوا معنا مؤيدين لهذا الطريق. نحن كقاعدة مصر هذا هدفنا. نحن إنه إسقاط الأنظمة الدكتاتورية والأنظمة الطاغية والأنظمة المرتدة ونسوي فتوحات كما سوى خالد بن الوليد في السابق. نسوي في الوطن العربي وننتقل إلى أوروبا.
How is the relation between you and the United States? Is the United States supporting the rebels?
لا تدعم يعني نحن الولايات المتحدة رضانا عليها ما كما يجب. هلا هي تدعم الدول اللي دعمتنا، يعني عندها ارضاء يعني انه، ولكن هي دعم مباشر. نحن لازم تعطينا مثلا اسلحه متطوره اكثر من هيك. كسبنا المعارك نحن في الصواريخ، هي التاول يعطونا اياها. نحن يعني اخذنا استراتيجيه جيده مع النظام، يعني صار عندنا توازي. لان نحن يعني الدبابات اللي اجتنا من ليبيا، دبابات عن طريق تركيا، اجتنا بامبيات، ويعني كان النظام متفوق علينا في الطيران وفي الصواريخ في الراجمات. نحن غنمنا قسم من النظام واجانا قسم الاكبر من الخارج، ولكن بالنسبه للصواريخ التاوي الامريكيه هي اللي خلتنا يعني انه نسيطر على بعض المناطق.
They gave it to whom?
صواريخ التاوي مين عطوا واحدة وصلت عندكم عن طريق الجيش الحر أخذوا عنها؟
لا، هي اجت لنا مباشره، يعني عملوا بدوا تصيل انه على اساس هذا الجيش. نحن كانوا عندنا ضباط، لان نحن منقطع الطريق وتحاصلت، كان نحن عندنا ضباط اتراك، قطريين، سعوديين، في اسرائيليين، في امريكيين.
Doing what?
خبراء بالنسبه للتوجيه الاقمار الصناعيه، للمحطات البث، للصواريخ، للاستطلاع.
Also American advisors.
كاميرات الرصد هي الحراريه.
كان في امريكان بيناتهم؟
في من عده جنسيات.
Also American.
كان في امريكان؟
الامريكان اللي نحن لا واقفين معنا، الامريكان واقفين معنا، مو بشكل يعني نحن يعني كما يجب. يعني نحن كان يجينا مره مثلا قال لكم تاخذوا الفوج ال47،
هو
اجانا من السعوديه عليه 500 مليون. اخذنا على كليه الموشاة تبع المسلميه من سنتين. اجانا من الكويت تبرع 1.5 مليون دينار. من السعوديه اجانا 5 ملايين دولار.
From the government or from private people?
حكومات.
The fight is very, very, very hard. And the regime is strong. The regime is supported by Russia.
احنا تم نقاتل حتى نسقطه له، نقاتل روسيا ونقاتل الغرب، لان الغرب ما عم توقف معنا. الغرب عم ترسل لنا مجاهدين وتسهل لهم العبور الينا. لماذا لم تدعمنا؟ نحن يوجد عندنا مجاهدين كثر، في من المانيا، في من فرنسا، في من بريطانيا، في من امريكا، في من كل الدول.
Do you have in Jabal al-Nusra here in Aleppo also mujahideen from Europe?
كثير.
How many? How many?
كثير.
You don't accept in an interim government, you don't accept somebody from the regime like Bashar al-Assad.
نحن لا نقبل لا بالنظام ولا في جيش الحر هذا اللي يسووه معتدل. نحن هدفنا أن نسقط النظام ونقيم دولة إسلامية.
Who are they funded by?
نحن جزء من تنظيم القاعدة.
أبو شاعر.
Hold up, I was on mute. So, what makes his testimony valid?
What makes his testimony valid?
Yeah.
That's
Who's the guy
very
interviewing him?
valid.
Who's the guy interviewing him? Is there any background on the guy?
That's what makes his testimony valid. Because that man there, Al Jilani, Al Qaeda, ISIS, terrorist, yeah, is shaking hands with Donald Trump. Yeah, the same man that they're funding. Britain's funding him. Everybody's funding him.
Did he topple the Assad regime?
And why did they want a coup d'etat on the Assad regime?
Because the Assad regime was backed by Russia.
And why did they topple it? What did they want? They wanted the land. No, so
yeah, they wanted bases.
Israel has taken land. Yeah, Israel is allowed to have the land. right? You know?
Yeah, because Israel were an ally of America, so it makes sense to have the people who toppled the people who were backed by the enemy, i.e., Russia, to then have the person who did that on side. It's a game of chess, isn't it? Like America have a lot to benefit from having the person who toppled the Assad regime on their side, if not for anything else, and up yours to fucking Russia. It's how
but then cry and then come on and go, oh my God, 2 Americans have died in Syria. They've died.
And that was ISIS who did that, isn't it? Al Jilani's like Al Qaeda, isn't he?
ISIS, yeah.
No, Al Qaeda.
HTS, Al Qaeda is all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same.
No, I think Al Qaeda and ISIS are against each other.
No, HTS. I've just shown you HTS wearing the ISIS patches. There you go.
Yeah,
that's
but
HTS, that's HTS in. That's who Al Jilani. That's his troops. That's his soldiers. Yeah, and they're wearing their ISIS patches. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I thought Al Jilani was Al Qaeda.
HTS is ISIS as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Why,
but
why don't they attack Israel? Because they're greatly funded by Israel.
What? Sorry, why don't who attack Israel?
Al Qaeda.
Al Qaeda, because
HTS.
Al Qaeda. I'll tell you why. Because Al Qaeda toppled the Assad regime, which is an enemy of
with the help of America. With the help of America. With the help of America. Great Britain. With the help of America, Great Britain.
No, but what I just said, does that make sense to you?
No.
Israel are an ally of America.
Right. Anybody.
They toppled
Assad was against
an enemy of America.
Assad was against Israel. Venezuela was against Israel. Look what's happening in Venezuela at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because they're flooding our streets, right? With fucking
Hitler was against the Jew. Yeah. Because of the corruption, because of the prostitution, because of the trans.
I'm just giving you the reason to your question, the answer to your question.
I'm giving you history. You're not listening to history. Oi, Genghis.
But listen,
you're not listening to history. You're not listening to history. But you've got to go. You can't put blinkers on and go, oh, I'm only going to look at the last 12 months. I'm only going to look at the last 2 years.
Okay, wait
a minute. You've got to look at historic.
Wait a minute.
From history
you just asked me a
today.
question. You just asked me a question. I'm giving you my answer to your question. Tell me if my question makes sense or not. So, very easily, right? Assad was toppled by Jilani. Assad was backed by Russia.
There's your hero there, look.
Is an enemy.
There's your hero there, look, standing with the girls that were groomed by Epstein.
You're not answering my question. You asked me a question. I'm giving you. Tell me if it makes sense. So now Assad has been toppled by Jilani, who is an enemy of America. So America are now backing Jilani. America are allies with Israel. So because now Jilani
because they're now fighting another war. They're now fighting another war for Israel.
Okay.
They're now fighting another war for Israel.
Who will? Jilani?
Yeah, Jilani's fighting another war. America's supplying them the weapons because they're fighting another war for Israel.
Okay, so your question was, why does Jilani not attack Israel? Because Jilani now has the backing of America, so they can't attack Israel because if they attack Israel,
they've had the backing from Israel from year dot. They've had the backing from America and Great Britain from the year dot.
Who? Assad's regime?
No, Assad's regime was against Israel.
Exactly, and he toppled the regime, Assad's a regime that was against Israel and also against America. So America is now backing him, and because Israel are a fucking ally of America, he can't attack Israel. So that's why they're not attacking Israel anymore.
Well, they never did.
Makes sense?
They never have done.
Logical, isn't it?
They never have done.
No, they never did.
Who never did?
Any of the ISIS or none of the terrorist groups ever attacked Israel.
From Assad? Well, Assad's regime never attacked Israel. That's because they were smart.
No, the terrorists
get bombed to shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Might is right. Well, might isn't always right, but they were more smarter. They came from the more smarter fucking viewpoint.
Well, they had Russia back,
right? And then they won't get fucking bombed the shit out.
They had Russia back. So
yeah, but Russia doesn't want it either. Russia doesn't want the smoke with America.
Russia steps in all the time.
Russia's just they're just a proxy of Russia. Russia don't give a shit about them.
Well, they're all proxies. Yeah.
13th of November.
And now
13th of November.
Now Giuliani is a proxy of America. That's why.
Have you heard of the Oxford Union?
Yeah, of course. I watch the Oxford Union all the time.
Okay, so week 5 they had a debate, yeah? And in their debate, what do you think their debate was, right? The House believes Israel is a greater threat to regional stability than Iran, yeah? And they had a debate on it. And they all came to the conclusion that Israel is a greater threat to regional stability to Iran than Iran. Right? Israel is the one that's stirring up trouble with every single person around its borders. Not the people in Iran stirring up bother. Everybody else, living around Israel is getting bothered by Israel. And America's stepping in and backing Israel. And Great Britain stepping in and backing Israel. The same as there's how many countries supplying weapons to Ukraine. Why? Because that's another greater Israel project. Yeah, that's going to be their little hidey hole. Yeah, that's why there's so many Jews that have already moved to Ukraine. Yeah, and they're going to get two flights a year to go to Ukraine.
Okay, right. So, first point. If you've watched Oxford Union, I'm sure we can both agree that the people who speak in the Oxford Union are definitely not the greatest minds on earth. They're actually fucking very, very dumb. Right? That's the first point. Second point is, if the Ukraine is such a fucking vassal of, or a future vassal of Israel, then and Trump is part of this whole fucking, why was he so against Ukraine getting funded? You hear me?
No, I don't know. Why was who against who getting funded?
Right, okay, right. So, hold up 1 second. Let me grab something. Right, so.
Right, here we go.
Wait. Listen to my question. Let me, because you obviously didn't hear me, right? So, if Ukraine is a part of this plan to be a future vassal of Israel, and if Trump is part of this cabal you're talking about, then why was he against the funding of Ukraine? And why did he take such a hard stance and still is and take such a hard stance against Zelensky?
Because that's what his base wants.
That's what his base wants. Because they changed it, instead of the funding, they've changed it to land lease. The same as what they did to the UK. The Second World War, they did the lend lease, yeah. So they lend us all the weapons, right, which actually bankrupted us. World War II completely bankrupted us, lost us as a superpower, yeah, and America completely bankrupted us, Yeah, and we still were paying it off in 2006. Yeah, and that's why we lost our empire.
Yeah, but
To
Trump
get
was
America
against.
into the war, and Trump is doing
was
the same.
against.
BlackRock is doing the same. BlackRock has just come out. I think it was BlackRock came out last week and said, "Do not bury any dead Ukrainian soldiers in any land that we own."
Oh yeah, but where does Trump fit into this if he was against it? If he was dead against Zelensky?
He isn't dead against Zelensky.
He was for a good while.
He isn't dead again. It's all smoke and mirrors. Just because what you see in the straight down in front of your eyes, yeah, you've got to look deeper. You're only looking at the surface. You're not looking behind the scenes. You're not looking at the behind the scenes meetings. You're not looking at the behind the scenes talk.
Explain it to
You're
me.
only
Then.
seeing.
Explain it to
You're
me.
only seeing what the news is letting you see because you're watching television, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I haven't watched TV for fucking probably a good 15 years now.
Yeah, that's right, Genghis. All the small outs are buying up land in Ukraine. They're all buying up land in Cyprus. They're buying up land anywhere they want to.
So are the Chinese and the Russians, though. You know, it's people see a developing
Lots of land
country,
in Gaza
in
Canada.
Then you buy what you buy, innit? You see a good investment, you buy it. But my question is this: I don't know if you understood it properly. So, Ukraine is you're saying Ukraine is a future vassal of the Greater Israel Plan, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I've shown it on there loads of times.
So if Trump was part of this Israeli cabal, why was he against Zelensky? Why was he pushing for a fucking minerals deal to favor America? And
that's all smoke and mirrors, you fucking idiot.
And he's
BlackRock and Vanguard have already done all the deals for the minerals. They've already bought all the land up. Yeah.
If that's your argument, I could say it was a triple bluff. It was a triple bluff. Smoke and mirrors isn't an argument, Smiler.
It's smoke and mirrors. He's puffing the pipe in front of the press. It's already
so you're saying Trump was double bluffing? He was doing a double
milk
bluff.
and 2 sugars, Beth.
He was doing a double bluff.
I need the extra sugar while Urban's on.
I'm just glad you're back, man. Even though I disagree with you on everything, I think
there's a little short video for you. Former Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Leon reveals that the Islamic State Daesh apologized to Israel for opening fire on Israeli unit in the Syrian Golan Heights in November. So that was in 2016. Right, so
right, okay.
Little video for you. ISIS fighters regret attacking Israel and have apologized. Former defense minister. Syrian rebels appear to credit Israeli strikes on Hezbollah with aid in shock advance. Israel threatening Al-Qaeda fighters wounded in Syria civil war. Nusra Front is the Sunni Muslim Al-Qaeda offshoot, which is currently fighting the Iranian-backed axis of Bashar al-Assad and Hezbollah in Syria. UN report, Israel in regular contact with Syrian rebels, including ISIS. Member of ISIS and Nusra Front also have been treated in Israeli hospitals. IDF finally acknowledges that Israel supplied weapons to Syrian rebels in interview with UK Sunday Times outgoing army commander Gadi Eisenkot says Israel gave opposition groups light arms for self-defense. When we fought Argentina, when we were fighting Argentinians in the Falklands, who do you think supplied them their fucking weapons? Who do you think supplied the Argies with weapons?
You tell me.
Israel.
Okay, right. Before we move on to that, right? When was these reports that you're showing me from? When was it? Like when they toppled the Assad regime?
Well, I've gone from 2014 up to 2019 so far.
Okay, when did the Assad regime get in?
Oh, I can't remember what year the Assad regime, but I know
been in
people
a
that
good-
live.
good-
I know people that lived under the Assad regime.
Yeah, exactly.
I speak to them on the weekly.
But again, this is exactly what I was saying before. The IDFs.
But they won't live in Syria now because they'll be beheaded.
The IDF supplying rebels to topple the Assad regime. That makes sense, right? That they would do that.
Yeah.
It makes sense that they would do that to topple the Assad regime.
Well, they're on
because
the
the Assad
border.
regime was against
can't-
Israel.
Well, exactly, but they're on the border, so they can't have somebody that's against Israel. Why can't Israel just wind its fucking neck in, shut its fucking mouth, get on with doing what it's doing?
Because this is war. This is the way the world
but
works.
it isn't war, is it? It isn't war. It's just stirring up racial tensions in the Middle East because that's why they were given Israel in the first place, to stir up racial tensions because all around them is rich in oil, rich in minerals, and who wants it? America and the Western world. Why are BP out there? Why is Shell out there? Why is fucking
because we're the only ones who know how to extract it.
What? We ain't the only ones that know how to fucking extract it, you fucking idiot.
China, Russia.
Russia and America. And,
they were extracting their own oil before BP went over there when we started the fucking war.
Who Syria were?
No, Afghanis.
You have to show me fucking evidence of that.
Oh, fuck me. I've shown it on here loads of times.
Is Afghan rich in oil? I don't think they're that rich.
Minerals.
I think
Russia bought the minerals and China bought the fucking airport. Now America wants the airport back, and China said fuck off.
Who are the ones who know how to turn their minerals into fucking products? Do Afghanis know how to do that? I don't think so, because they don't have.
Do you think they're all fake? Do you think they're all fake?
The ones who studied in our country, maybe not, but not enough to. The companies that use these are owned by Korea, Japan, China, America.
Iran is refining uranium.
So of course they sell it to them countries. Buying minerals off these countries and signing contracts isn't theft. It isn't invading and taking them. It's just they go in there, they sign contracts to extract these minerals, and then when they get pissed off, the people who are selling them, they use that as a weapon. Oh, they've come in here and stole all our minerals. No, they didn't. It makes sense that they would sign contracts, and then the warring clans who are against them say, no, you're not going to do this. You're not going to be the ones getting all the money for this. So we want it, and then you end up with all this fucking chaos.
Right, so you fix stupid Taliban, yeah. The Western world, yeah. We fought them for how many fucking years? Yeah, tried to fight them. Fucking America spent billions, fucking mass casualties.
I think it's about 2 trillion in the end.
Yeah,
and it wasn't fighting. Right, so this is where you get mixed up. And then you're buying the narrative.
Why weren't they fighting?
Well. You're buying the narrative that America lost that war. America.
Of course they lost the war.
In which sense did they lose the war?
Biden fucked off. Looking, Trump was pulling out. Then Biden came in and fucking pulled right out of that. He pulled out of that like a fucking limp dick. Just the same as you pulled out of fucking Vietnam like limp dicks. Being rescued off the top of fucking buildings.
Yeah, but why though? Because we decided it's not worth.
Exactly, Shuffling. Look at the fucking opioid train.
Hold up.
Trade.
Hold up. Let me say this. It wasn't a fact that they kicked America's ass. It was the fact that America said, what's the point in trying to fucking establish a fucking national guard to benefit the country when they can't even do star jumps in sequence? Most of the National Guard were kiddie fiddly. Most of them were fucking most of them were double A's. This is an impossible fucking task to actually get.
He was perfectly right about fucking Urban. A young Bob had it right all the time. Another question come in. Has Urban got his image of these countries from a Turkish Delight advert? Of course they're able to process their own minerals. Urban is a Vico.
And do what with them? Do what with them?
They've been the fucking Taliban have been.
No, what do the Taliban do with a bunch of cobalt? What are they going to do with a bunch of cobalt?
They've been fucking pulling it out of the ground for fucking since they've fucking taken over. Copper, iron, lithium, gemstones, hydrocarbon.
No, China has been.
Well, Russia bought all the minerals.
Yeah, exactly.
And what was their greatest asset? What funded them?
The way you're going on about Afghan is like America got their asses kicked. America took over every major city
for years and years before we decided to have this fake war.
Within months, every major city was under fucking American occupation. Where America lost the war, if you say they lost the war, is because they couldn't.
Ask any American. You're fucking English, yeah? Ask any American. Ask any American if they lost the fucking war in Afghanistan. Of course they fucking did. Even the fucking world leaders say it.
But in which sense they got their asses kicked? No, they didn't. They didn't finalize what they set out to do. What they set out to do was like implement democracy, get a fucking government in there. But how do you civilize Afghanis? You can't. So in the end, it was just like, fuck this, let's get out. And it fell within 24 hours. When they pulled out, it fell to the Taliban.
Yeah, it was a deliberate pullout.
But as far as America getting their asses kicked out, they're like, people try to fucking make out.
You had 2,500 military killed. You had over 20,000 wounded. Yeah? On the day of the pullout, Biden's pullout, what did you have that day? You had fucking 10 blown up, and 2 of them were British, was it? You know, but they all cried about the Americans, and never mentioned the British.
In terms of strategical, what's the word? Like going out there and doing what they set out to do. Yeah, they lost. But the way you're trying to present it is like a bunch of sheep herders were kicking ass over the biggest army in the world, which just wasn't the case. They literally took every major city within a matter of weeks.
Yeah, I think they pulled out the military first and left all the civilians behind.
Their objectives, they did. If you're saying they didn't reach their objectives, then yeah, okay, they lost the war. But the way you're trying to present it is like they
were trying to secure that, right? But they couldn't.
Yeah. So they lost the war in that sense because they were like, fucking. You can't make.
You left 86 billion quid's worth of fucking grade 1, class 1 fucking military weaponry for the Taliban.
Yeah.
Helicopters within fucking half an hour.
Who did?
Fucking America.
Biden did.
Within half an hour, they had fucking helicopters flying around with fucking people dangling underneath them on the end of a fucking rope.
What do they have now? They have a scrap heap.
No.
They got a scrap heap.
Not at all.
They haven't got no scrap heap. They got all the weapons. You see them parading.
Anything. Nothing was destroyed when they left.
They had pallets pallets and pallets and pallets of cash. Right? Why have UK had to bring fucking, what was it? I can't remember what the stupid amount of fucking people of Afghanis. Yeah, because fucking America leaked the fucking Afghani translators.
Okay.
The people that were helping Britain and America, fucking, they leaked the documents with the people's names on it. They left all the biometrics behind.
Yeah, the metadata.
They leaked all the metadata.
Yeah.
You know, and that's supposed to be the brainy fucking people, Urban. You fucking out, Urban. You want to wake up, mate. You really need to wake up and smell the coffee. You know, you got a hard on for Trump, and Trump is fucking no good whatsoever. He's a fucking paedophile. Yeah. He's an absolute fucking idiot. Idiot, man. Idiot. Oh, what about the 90,000 fucking images that have just been dropped now? The 90,000 pages that have been dropped by Epstein's estate.
Show me them.
I've just shown you pictures of fucking Trump with fucking
one picture.
Grooming girls. The girls that were groomed as children.
How many people have come out and spoke out about Trump and said he's a paedophile?
Good question.
How many have stood up and said he was a gentleman and never got involved with all that shit?
I don't know. You tell me. I haven't heard anybody come out and say that.
Prince Andrew's, what's it called, did?
Prince Andrew? Well, Prince Andrew's banged the rights, isn't he? Prince Andrew was fucking shafting one of them.
17-year-old.
He still banged the rights.
70, yeah, he is banged to
still
rights.
Traffic. She was still trafficked.
Hold up a minute. No one likes Prince Andrew. I don't like him. He's suspicious, man. But when you really
Prince Andrew was shagging his nephew's wife before she became his wife.
All right. But back to the point, man. Right?
Because she was an Epstein girl. She was an Epstein boat girl. She worked on the yachts.
Smiler. You asked me a question. Who has come out and spoken out in defense of Trump? It was Prince Andrew's victim, the 17-year-old at the time, who came out and has spoken out against the victim. Yeah, am I right?
Don't know. You tell me. Show me.
I don't know her name, but I know it's factual.
Show me. You can't sit there and say that without showing me the evidence.
Hold up, let me grok it then, man.
Grok's no good. I want to hear her actually say it. And how many millions did the Queen give her and say she had to sign an NDA?
Yeah, they're
how many millions did she have to have and sign an NDA?
Yeah, I'm not on their side at all. Like, I think that was wrong. But what I'm saying is, Prince Andrew's victim came out and spoke in defense of Trump, and then she died soon after. So if you want to go down conspiratorial but doesn't that make sense? What you're showing me now, doesn't that make strategical sense that Israel would fund the rebels who were toppling Assad, who were against them?
But Assad wasn't attacking them.
I know, but he was against them.
No, he just didn't support them. He just let them get on with what they were getting on with.
Someone just asked me, why am I a cuck for Israel? I'm actually not a cuck for Israel. I've just got
thanks, Max.
I've got a logical mind that works in a way where if things ain't logical to me, then it kind of blows
Did
the
you know Hezbollah? Did you know Hezbollah was there's loads of Christian fighters in Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is Christian and Muslim.
Yeah, because they're radical Christians, maybe, who also don't like Jews. There's a lot of Christians.
No,
who don't
they
like
also guarded the nuns, yeah, from Israeli attacks.
Yeah, which they would
and
do.
They went to the nuns. They went to the nuns' monasteries, yeah, and they prayed there every day. Did Hezbollah? I've shown that in other videos where they actually all go out. They all go into the
because Islam.
They all go in. Muslims as well. They all go into the chapel, and the nuns do a service. They leave all their weapons outside, yeah, and they have somebody standing there guarding their weapons while they go in there and they go to a service.
Yeah, but that don't mean it because they're permitted to pray in Christian churches, I believe. Certain sects of Christians as well are dead against Jews. Like even here in America, right? Like there's certain
Jews
Jews
are completely against Christians. Jews are completely against Christians. What's happening to Jesus? Oh, Jesus is burning in human fucking boiling excrement.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Is it not true? Is it not?
Certain sects, but other sects believe that.
Well, it's Zionists. They say it, right? They don't. Right? Why have all our Christmas carols not got Christ in it no more? Because the Jews wrote loads of fucking jingle bells and fucking Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was written by a Jew because people used to take the piss out of him because of his big fucking nose when he was at school. And he was bullied.
Why do you have
and he
Eid
made
parades in London, but you don't have Christian or fucking Jewish parades in London?
Right, I had this conversation the other day with somebody, right? Now, right, who owns all the businesses? Right, now down here, right, what they do, right, is you've got a thing called the BID, the bid, yeah? So when you own a shop, you've got to pay council tax, business rates, yeah? And you also pay into this thing by the council called the BID, right? And the BID then uses the money for town improvements, yeah, some Christmas decorations, etc., etc. But you get all the shopkeepers, yeah, all clubbed together, yeah, and they pay for all the decorations. They have all the electric coming out of their shops to power the Christmas lights, etc., etc., and all the displays. Same as Mousehole, they have a massive, great Christmas display down in Mousehole. Yeah,
yeah.
Right. So it's all paid by the locals. Yeah, it's all paid by locals. The local people that shop in the towns. It's paid by the local businesses. Well, who owns all the businesses in London? Yeah. Who pays for what in London? So, unfortunately, who are all the fucking rich twats in London?
Okay, right. Great point there, right? So, the thing that we keep hearing in England is if from non-Christians and people who are kind of on that side is, why don't Christians club together and do the exact same thing? It's kind of like a little bit of a dig at Christians. You're tight bastards. If you don't, do you hear this rhetoric? And like, why don't you? If you think Christianity is seeping out of England, why don't you get off your asses and do stuff yourself like the Muslims do? Yeah. Yeah. So when someone like Tommy Robinson has put together a Christmas carol thing that happened a couple of days, all of a sudden it's a racist far right movement. Why can't
hang on a minute, right? You right. Let's rewind that, right?
Yeah, go
rewind, on. Right? Because Tommy Robinson, what happened? He just got back from Israel. He had his fucking ass spanked in Israel. He made a complete fucking idiot of himself, taking the Hasbara, earning his 11 grand a month for fucking Israel, yeah? Earning his money for singing his songs about what he sings his songs about, right? Yeah? So he got slapped up by fucking Israelis in the Knesset, yeah? He got told that fucking England turned their fucking back, and he never said a fucking word. Yeah, he never spoke out about Christians. He never mentioned Christ. He then went to a vinery. Yeah, he went to a fucking vinery, and he stood there and said, "There was nothing here. There was nothing here." Yeah, there was. There was a fucking village there called Jalud. Yeah, and who bombed it? Settlers. Who got rid of it? Settlers. Israel. Who demolished it? Israel. There was a massive village. Yeah, but hold on. You're saying about Tommy Dunn. No. You're talking about
the carol. We're talking about the carol.
Talking about Tommy and his Christian belief. He ain't fucking Christian.
Yeah, but no, wait.
He spent a day listening to somebody reading him a few things about Christianity. Yeah.
Okay, you're willing to listen. You're willing to listen.
He knows more about the Quran.
Wait a minute, that's not the point. Tommy wasn't the point.
Yeah?
Tommy wasn't the point.
You brought Tommy up. I can show you being slapped.
Okay, forget about Tommy. Forget about Tommy. Let's just say
being downtrodden, taking this fucking £11,000 shekel from the fucking Israelis.
Okay, that's not the point I'm trying to make.
To use the broom of Islam. To use the broom of Islam.
Wait. Let's rewind a minute, right?
Oh, you fucked up, didn't you?
Wait, let's rewind.
Haven't fucked up. Tommy,
no, I didn't. You're not listening to my point.
He's had residency in fucking Spain for the last 3 years.
Forget about Tommy. My point was about
Unite the Kingdom when all his Unite the Kingdom shirts come from Muslim country. They're made in a Muslim country. They aren't even made in fucking England. Not even
the point of what we were talking about.
Friends that make t-shirts. He's got friends that make fucking banners, etc. But he chose to fucking get them from a Muslim country because they were cheaper and he'd make more profit. Because all he is a profit mongering.
If we're going to have a conversation, you've got to listen to what I'm saying. Forget about Tommy. The reason I brought up Tommy because he was the organizer of the Carol event, right? So I said, why is Eid allowed to be happening? You said all the business owners club together. Yeah, fair enough. If you're going to do that, then fair enough. But when
you got a fucking Muslim mayor for starters, no cunt can vote him out, can they? Nobody wants to vote him out.
Yeah, the Americans are waking up.
Where are the Londoners? Where are the Londoners?
Right, we're going off topic here, man. We're going off topic.
We're not going off topic.
Yeah, you are. We're talking about.
You brought that topic, and now you've just had your fucking ass slapped. You want to fucking backtrack and get off that topic?
No, I'm not. I'm bringing it back to the original topic. I'm bringing it back to the original topic. I was talking about why is Eid allowed to happen in England, in London. Okay, fair enough. They get together, they put their money in a pot.
Because the fucking Londoners don't fucking put anything in, and the Londoners don't fucking stand up, do they?
Let me land.
Londoners don't stand up. Like, who's hang on. Right, everybody's moaning about this fucking new digital ID, right? We had a meeting.
Now we're on digital IDs.
No, hang on. No, because I'm giving you giving you an example, right? We had a meeting about a month ago in Cornwall.
Play another fucking video, man.
Right. We had a meeting about a month ago in Cornwall, right? Cornwall Council has already said, you can stick your fucking digital ID right up your ass. Where is anybody else? Where is anybody else's councils? Where is anybody else's MPs come out and stated, no, we ain't going with a digital ID? They all go, yes, Bwana, yes, Sir Keir, yes, Sir Keir. Yeah, because you all roll over. We had a hotel here full of fucking immigrants. Yeah, right. There was a couple of demonstrations. That hotel was emptied. It was got out of. We haven't got the fucking immigrants in Cornwall. They stopped at the fucking Tamar Bridge. They ain't coming into fucking Cornwall. Yeah, Cornwall shuts its fucking doors. We don't want the immigrants. Yeah.
Oh, fair play. Respect,
if you come here, you join in. Just what fucking 200 yards away, I've got a fucking Indian house. Yeah. There's got his Christmas decorations up. They've now turned them back on again, and they've had their Christmas decorations on since last year. They didn't even take them down. Yeah.
appeal to anecdote isn't an argument. Like, just because you fucking had one or two good experience doesn't make the argument, right? So let's go back to the original argument, right? About
no, you're coming out with an argument.
No, you've gone on to something.
Where do the Londoners come out and say we want Christmas decorations? You have
the last couple of days.
You have that.
When was the carol singing event? When was the
scabby
carol?
tree. You have a scabby tree. You have a scabby tree in Trafalgar Square.
I know, it's disgusting. But when the English people, because this is like a little dig at, and I think you're having a bit of a dig at English people as well, or Christians. It's like,
no.
Why ain't you doing it?
I'm saying that the English, because the English,
doing it? Why ain't the English people doing it? When the English people do it, they get fucking labelled as far right. They get counter protesters, mainly Muslims and stuff, coming out and counter protesting a fucking carol session. Do you think like singing carols is a good thing? It's part of our fucking.
We'll sing Jewish carols. We won't sing the original carols. We'll sing Jewish carols.
What, Silent Night?
Did we sing Silent Night? Did we?
Every time Christians try to do something or patriots try to do something, it's instantly labelled far right. And
Shuffling. I was last Christmas. I was Abbey Wood. I lived up in Abbey Wood for 2 months. I used to live in Hayes. I lived in Hayes for years. I spent most of my time in Brixton and Wormwood Scrubs when I lived in Hayes.
Do you know why everyone was
against? I'm speaking of shuffling a minute.
Okay, go on. Sorry, man.
Right. I was staying up in Abbey Wood, and I was told by somebody on YouTube, oh fucking hell, when you go to Hayes, look out when you go to fucking Hayes. Right. So I went over to see my cousin, and I always get it because the cul-de-sacs are quite similar. And I drove down the cul-de-sac for, oh fucking hell, her car's not here. And I pulled up in her parking space, got out of the car, knocked on the door, walked into the fucking house. And I'm confronted by this fucking Indian woman in full fucking get up with a red dot on her fucking head, the lot. And she's like, oh, Rabbit, dilly me, what are you doing in my house? What are you doing in my house? And then the husband come running down from the stairs. What are you doing? I said, and I'm like shouting me auntie. And shouting because I call her auntie. But I'm shouting her name, going, Blue, where are you? And I got these fucking Indians going, what are you doing in my house? In the end, I sat down, had a cup of tea with them and realised I had to go round because I phoned her and I realised I had to go round the corner to the next cul-de-sac. But they were fucking lovely. They made me a cup of tea and everything. You know? But when I was in Abbey Wood, I used to go out onto my brother's balcony every morning, have a cup of coffee, watch everything go by. Next to it is a school. He used to for a few parents, he used to go up and pick their kids up if they were going to be late for picking up time. So I was stood out there like meeting and greeting people that knew my brother. And you had every race, every creed, every religion. You had fucking people in burqas. You had fucking everybody talking all kinds of different fucking language, right? But they'd walk past you and they'd look over, they'd make eye contact with you, and they'd say good morning, and I'd say good morning back, right? And then on the way back, in the first week, on the way back, they'd all come over and all have conversations with me. And there was no animosity, there was no nothing. The only people I fucking fell out with were the fucking twats in Abbey Wood that fucking raided his house when he passed away. And they were all fucking white Londoners or Abbey Wooders. They were the ones that fucking raided his house.
In the same sense, when I lived in China, I had a lot of fucking neighbours. I used to take them pizzas. They would give me coats and stuff like jackets. They would see me go out into the cold weather with like my little coat, and then they would give me big fucking jackets. That still doesn't mean I agree with communism, though. You know, it's
But who installed it in the first place? The Jews installed it in the first place.
What, in China?
Yeah.
Nothing to do with Chairman Mao.
No. It was the Jews. I can show you the photographs of the 4 Jews who fucking introduced communism to China. I've shown the videos on here.
Because Karl Marx was a Jew. That you're saying that'll be your argument for that. Hold on, wait 2 seconds.
Why is Mexico 99.7% Catholic, but they've now got a Jewish leader?
Hold up, 2 seconds. Can we go back to my point about the Eid thing in a minute?
Go on then, go back to the Eid thing.
Right, so why is it we can have Eid and everything that's okay if Muslims get together and sponsor their own events because the government ain't doing it for them? I think the government should be sponsoring Christian events in a Christian country, even though I'm not a Christian myself. And people who are not Christian and on the left, they kind of use that as a dig. It's like, well, if you don't want a Christian country like England not become Christian, make a bit of an effort to do it. Make a bit of an effort.
I'll find the videos from last year in London when I was driving through London. So driving through Regent Street, Oxford Street, there, when I was driving through all the Christmas decorations. Yeah,
but that's
apparently we didn't have any Christmas decorations.
No, they did. They did. They have it every year up Bond Street and Oxford Street, right?
Yeah, Oxford Street.
Yeah.
Harrods, Fulton Mason. Harrods, you used to be able to go in and play with toys, the same as Fulton Mason.
No. Hamlet's, wasn't it? Hamlet's toy store.
Yeah.
Hamlet's toy store. You used to go in there, right? But people say it's like a dig towards Christians. I'm not a Christian myself. I've been to church a couple of times, but when there kind of seems to be this dig at Christians, like if you don't like your country not becoming Christian, get out and do something about it. So what? Forget about Tommy. That event with the carol singing happened.
That was just a grift. That was just another grift.
Regardless, I'm talking about.
How can you talk about Christianity? How can you be talking about Christianity when you've just been sucking the cock of Jews?
Okay, forget about Tommy
Zionists.
The people who went there went there to demonstrate,
and it was very poorly turned out, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. But why is that a bad thing that somebody wants to? The Christians,
because everybody realised what a shill he is, but you don't think he's a shill.
But I think even if it wasn't Tommy Robinson, let's say it was someone like Richard Inman who put on the event, you would still have the same kickback saying it was a right-wing fascist kind of demonstration. Do you think the people who went there to carol sing were shills and stuff like that? No, they were just. But the kickback against it wasn't nice, right? Surely, even if you're Christian or not, doing that kind of event was surely a good thing, right? Would you say, or you don't want carols being sung? Do you see it as a right-wing fucking event?
It's a right thing. It was a right-wing event. It was, let's chill. Let's see how much money we can make. Yeah, because it's nothing about Christianity. He spent a couple of days speaking. Listen to what he said about the fucking Holocaust. Listen to what he sucked up in Israel, right? And Israel don't fucking recognize Christ. Israel have been blowing up all the fucking churches. Israel, the churches that have stood there for hundreds of years in Muslim countries, Israel are bombing them. Not only in fucking Palestine, but in Lebanon, in Syria. Yeah, they've been aiding and abetting all the fucking killing of the Christians.
But there are many churches in Israel
that are closed, that you're not allowed to go, that the doors are welded shut on.
You can't go into Bethlehem and visit major
Bethlehem is surrounded by fucking solid concrete fucking 18-foot walls.
Try to go into Bethlehem as a Christian. You're not going to be allowed to. Go into Jerusalem as a Christian. You can go to any
You
fucking...
still can't go into Jerusalem.
What do you mean you can't?
I can show you video after video of a video of fucking Christians being persecuted. I can show you video after video of Christians being persecuted.
I can show you videos and videos of Jerusalem being an
Why?
amazing place. I've been there myself, man. So
why?
Anyone can go to Jerusalem.
Why are Christians being persecuted?
You can't go into Bethlehem, though. Why can't you go into Bethlehem? What did
they do last year to the baby Jesus in Bethlehem?
What did they do?
They destroyed the display.
Yeah, who did? Who did?
Spit on
IDF.
every day.
No, Bethlehem. Jews can't go into Bethlehem.
Community here.
It's occupied. It's not occupied. It's an Islamic part of fucking the West Bank. Bethlehem is under fucking Palestinian control, not Israeli control. Fuck, it's like minus 16 here. I can't smoke in my house, so I have to go outside, go in my truck. Got about 8 inches of snow outside.
Israel maintains overall security over Bethlehem, with movement restricted by the West Bank barrier, meaning Israel citizens generally can't go in without risk due to security. And Palestinians face checkpoints, permits. Yeah, you've got to apply and pay for a permit to go into Bethlehem. Yeah, they've got to pay for a permit to go into Bethlehem, right? And it was under the Oslo Accord. So go and check your history.
Hold up. Let me just turn my thing off, otherwise I'm going to have a lag.
Right, so even though area A, so even under area A, which is supposed to be controlled by Palestinians, yeah, it's still controlled. It's still controlled by Israel. Israel.
Just read that thing you just read again. That thing you read just a minute ago.
No. Israel maintains overall security with movement restricted by the West Bank barrier, meaning Israel citizens generally can't go in without risk due to security. Hang on.
Exactly.
And Palestinians face checkpoints and permits. They have to purchase their permits, yeah, creating a highly controlled and not freely accessible area.
Yeah, Israel have to do that because of
Israel's security presence, despite Area A status, Israel retains ultimate security, control, and operate checkpoints, particularly around Bethlehem, limited free movement.
Yeah, you can't blame Israel though for taking extra precautions when it comes to
tourists can usually visit Bethlehem via organized coach tours.
Organized coach tours, exactly.
That's the only way you can get into Bethlehem. It should be free
but
movement.
A tourist can go anywhere in Jerusalem. It's very dangerous to go to Bethlehem. You can't blame the Jews for fucking taking better security risks to protect their people from terrorist attacks. That's why they have the checkpoints. You can't blame Israel for taking extra measures to prevent their fucking people, to keep their people safe.
Israeli forces kill a 17-year-old boy in east of Bethlehem. Israel forces kill teenager in Bethlehem, December the 15th, 2025. Israel settlers torch homes and vehicles in Bethlehem. The siege of Bethlehem. Israel warplanes, tanks, troops launch a major ground and air attack on Bethlehem. Heavy fighting breaks out in the streets of the old city behind the manger. Yeah, you can carry on reading. You can carry on reading it and reading it.
It has to be the
Illegal
context matters.
Israeli
Context
settlers
matters.
attack Palestinians' home near Bethlehem. Bethlehem businesses struggling. Israeli attacks keep tourists away. Wadi Rahal, Bethlehem district. Israeli settlers and soldiers attacking Bethlehem.
How many people can cross them used to cross them checkpoints to go and work in Israel compared
Siege
to
siege of the Church of Nativity.
checkpoints to go into Bethlehem or the West Bank?
Nativity in Bethlehem in West Bank was besieged by Israel Defense Forces.
For what reason?
Because they want to, because they don't like Christians.
No, you can't just say because they wanted to. There must be a reason behind it. Probably because they had a few terrorist attacks.
Operation Defense. It was called Operation Defensive Shield. It's called.
Yeah, shielding their people from terrorists coming from the West Bank. That's why they have the checkpoints.
Are you having a bubble or what?
No, it just makes perfect sense. Would you not think it would be a good thing if we had checkpoints?
You're having an absolute bubble.
You think it would be a good thing for us to have checkpoints to stop fucking the child rapists and fucking terrorists fucking...
Hang on a minute, the child rapists.
7,000 fucking people.
All your American child rapists or child pedophiles all flee to Israel.
Every single one of them.
Look at yeah. I mean, what? Just a few months ago, you had one of Satan Yahoo's fucking aides, one of his advisors. Yeah, you had him in America. Yeah, that wanted to meet. What was it? A 12 or 13-year-old child, or was it a younger child? I can't remember what age the child was now. He wanted to meet. He turned up with condoms in his pocket. Yeah. He got arrested by the police. He then got taken to court. He then paid £10,000 bail, and he then fled back to Israel with no more charges, nothing else sought after him other than him,
that's what they do. That's what
a child.
That's what a wrong un does, though, isn't it?
But Israel is full of pedophiles.
But that's what a wrong un does. There's been Pakistani ones who have done the same.
You had in Berlin, you had the Jews selling their children's. You had the Jews selling their children's bodies on the street on the streets of Berlin.
So this is a difference, right?
You had the Jews putting their children out as prostitutes.
Smiley, this is the difference between my case that I'm presenting to you compared to the case you're presenting to me. You're presenting the case of one fucking paedophile who got bail and fled. We're talking about...
my God. I can show you video after video after video.
Raped by fucking Pakistani.
Oh, God. I can show you paedophile map of Israel.
I'll show you well, I can't because there isn't one available because it all gets swept under the rug when it comes to fucking Islamic fucking grooming grape gangs. Are we going to pretend there's not a problem with fucking Muslims?
I ain't pretending there's a problem.
Yeah, so
there's your map of registered sex offenders living in Israel.
Show me the fucking Israeli fucking grooming gangs in England who are you talk about the fucking Talmud and all that, man, but who's actually acting on it? Show me the grooming gangs that are acting on the fucking Talmud and the Tanakh or whatever it's called, man. And I'll show you multiple hundreds of cases of Islamists who are fucking acting on the holy scriptures of their
Pakistani grooming gangs, were they predominantly Muslim or were they not predominantly Muslim? I don't know, but I know the Pakistani grooming gangs.
I think it's about 90% Pakistanis identify as Muslims. I know. I think the terrorist watch list, you can grok this as well, then. I think terrorist
Morning,
watch
Angela.
list about 43,000 on the terrorist watch list in the UK. I think 37% of them have been identified as
And why are they on the watch list? Why aren't they just deported? Right. Look at Lee Rigby. Yeah, the MI6 and MI5 brought those two blokes
No, I
back.
agree with you. They all should be.
Right, they brought them back and they carried out that attack on Lee Rigby. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. They should be deported.
And the families are still wanting answers why they brought them back. Why they brought them back when they went to go and fight for Al Qaeda.
But what is more of a feasible fucking theory behind this? The 1400-year-old doctrines that call for a world caliphate, or the Jews are double bluffing, they're doing this, they're sending people into fucking all this bending of logic, all this inversion of reality that people seem to be doing just to pin it on the Jews. False flags, are it?
You don't have to do false inversion to pin it on the Jews. You can prove it over and over again that the Jews are funding it all.
So the 1400-year doctrine of the Quran doesn't call for a caliphate. We should overlook that and then go with all these conspiracies over the doctrine that they follow and the prophet that they follow, who may basically legitimizes all the shit that we're seeing happening in the UK and throughout the West. They tell you to your face, man. Yeah, we're going to fucking overlook all that.
All right, the 1400 doctrine refers to a doctrine of discovery, a concept rooted in a series of 15th century 1400s papal decrees, bulls, that provided a religious and legal justification for European Christian nations to colonize, seize land, and subjugate non-Christian peoples around the world. The core tenets of the doctrine, as established in various papal bulls, such as Dum Diversas 1452, Romans Pontifex 1455, and Inter Caetera 14, held that Christian monarchs were authorized to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, Muslims, and pagans whatsoever, and take their possessions and lands. So Christian monarchs were authorized to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, Muslims, and pagans whatsoever, and take their possessions and land. Land not occupied by Christians were considered terra nullis, empty or vacant land. Even if indigenous peoples lived there, they were often deemed non-human or uncivilized according to European standards. The act of discovery by a European Christian nation granted to the nation an absolute right of the land against all other European powers and the sole right to acquire title from the indigenous inhabitants, effectively diminishing the indigenous people's sovereignty and the right to full ownership. The doctrine became foundational principle in the development of international law and property law in colonial powers, including in the United States, where it was cited in the 1823 Supreme Court case Johnson versus McIntosh to deny Native American tribes full land rights. Following decades of demands from indigenous people and advocates, the Vatican officially repudiated the doctrine of discovery in March 2023, stating it is not part of the Catholic faith and that the concepts within it fail to recognize the inherent human rights of indigenous people. However, its legacy continues to influence legal frameworks and social issues impacting indigenous communities globally. So, I mean,
can I respond to that?
That's the first time I've ever looked. That's the first time I've ever looked it up, and that to me sounds like it was Christian monarchs that were taking the land off of other people.
Okay, let me respond to that. That's all well and good, but where are we seeing the Christian terrorist attacks? Where are we seeing the Christian grape gangs acting upon that doctrine? We're not seeing it, are we, Smiler? Whereas
you don't think
certain ideology where we're seeing them act out the doctrines
a few months ago,
by God.
A few months ago, we had white indigenous Cornish people, and people that moved down from up country to Cornwall, all white, and I think there was 17 of them, and I think they got something like fucking 150 years between them in prison for grooming kids, grooming children. Do you know? As well as we have in the fucking problem with fucking Pakistani grooming gangs, we've also got fucking white indigenous grooming gangs, but they don't call them grooming gangs. Check that link.
But where's the link? Where's the link between?
Do you not think that the UK has got? Do you not think that UK has got a problem with paedophiles? Full stop.
Of course, every culture has that problem because it's a genetical makeup of fucking wrong-uns who should, they're never going to change. They should be fucking offed, basically, or take some kind of pill to stop them getting turned on or whatever. But they're isolated incidents, right? They're isolated incidents. It's not like something that's happening amongst Pakistani grooming gangs and stuff that are basically carrying out what their doctrine tells them to. Where are the Christian people doing terrorist attacks and stuff off the back of Christianity? You don't see it. It's all well and good saying this is in the Holy Bible, this is in the holy fucking Talmud or whatever it is, man, the Talmud and stuff. But where are we seeing the level of
what was the IRA? What was fucking going on in Northern Ireland? What was going on in the UK? Was that not terrorist organisations?
But that was over land disputes and fucking shit when it wasn't.
Was it?
The Protestants versus the Catholics. Yeah, but yeah. And what is that? Does that? I don't know. I don't know what you want me to.
You say that there isn't Christian and Catholic terrorists. Are you saying there isn't Christian and Catholic and fucking Protestant rapists or grapists or fucking paedophiles? Is that
what? Yeah, but no. But that was contained to Ireland, a tiny little island with two different forms of.
Well, it wasn't contained, was it?
It's not a worldwide phenomenon like you're seeing at the moment. You don't see the Christians and Catholics going at it in America, do you? You don't see the Protestants and Catholics going at it in Vietnam or in Nigeria, and places like that.
What about the 640 men that were arrested as part of the pedo gang?
Even though there was an
the National Crime Agency, the National Crime Agency, 6 o'clock in the morning, raided 640 houses.
everywhere's going to have their problem.
British
with
houses. British
yeah.
houses, 640 of them, 6 o'clock in the morning. And there was a YouTuber that used to be on YouTube that was a part of that raid. He was raided himself.
Do you understand?
He was raided himself.
Do you understand per capita?
Of course you do understand per capita.
Okay, so every country with a majority population is naturally
So you making excuses for white British males for fucking speedophile?
No.
There you are.
I'm just saying.
So
No, I'm not.
Look at the numbers. You look at the numbers.
No, I'm being logical.
The numbers per capita show white indigenous people.
Where are we going to
It
deport
shows
them
that
to?
more white indigenous people commit fucking speedophilia.
Not per capita, they don't. Bring it up. Bring it up. Per capita. Per 100,000, it's very fucking low. With white English people. Super low. I ain't got I'm out in my car having a smoke, so I'm not on my PC.
Oh, I used to have all this, all saved.
But the statistics, like per capita, is where things get a bit fucking real. Fuck, it's cold.
I had all the fucking ONS data on this. What I'll do is I'll find all my ONS data that I got here saved on a disk, and I'll come back with that. But at the moment, it's showing me 40.2% was mixed ethnic background, reported the highest prevalence of experience any abuse before the age of 18. This was higher than individuals in white, 31%, Asian 14.7%, black 18.2% ethnic groups. So mixed ethnic background reported the highest prevalence of experience any abuse before the age of 18, 40.2%. White was 31%, Asian 14.7%, and black 18.2%.
Of the population as a whole.
Yeah.
But then per every 100,000 is when you get the per capita result.
Yeah, but what I'll do is I'll go and I'll get all my ONS data, and I'll come back to you with all the ONS data, and we'll do that tomorrow night.
White was what? Sorry, white was what did you say? 31%.
Yeah, white was 31%.
White
and
what? No, hold up. This is a very quick mathematical fucking equation, man. What's the percentage of white English people in England? 75%. So that accounts for 0.5%. The overall doesn't represent like the per capita. Of course, 31% for 75% is very. I ain't saying it's low; it's disgusting, but that doesn't represent the per capita. If it was equal, then it should be 75% of all sexual fucking abuse crimes should be white people, not 30 odd.
No, this is out of 100,000. This is given out of 100,000. So you're looking at 31% of white British. You're looking at 40.2%. % population, 70% of sexual assaults and violent crimes.
Yeah, as the population percentage as a whole, which obviously it should be a lot more if it was an equal spread. But it's not. It's only 30 odd % when white people account for 75% of the population. Let's take it away from paedophilia. It's kind of like when you got 13% black people committing 50% of the crimes, the homicides in America. It's overrepresentation.
So you got 44 million white British.
Yeah.
Which makes up 74% of the population.
Yeah.
That's as of the last census in 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 44 million.
Yeah.
Of white British. And 30% of them.
Yeah, so it's an underrepresentation. If it's 32% of 75% committing sexual abuse crimes, it's you know, it's underrepresented. If it was an equal representation, then it should be 75% of white British committing them crimes.
So that equals to 133,020 people.
Yeah, but it's the per capita that is the problem. Of course, you're going to have more people in a 75% population doing the crimes when it comes to overall.
Why do it per capita? Why not do it by a whole what's it called? But the ONS breaks it all down. But I've got that saved on another desk, and I'll come back to you with it all tomorrow.
The overall representation of a percentage of people who are committing more of the crimes per their percentage. I don't know. Did you like do high school math?
What do you mean? Did I do high school maths? I've just given you the figures.
33% of the 75% population means that whites are underrepresented in them kind of crimes.
But that's because there's 40% Asian or ethnics. 40.2% were mixed ethnic background. Yeah, 31% were white.
Yeah, and what's the percentage of mixed ethnic backgrounds as a whole in England per population? What's the percentage that mixed ethnicity accounts for in the total population of the UK? White people are highly.
Blunt already put it in. 3%. 3% of the. Blunt already put it in. 3% of the population, 70% of sexual assaults and violent crimes. Right. So you got 3% of ethnics.
Account for what? What's the percentage?
40%.
Yeah, overrepresentation.
But nobody's arguing that.
Whereas whites
nobody has argued that fact with you, though.
Well, why did you bring this up as some kind of fucking
point?
No,
you said The grooming gangs. You said the grooming gangs.
You tried to prove the point that
why are they unrepresented? Every single one of them should be fucking strung up, whether they're white, black, brown, fucking yellow, pink,
yeah, we agree
purple.
on that. We agree
they should
on
all
that.
be strung up.
We agree on
There
that.
shouldn't be any representation whatsoever. They shouldn't have any representation. You got judges.
No, I'm talking about
you got all your upcountry. You got all your upcountry judges letting them walk free from fucking courts.
I'm not talking about lawful representation. I'm talking about representation in percentage wise per capita. I don't think you like white people that much, mate.
Why don't I like white people? I'm just
You're trying to pin an argument about white people have more paedophiles. Of course they do, because it's a 75%. But when it comes down to 30% it's an underrepresentation. Whereas what you just read out, I don't know what you just read out about the 40%, the 40% representation of 3% of the population is highly fucking overrepresented when it comes to these crimes.
But it doesn't matter which way you look at it. They're all fucking wrong, and they should all
concede the point you were trying to make. Fucking went wrong.
Concede what point? There isn't no point to make. I don't support paedophilia. It sounds to me like you're supporting it.
No, I'm just trying to give you the
facts. It sounds to me like you're fucking supporting it, and you're using the victims.
What I'm trying to say is certain demographics are overrepresented in percentages when it comes to these crimes.
And every single one of them should be fucking deported. Even the fucking English. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, how did we make Australia in the first place? We got rid of all our criminals to Australia.
We got loads of islands off of Orkney. Send them there. The white ones, the other ones, fuck them off somewhere else. Don't bring more of them in. The people who fucking are overrepresented in these statistics, don't bring more of them in.
Well, sadly, you know, those fucking people that are overrepresented, sadly, they're the ones that the government are letting them come in on visas because they pay to come here.
Yeah, and they shouldn't be doing that.
And then the government also lets them have cousin marriages.
But we've got statistics that kind of Chinese people ain't doing that. So why not let Chinese people come in and study and then go back home, but stop the ones who are jumping off their visas after a month of fucking studying and going and doing this shit? Why not stop them coming in? It's very easy, man. We can still benefit off of immigration. Just stop the ones who are doing this shit.
No, you don't understand it, Mrs. B. Does this guy not realise the establishment are behind it and want it? He doesn't understand that. He can't understand that.
I do understand it.
He cannot comprehend.
No, I comprehend.
He cannot comprehend
Israel doing it.
That fucking half of your fucking MPs are fucking into it.
No, I'm just somebody who understands the.
And half of your Republicans and fucking most of your fucking Democrats are all behind it and all into it. And they all visited fucking Epstein Island and fucking all enjoyed it. And they all fucking did Diddy parties as well.
Let me reply to Miss fucking B8269. I'm somebody who's been through the legal fucking migration system. I'm somebody who understands that some migrants can be a net positive. I understand it's very easy to fucking control immigration if you bring the right people in. And it's very easy to say, these are the people who are doing it, so let's stop them fucking countries. Just like Trump, let's do a Muslim ban on these fucking 14 countries. They're causing the problems.
Do you think that's old? Do you think that's a new thing? You know, Poland have been doing that for fucking years and been paying hundreds of thousands in fines for doing it.
No, they're not even paying it. Poland ain't even paying the fucking fines.
course they're not, but they're not getting the European fucking money neither.
Yeah, Europe, not Israel, Europe.
I ain't talking about Israel. I'm talking about Poland. You think because Trump's decided that now? Yeah.
The EU are the problem. The EU are the problem, not Israel, not Trump.
Israel is the problem because Israel is funding it.
What? Because a couple of left-wing fucking organisations, self-hating Jews, are standing on the borders with a few signs saying what refugees are welcome here. You think they're the ones running?
Hold on. Right, sit back. Right, sit back. We had it up just now.
You did try to get me a gotcha with the fucking overrepresentation of white people, but they're not overrepresented. That stat you just presented, 3% of the fucking population is.
How did I give you a gotcha? Any number.
You tried.
Any number. No, any number. It doesn't matter.
Then you read out something that was like 3% of the
I'll
population
bring you
is causing 40% of the fucking problems.
I'll bring you the full ONS breakdown. The full ONS breakdown.
Right, 75% of the white population causing 37% per 100,000 is an underrepresentation. Do you not understand? 35% out of 75% is an underrepresentation, whereas 3% who's.
But do I disagree with that? I think all paedophiles should be hung.
Yeah, so do I.
But whether they're what colour, creed, religion, race, whatever they are, they should all be hung. I wouldn't be representing them like you're representing them.
Mathematically, I'm talking mathematically, not me representing them as a fucking lawyer. I'm talking about over-representation in the mathematical fucking sense of it. Do you understand over-representation and under-representation when it comes to
side with immigrants? Do you know how many girls haven't come forward because they
Princess
believe
Angela's a lefty anyway, man. She fucking copes. She copes for fucking Muslims all the fucking time.
It isn't serious due to the race and religion of the perpetrators.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Urban. My son-in-law's a Muslim.
Yeah,
his children aren't getting married until they're 20 fucking one. Anybody touches a fucking hair on their head, he will kill them.
Yeah, two things can be true at the same time, though, right? Same with my sister's married to a fucking Muslim, right? But two things can be true at the same time. They don't.
And they're both anti what you're stating.
Okay, that's anecdotal evidence, though, isn't it? Bring up the stats again. 3% of the population is causing 40% of the fucking. Of perpetrating 40% of the crimes. It's just, I don't know what we're doing here, man. It's like a mathematical fucking. It's like fucking. I don't know. In China, it's probably primary school mathematics. Do people not understand per capita, or do they just like pick and choose when to understand per capita? White people, 75% of the population being white, causing 35% per 100,000 is an underrepresentation. 3% of the population perpetrating 40% of the fucking these kind of crimes is an overrepresentation.
Right,
so why bring in more people? Okay, so Oriental people, let's call it Oriental, Southeast Asian, Chinese. What's their representation? It's very fucking low. I don't know off the top of my head, but I know it's low. So why not allow them to come to England as legal migrants, but then say the ones who are 3% of the population who are committing 40%, let's stop them from coming in.
Oh yeah, Leo Frank. Well done, Ultra Tensils. Leo Frank, why was the ADL set up?
This not everybody. The bad apples argument is just fucking. Got to look at statistics when it comes to
when you look at the last prison, when you look at the last prison statistics, there was 1,380 Muslim prisoners in England and Wales serving for sexual offences. 719 were Asian and Asian British. 260 were black, 88 mixed multiple, and 91 other, and 222 were white. As of March 31st, 676 of 5,682 male offenders serving immediate custodial sentence for rape identified as Muslim, 12% of the total in that category. So they shouldn't be serving. They should be just hung. They shouldn't be serving.
We all agree on that. We both agree on that.
But we're getting to
we're quite different to that.
No, this is prison statistics, not per capita. This is prison statistics. Yeah, this is what's in the prisons.
Say it again. Say the statistics again.
1,380 Muslim prisoners in England and Wales serving time for sexual offences. 719 Asian British, 260 black, 88 mixed multiple, and 91 other. 222 are white British.
Per 100,000?
No, this is just what's in prison. This is just what's actually serving in prison at the time that they did that.
What does that break down to when it's
75?
When it's 75% a white British country?
I couldn't tell you what it breaks down to. I'm telling you what the prison population is. You'd have to find out what the prison population of England and Wales was.
No, you have to break down what's the percentage of white people. 75%, you say. I'm not excusing it, but 75% of a white predominantly thing. And how many did you say? 2,000?
No, 1,380 Muslim, 222 white.
Okay, but I don't understand what the statistical point is here, because they're all Muslim. Compare it to actual white people who aren't Muslim, and then
these were just people that were sentenced for sexual offences. Yeah. So there was more Muslims sentenced for sexual offences in that year than there was Asian British, black, mixed multiple, 91 other, I don't know what 91 other are, and 222 white. So predominantly,
so there's an overrepresentation there.
Well, of course there was.
It is an under representation when it comes to white people doing it.
Well, there was 222 white people in
per capita. I'm talking about per capita, not overall.
What? Yeah, it does prove the point that the figures are fucked up, Angela, because that means if the percentages per capita were 40% and 31%, that means how many people have been let out and not been sent to prison.
Ah, okay. So then you're gonna fucking do that. Like, white people ain't getting sent to prison at the same rate as
No, it's not white people that are getting away with it. It's fucking immigrants that are getting away with it.
No, but the stats you just read out show that there's an underrepresentation of white paedophiles in fucking prison when it comes to 75% of the population actually being white overall in England. It's definitely an underrepresentation. They're all bad. They all should get fucking sent to an island. Let them die out or whatever.
But I don't know who's arguing. Nobody's arguing with you.
Okay, when we all agree then, innit? There's an overrepresentation of non-English people committing these crimes. So why bring more of them in? Why not stop them coming in and bring in people who aren't overrepresented in them crime statistics?
Because the people that hold the strings are the ones that want the multiculturalism. That's what I'm trying to say to you. It's the people, not the government. It's the government are just the puppeteers, yeah? And above them, you have the puppet masters that want all this multiculturalism. The financiers, yeah? Who are the financiers?
Just admit the point that you were trying to get one over.
How was I trying to get over? How was I trying to get over? I'm the first person to call out the fucking grooming gangs. Yeah,
you were trying to make a point.
I'm the first one. I'm the first one to call them. No, I haven't called out Islam good. I don't call out Islam good. I don't agree with Islam. I don't agree with fucking Sharia courts neither.
We don't have Sharia courts over here in America, man.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
You not see Texas the other day? That was all because a couple of them had been found in Texas, in Plano.
You have Sharia councils.
It's illegal over here to have Sharia courts. In England, they're permitted. There's loads of them. The capital behind the communists. That's fucking...
Right, they exist in America as private religious arbitration bodies, not courts, with numbers debated potentially in the dozens, operating within mosques or community centres, handling family finance issues according to Islamic law. But their rulings...
Are they permitted, though? Are they permitted under the fucking Constitution?
Yeah, but they're not permitted in the UK neither.
But they're illegal. They're not allowed to be.
But they're not permitted in UK neither.
Yes, they are. They're permitted as long as it doesn't infringe on fucking English laws. There's a difference. You're missing out key words. You're missing out fucking... I don't know. You know one thing about Americans? They know the Constitution inside and out. And I'm in many fucking Discord groups where they debate this all day long.
No, you're right. They aren't illegal in the UK.
Yeah, thank you. You can see
they aren't illegal in America neither.
They're not permitted though. Do you know why they're not permitted over here? Because we have a constitution. Well, not we. I'm English. I'm not American. But
We have
America has a constitution.
We have a constitution, but it was never codified.
Yeah, but England doesn't have a constitution like America does. It doesn't have... Like, laws cannot be implemented in America if it goes against the Constitution. That's why we have like a Supreme Court over here, and that's what it deals with when people try to pass laws.
And in the UK, you have the halakha, which is Jewish law, which is permitted.
But does it infringe on UK law? Jewish, that thing.
The Jewish law, yeah, it's their Jewish law is higher than the UK law.
I don't know about that. You'd have to look into it. Did you follow any of the Dearborn shit?
No.
Smiler. You
No,
know, it all kicked off in Dearborn, Michigan, about a month ago or so. Do you know why that actually happened?
Go on.
Right, so I actually know this, man, because I'm in all these groups, and do you know, like in America, they name a lot of roads under after American Civil War heroes. Like when Americans view like their Civil War as like how the way English people view World War I and II. It's kind of like hits home for them, you know. And what happened is the mayor of Dearborn changed roads that were named after Civil War heroes to like Islamic name, well, not Arabic names. And then when some people did like investigations into who they had renamed the roads after, they turned out to be like Hezbollah martyrs and Hezbollah fucking people who had said some like really outrageous shit against America. And when some preacher went to one of the meetings, he said like, why are we doing this? And the mayor of Dearborn, and the video's out there, you can watch it if you want. I can show it, I can direct you to it. The mayor of Dearborn, the Muslim guy, was like, you're an Islamophobe for bringing this up. I'm going to throw a parade the day you get run out of fucking Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan, by the Muslims. It's on video, like the meeting is there. So that's why the Patriots went down there. Do you want to see the video?
Can you hear that?
Smiler, can I just show you a video of something why everything's kicking off over here? I know you don't care about America that much, man, but can I show you a quick video?
There you go.
Okay, search Dearborn Mayor. Dearborn. Dearborn's Muslim mayor tells Christian man he's not welcome. And tell me that you can't understand why American patriots aren't pissed off about Muslims. It's not about the Jews fucking whispering in the ears of Americans trying to, you know, stir up shit. This will. The video you want to look for is the DC shorts.
It says this statement, Dearborn Mayor says Christians aren't welcome, is a misrepresentation of heated exchange that occurred in
watch the
September
video. Watch the
2025 between Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hamoud and a Christian minister and resident Ted Barham. Mayor Hammond told Barham that he was not welcome here as an individual, but he did not make a blanket statement that all Christians are welcome in
There's
the
no
city.
edit. There's no edit in this video, so you could watch the video. Don't search it on Yahoo or whatever. Watch the video on YouTube. This is why American patriots are pissed off about Islam at the moment. It's nothing to do with the Jews. I'm on my phone, so I don't know how to drop the link. Just search Dearborn's Muslim mayor tells Christian man he's not welcome. No, that's the wrong one. That's not got the preacher in it. That's not got the Christian dude, the Dearborn resident in him. Let me see if I can drop the link. Dearborn mayor.
You're talking about this one. Was there no sound on it? Stochastic Buddha, are you talking about that woman? What's she called? Oh, where have you gone, Urban? What's she called? What's she called? What's she called? Are you talking about the woman that wants our anti-Semites hunted down and killed? Financially, legally, socially, and economically. Yeah. Right. Present, share screen, entire screen. Let me know if it's got volume this time. Have you jumped off to drop the link, have you, Urban?
I would now like to welcome to the stage Leora Rez, founder and executive director of Stop Anti-Semitism, a watchdog organization that publicly exposes anti-Semitic behavior, creating consequences for those who espouse bigotry toward the Jewish people. Leora?
I find it absolutely ironic. We can talk about every race, religion, creed. We can slag every race, religion, and creed off, but you're not allowed to say what they're guilty of. He wants the link again. All right. Oh yeah, just press back on your phone.
Tonight, I speak not just about a problem, but an actual fight. A fight that the Jewish community did not choose, but one that we are now fully engaged in, confronting the global explosion of Jew hatred, unleashed since the attacks of 10/7. Stop Anti-Semitism was built for this. For years, we exposed hate, pressured institutions, and delivered consequences. But after 10/7, the scale of threat and the urgency of our mission changed dramatically overnight. Since that day, we have featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites on our platforms. 1,000. Not theorized about them, not quietly documented them, feature them publicly, clearly, and with evidence. The results speak for themselves.
He's talking about 10/7, the day that they killed all their own people, or killed most of their own people on that day, and stood down for 7 hours. So it didn't actually defend their own people in the first place. And knew it was going to happen, and watched them month after month after month. You're in the back. Yeah, I've added you. Oh, you've dropped one off. There you are.
You right, mate? So if can you see a link in the chat, the side chat, or whatever it's called, the back chat?
I'll carry on playing this a minute.
Okay.
And I'll have a look.
Yeah,
I'm just making a coffee.
Approximately 400 of these Jew haters have faced real consequences, including firings, suspensions, and expulsions. More than 300 of them remain in an active investigatory state across universities, corporations, DEI departments, unions, hospitals, nonprofits, and yes, unfortunately, federal government agencies. And yes, 5 arrests to date tied directly to threats and violence of anti-Semitic conduct we helped expose. This is what accountability looks like. This is what action looks like. This is what pushing back hard looks like against the tidal wave of hate that has consumed the United States and global population. From our founding, Stop Anti-Semitism has operated on one guiding belief. Anti-Semitism thrives when there are no consequences. So we created consequences, a lot of them. We created visibility. We turned the spotlight towards those who targeted on our community, making silence impossible. On campuses where Jewish students were hunted through libraries, where professors glorified Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists, where mobs shut down our buildings and administrators hid under desks, we stepped in. We documented the offenders. We worked with attorneys, lawmakers, and victim families, and we ensured the message was not mistakable. If you target Jewish students, your actions will not disappear into the darkness. We will shine a light on you that, thanks to Google and SEO, will follow you for the rest of your life. When you look for a job, when you look for a spouse, when you look for a nanny, when you look for anything. Our work will always be documented, again, thanks to Google and SEO. In corporations where DEI leaders smeared Israel, excused Hamas, we pressured CEOs. Some resigned, many were terminated, but policies were changed, thankfully, from governmental to art institutions. Online, where anonymous accounts spread violent threats, we traced patterns, elevated evidence, and worked with authorities, leading to arrests from Florida, South Carolina, New York, California, and Texas. And we're not slowing down, sadly. Today, Stop Anti-Semitism, I'm proud to say, runs one of the most robust anti-Semitic enforcement operations in the United States, monitoring campuses, digital networks, activist groups, and public officials, documenting incidents in real time and mobilizing millions of people, of allies that are quietly by our side. But the fight is bigger than the exposure, and it's about securing a future where Jewish students can walk across a quad without being screamed at, a future where employers understand that anti-Semitism is not activism, it's bigotry, and it will cause you to lose your job. A future where fact, not propaganda, shapes policy. A future where global institutions, from Google to Chat GPT, from governments to universities to media, finally treats Jew hatred with the serious of other minority-targeted hate. To get there, we need three things: action, real action, as I listed, accountability, relentless vigilance, because anti-Semitism does not take breaks. It doesn't wait for elections. It doesn't disappear because we are exhausted and tired. And when I tell you myself and my team are exhausted and tired, that's the least of it. Stop Anti-Semitism has never been more essential, more strategic, or more effective than it is now. But we cannot do this alone. The demand, the volume of tips, the number of investigations, sadly, it continues to grow instead of decrease. If we want a safer future for the Jewish people, this is the moment to stand together and act. We have to push harder to make it clear that Jewish safety is a non-negotiable. Tonight, I'm asking you to always be in the fight with us, not just in spirit, but in true action. Participate in calls to action. Write letters to your governmental officials. Speak to the teachers and the college administrators that are making, if it's not your friends and kids, it's making other community members feel unsafe. When we act, lives change. And anti-Semites learn, sometimes for the very first time in their lives and history, that targeting Jews will come at a price. And together we can ensure that Jew hatred never goes unanswered again. As a former refugee from the USSR, I say this with all of my heart. God bless the United States. God bless Israel, and Am Israel Chai. Thank you so much.
What she says, she was a former refugee from the USSR.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Let me just make a point here with that link I just fucking played. Well, I just dropped in your chat.
Yeah, 2 seconds. I'm just trying to find out what she's called.
I'll try and make this point that I'm about to make with that. Actually, let me preface the point I'm trying to make when you're ready. Let me try to preface the point I'm trying to make. So the narrative that was put across to people who are on your
that's the one I played just now. I played this just now.
That weren't the one.
Yeah, it was. I played it 2 minutes ago.
Hold up. No.
Yeah.
Paste.
Him. He says this to an American. Go ahead.
I mean, Hezbollah, bombed the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel that's quite inappropriate.
You are an Islamophobe, and although you live here, I want you to know, as mayor, you are not welcome here. Oh, wow! And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city, because you are not somebody who believes in coexistence.
Have you ever heard of a mayor speak to a citizen like that? Because he's saying, hey, listen, if you guys are doing this and you're funding this, and
I've heard a lot of mayors say
please find out
those
the
that
name
have
of the
constituents.
street they were naming the people after.
That is
What do you mean, Tom? There's a lot of mayors who'll say that. Those that are not afraid of the
Sorry,
re-election.
man, let me look for the link for
and they get their voters, the voting block. He knows
the wrong thing.
There's a large group of voters that have his back that
no matter what
love what he's about to say.
This is him. He says this to an American. Go ahead.
I mean, Hezbollah,
That's one I played just a minute ago.
Okay, keep going with it.
Yeah, I played it.
Bombed the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel that's quite inappropriate.
You are an Islamophobe, and although you live here, I want you to know, as mayor, you are not welcome here. Oh, wow! And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city, because you are not somebody who believes in coexistence.
Have you ever heard of a mayor speak to a citizen like that? Because he's saying, hey, listen, if you guys are doing this and you're funding this, and
I've heard a lot of mayors
please
say
find out
those
the name
that have
of the street
constituents.
they were naming the people after.
That is
What do you mean, Tom?
There's a lot of mayors who'll say that. Those that are not afraid of the re-election because they've got their
their people are
constituents and they got their voters and have their voting block. He knows that there's a large group of voters that have his back that
no matter what
love what he's about to say.
This is him.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hear the chants by Maccabee Tel Aviv hooligans who reflect Israel. Ask Urban. Won't be on the screen. There we go. All right. How do I get out of this? So what's she actually called?
Play the last one, the last link that I showed you, not with the Betts David, the actual full context of that meeting in Dearborn. So the narrative was like patriots went down there, Jewish people, to fucking just cause trouble. But when you actually watch the clip of actually what happened to that Christian dude, like, you understand
that
it wasn't Jews, man. It was just patriotic Americans who were fed up with. Yeah.
You are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city.
Yes, go ahead. State your name and address.
God bless you, I
Thank you.
also say that I'm an apostate. I'm going to hell based on the videos that you dropped. So if I were you, I sit silent.
Okay.
Wow. That is the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan, laying into someone who spoke at city council. This exchange has made news. Let's back up so you can see what happened in its entirety.
2 intersections have been named after Mr. Omar Siblani. I'm sure he's done a lot of good things for the community, starting the Arab American News. But one thing I'm very concerned about, which I think a lot of people in Dearborn would be concerned about, I mean, I could just read his direct quotations.
Can you tell us what the issue is?
Yeah,
Before you
Councilman
start
Abraham.
reading things, can you just tell us what your concern is?
Yeah, my concern is he's a promoter of Hezbollah and Hamas. And then,
Mr. Barham?
Yeah.
And Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, Councilman Abraham. But your point, you're free to address your point, which I just wanted to make sure you're aware. The sign that was placed in that area is a county road and was done by the Wayne County Executive. It's not under control of the city, Dearborn, or City Council. we can get you the list of their meeting, and you could go there and speak to the county commissioners, but we did not have the authority to overrule that or to suspend it.
Yes, that's fine, and I did understand that, but I know that there were people in this room who were there at the ceremony for putting those signs up, and also it's in Dearborn, so I'm just speaking as a Dearbornite. Just a couple of quotes here. He talks about how the blood of the martyrs, I'm quoting, irrigates the land of Palestine. And then further quotes, he talks about how the terrorists should strike them with knives and with their bare hands, and they're victorious. And he also encourages the use of rockets over there. And then another quote from 2022, "We are the Arabs who are going to lift Palestinians all the way to victory, whether we are in Michigan and whether we are in Jenin." So the reason why I mentioned this is that it sounds like he could be inciting violence in Michigan. Believe me, I'm continuing the quotation. He says, "Believe me."
He's not. I just want to be clear. He can speak for himself.
Well, this is
I'm going to stop you because he's not a violent person, and you can interpret his words any way you want. But I will guarantee you, he is not intending to incite violence anywhere in the world.
Well,
he could defend himself if he were here, but
sure,
we're not going to allow personal attacks in our community.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just reading his words here.
That's fine, but you're interpreting his words after you read them. He did not use the word violence, did he?
Well, may I continue the rest of the quote?
Well, if you say you want to read them, you can read them. If you want to interpret and give your own opinion of what he's thinking, that's a different story.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'd love to discuss this. I just want to finish the quote because there's more. So, okay, I'll continue. Whether we are in Michigan and whether we are in Jenin, believe me, everyone should fight within his means. They will fight with stones, others will fight with guns, others will fight with planes, drones, and rockets. Others will fight with their voices, and others will fight with their hands and say, "Free, free Palestine." So I just find it very concerning. Did my 3 minutes include other people's words
that's
as
okay.
well?
There was some dialogue, but as the councilman indicated, and just we wanted to make sure you be careful when you're talking about incitement or riot. There's legal terminations for that. There's legal precedent for that, and that's what the councilman has indicated, that you're drawing a conclusion that you have the right to draw. But as I indicated, the sign was placed from the county in that location. So, did you have anything else you'd like to speak on?
Well, it seems very provocative to have those signs up there. I mean, I also appreciate how he has helped to people to sympathize with, people of Palestine, people of Lebanon. As you know, I've lived in Lebanon. I also lived in Israel. I've stayed for several weeks in Palestine, and I feel like, but despite that, I feel like having that sign up there, it's almost like having, naming a street Hezbollah Street or Hamas Street. I mean, Hezbollah, bombed the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel that's quite inappropriate. And as a Christian, I would like to encourage peace. I'm not just being like, pro-Israel in this and fight back and that sort of thing. But I would like to encourage peace, not violence. Actually, I'd like to quote from the words of someone who had the same enemy. It was Jewish people who killed Jesus. He was Jewish, but his fellow Jewish people killed him. And he said, "The one who lives by the sword will die by the sword." And what I would like to encourage on the other side is peace. He is called the Prince of Peace, and he said, "Blessed are the peacemakers." And his death at the hands of Jewish people opens the door to peace between Jewish and non-Jewish people. So that's what I would like to actively try to encourage to you. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Spire. Sir, if you'd like to step forward.
I think the only comment I'm going to make, I'm not
Mayor?
looking for a rebuttal, is the best suggestion I have for you is to not drive on Warren Avenue or to close your eyes while you're doing it. His name is up there, and I spoke at a ceremony celebrating it because he's done a lot for this community. And I think it's quite hypocritical to know that you're approaching this podium when you yourself have videos on YouTube standing in front of my mosque saying the cruelest of things about Muslims, about the religion of Islam, because you are a bigot and you are a racist, and you are an Islamophobe. And although you live here, I want you to know as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city, because you are not somebody who believes in coexistence. You're somebody who tries to preach it, but in fact, you do everything but that. So I just want to put that on the record.
Yes, go ahead. State your name and address.
God bless you, Mayor. God bless you, sir. I think
Thank you.
also say that I'm an apostate, I'm going to hell based on the videos that you dropped. So if I were you, I sit silent.
Okay.
So, what is this video talk all about? I found his YouTube channel. Here he sings a song he wrote in front of a mosque. I can't find him saying anything bad about Islam. In fact, he seems to express his desire to understand and befriend Muslims. Perhaps there's something I'm not seeing. Or perhaps this is just another liberal crying about an ism that doesn't exist.
Right now, we're going to place you under arrest. Right
So,
now.
do you think like American patriots, Christians should be a little bit pissed off about that? Hello?
Well, I'm getting more backstory to it. Right, so Ted Barham lived in Dearborn for 7 years.
But the narrative of what happened in Dearborn about a month ago was very different to this is what led up to it. It wasn't just a bunch of Jews going down there pretending to be Christians and whispering in the ears of the Christians to try and cause divide. That was blatantly a fucking Islamic mayor. And to be honest with you, like, Americans are looking to the UK at the moment and saying, you know, the UK's kind of fallen. We don't want that to happen here.
So Ted Barham was from fucking England.
He's clearly an American, though, isn't it? You can tell by his voice. I've been living in America for 8 years and I still talk like an Englishman. He's clearly a fucking American. I don't know the statistics on APAC lobby and how much they give compared to like Qatarian lobbies. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. Enter fucking name or Soul Glow. Soul Glow said, "What about APAC? Like, does anyone have the statistics on what APAC pay compared to Qatar?" But from that video, can you see why Americans might be getting pissed off about Islam rather than the narrative about the whispers of Israel? Sometimes certain actions have reactions in it to certain things. So I don't think there is a censorship towards speaking or criticizing Israel. Like, biggest fucking YouTubers at the moment are Candace Owen and who's that other dude, man? That Smith dude. Kanye, Nick Fuentes. They're the biggest fucking social media hits at the moment.
Yeah, I agree, Mrs. B, sorry.
The whole
UK hasn't fallen, it was deliberately demolished.
Criticize the whole. You're not allowed to criticize Israel.
Well, as soon as you criticize Israel, you're called anti-Semitic.
How many people have been locked up for Facebook posts criticizing Israel?
Lots.
Versus how many people who have criticized the invasion of the UK via dinghies?
There was 12,000 arrests this year.
Yeah.
Just for people criticizing.
Not Israel. Not just Israel, because everyone's allowed to criticize Israel. The biggest YouTubers and the biggest fucking
criticize Israel, you're told you're an anti-Semite.
Yeah, do you know what? A lot of Israelis don't like that, though. They don't like people getting. It doesn't do Israel any favors. The anti-Semitism laws, and most of them will tell you that it doesn't do them any favors.
Jews don't even stand with Israel. Jews are anti-Israel. Jews are anti the Star of Ram
The left-wing ones don't. The left-wing self-loathing ones don't. Of course,
they aren't self-loathing because Israel is a Zionist state. Yeah, they know that they sacrificed the Jews to create the Zionist state, which they did. They sacrificed the Jews to create the Zionist state.
No, I think
I can show you that in history, Urban. They sacrificed the Jews. It was David Ben Gurion's famous speech of the lever. Yeah. Fighting against Hitler's white paper and England's white paper. Yeah.
Is he in power now? He's not.
No, he was the first prime minister. He was the one that started after
How many years ago?
1917.
We're talking about now. We're talking about now.
We're talking about this is
anti-Semitism.
It's not about now. It's repetitive.
Most Israelis who aren't self-loathing.
It's rinse and repeat. It's repetitive.
Right, Smiley, we've been through this, man. Like, does the UK have self-loathing English people who are stood at the borders holding up signs saying English people, fucking migrants are welcome here?
So does America.
Yeah, all of us do. So Israel do as well. But then do we also have patriotic people who say we don't want this?
When the which
you pick and choose. You pick and choose about who to fucking listen to.
No, which Jew? You pick and choose. No, which Jews? Which Jewish women? Yeah.
You pick and choose between the self-loathing ones and the ones who fucking don't want
were
migrants.
Put
and then you hold them up for your argument, like it's some kind of concrete monolith that all Jews are doing this shit.
Childbirth pill.
Okay, so let me just make the point I was trying to make with that video, right? Right, Smiley, can I just try and make my point?
How is it, right? How is it, right?
Can I make my point?
No. I'll make a point, right? How is it?
Every single country. The video. Let me make the point that I was trying to make with that video.
Every single country, yeah, has got to be multiculturalist, yeah, bar Israel, right?
Because our government are fucking doing fuckeries. Their government aren't doing fuckeries. They're upholding their fucking people, whereas our one isn't. Our ones are compromised. Their ones are fucking doing a noble thing. Why ain't China doing it either? Why ain't Japan doing it either? Because they're fucking more smart. They're not compromised. China isn't compromised. Russia isn't compromised. Japan isn't compromised. Israel ain't compromised in the same way. We got a bunch of globalists in the EU. The EU are the fucking problem.
Right, Ethiopian Jews.
We're going all over the place here.
Right. So you say right. Every country's got to have multicultural according to Israel, right?
No, China doesn't. Japan doesn't. Russia doesn't.
Ethiopian Jewish women, went to Israel, They were put on a contraceptive pill injection or pill without their consent, to stop them conceiving, and the Israeli health ministry had to pay out, right, to stop them breeding. Thousands of Ethiopian women are said to be receiving shots of Depo-Provera every 3 months in Israeli clinics. The contraceptive stops menstruation and has been linked to fertility problems and osteoporosis. Yaakov Litzman, Israel's Deputy Minister of Health, who had previously denied this practice, will lead the inquiry, a spokesman. The phenomenon was uncovered when social workers noted the birth rate among Ethiopian immigrants halving in a decade. An Israeli documentary investigating the scandal was aired in December and prompted popular outcry. It revealed that women started on a course of contraceptive jabs while in transit camps in Ethiopia, some without being told they were even being given birth control, many having no idea of the side effects when they eventually arrived in Israel. Doctors continued the treatment unquestionably, but the critical question remains unanswered as to who instigated the policy, with neither Israel nor Ethiopia willing to claim responsibility. Sava Rubin, an Ethiopian who has lived in Israel since 1984, interviewed more than 35 women from her community for the film and found 25 were still receiving contraceptive shots from healthcare providers. Rubin spoke to one woman who believed she'd be given a flu vaccination and had no idea she was being injected with Depo-Provera. Another was pregnant with her 5th child when she arrived in transit camp, where she would live for 7 years. This woman in her 30s told Rubin that officials had gathered together all the new mothers in the camp and told them they would be given Depo-Provera, as it would be too difficult for them to give birth in Israel. We didn't want to take it. We refused. We said we didn't want it. The unnamed woman recalls in the film she agreed to the injections only because she was told her immigration to Israel would be blocked and she would receive no further health care in the camps if she refused. This happened to many, many other women, Rubin said. More than 50,000 Ethiopian Jews have immigrated to Israel in the past decade.
Yeah, 150,000 have immigrated to fucking Israel in the last
50,000 Jews have immigrated to Ethiopian Jews have immigrated, and they were all given that injection to stop them having kids. Why would a country give an injection to stop a Jew having children? Is it because they're too black? Because they ain't white enough?
Say that again. Sorry, missed that.
Is it because they're too black? They're not white enough?
Have you been to Israel? Have you been to Israel? I've been there. Like I would say the European ones are like pretty much not in the minority, not in the majority.
Who runs the country?
I think they got Arabs in the Knesset. I think they've got Muslims in the Knesset. Don't know about Ethiopians, but can I just go back to the point about showing you that video that I showed you earlier? Would you think? Right, you're skipping my point, Smiler, about the video I showed you.
Oh, I'm looking at this. Prince of Yemen meets Donald Trump in Dearborn.
Yeah, can I just show you can I just explain my point about showing you that video? Like
Which video?
The video I just showed you about that Dearborn mayor, like berating the fucking Christian not native, but you know.
Well, he's
can I
English.
just explain my point about that video I just showed you? It only take me about 20 seconds, right? So the narrative that was put across was it was a bunch of Jews who fucking went down there. But can you understand why patriots might be pissed off about that happening when the mayor said that kind of shit? Can you understand why they might be a bit pissed off? Yes or no? Christian patriots, they might be a bit pissed off with what that Muslim mayor said. Yeah. Well, the narrative that was put across, that video I showed you was never covered. But the narrative was, it was a bunch of Jewish instigators who had just gone down there to kick off. But it wasn't. It was a bunch of patriots who were pissed off about signs on their roads that were named after patriotic fucking Civil War veterans being changed to a Hezbollah guy who had fucking said a lot of really fucking bad shit, who had called for death to the US and stuff like that.
Right, hang on. Right, I've
So,
got
if you're on
Dearborn.
that
A Dearborn
algorithm
City
of
Council
YouTube
meeting
shit
turned
that-
tense. A Dearborn City Council meeting turned tense Wednesday night as debate erupted over one new street sign, honouring Arab American journalist Osama Siblani. During public comment, resident Ted Barnum criticised the decision to recognise Siblani with a ceremonial street sign along Warren Avenue, questioning whether the city should bestow the honour. Mayor Abdul Hamid quickly fired back. He pointed to Barham's past YouTube. See if I can make it bigger. Videos filmed outside Hammond's mosque, which he said contained cruel remarks about Muslims. Hammond called Barham a racist and a bigot, adding that the day Barham moves out of Dearborn, he would hold a parade to celebrate. Siblani, founder of the Arab American News, has been a long-time voice in the Arab American community and was recently honoured with the street sign of Warren and Chase. The sign marks one of the first times Wayne County has formally recognised an Arab American journalist in this way. So it was like that councillor. It was the city councillor.
Look at the quotes that he said.
I heard the quotes. I played the quotes 5 times. I played the video.
The person who they named the street sign after. His quotes.
His quotes?
Yeah, the one who they named the sign after.
What was he called again? What's the street name?
I've forgotten, man. I don't know offhand, but I'm not that well prepared. But like, if you listen to the quotes that the guy the street was named after, he's made a lot of fucking pretty bad quotes. So I think it's kind of normal for actual patriots to get a little bit pissed off with that. Whereas the narrative was pushed about, that was never covered, the actual meeting. And the meeting was actually why the patriots went down there. But the narrative was, oh, it was the Jews fucking whispering their ears and sending the patriots down there and stirring shit up and stuff. Whereas I think it's pretty fucking normal for patriots to get pissed off about that without anyone stirring the shit. But it's the narrative that was fed to everybody on the algorithm. And my point is the algorithm and Twitter and stuff may make you believe that it was all the Jews, but it's a pretty natural reaction from patriots to get a little bit pissed off about that, right? A Muslim mayor telling a... Because the narrative at the moment is it's all Israelis, like, whispering in the ears and stirring the shit up. No, it's not. It's a natural reaction for American patriots to have one of their road signs changed from fucking... Not one, there was many in that area that were changed as well. Being changed to people who preached hate against the West. I'd be pissed off as well. If they change Victoria Street to fucking Sinwar Street, like, surely that would be enough to get patriots down there without the fucking influence of Jews.
Well, what about Israel changing all Palestinian villages' names then?
Where?
In Palestine, they've changed all the Palestine villages' names over the years.
Who were the Palestinians though? Were they martyrs? Were they people who blew up fucking civilian?
No, they were the ones that were ethnically cleansed when 750,000 of them were driven out of Palestine.
But
and told they had to return.
So would you stand with the American patriots who went to Dearborn and had a problem with that road sign being changed? Would you stand with the American patriots who went down there?
Well, it wasn't the fucking Muslim mayor that presented it. It was the fucking council, wasn't it?
But what was his reaction to it?
Well,
what was the Muslim mayor's reaction? What were the words he used? What were the words he used? You're an Islamophobe.
Well, your man Ted has been stood outside Matey's mosque shouting the odds every day, isn't he?
Do you agree that it is Islamophobic of American patriots having a problem with that sign?
He's not an American, he's British.
I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about...
Well, he's British, isn't he?
Do you hear his voice?
He's British.
I've lived here 8 years, I'm still an Englishman. That guy was an American.
He's British.
He weren't British.
Yeah, he's born in Britain.
Yeah, but how long? Okay, so how long has he lived here?
7 years.
Definitely not. I've lived here 8 years, mate, and I don't speak like that, dude. Regardless of where he's born, there should be American patriots should have a problem with that, right? Would you have a problem with Victoria Street being turned to Sinwar Street? Or Gaddafi Street? Maybe not Gaddafi Street, because we all agree Gaddafi was a bit of a decent guy at the end of the day. But being turned to, say, I don't know. Mussolini Street. Would you have a problem with that? You probably would. You might not, but I think most patriots would. Whereas it was framed as the whole situation
We're kicking off for fucking all over London, they're putting underneath the fucking street names. They're putting fucking Arabic or whatever fucking.
Rightfully so, though, right?
Like
Rightfully
Whitechapel. I think Whitechapel's got probably goop underneath
it's
it.
written in Urdu. Have you got a problem with that?
Well, if they can't read fucking English, they shouldn't be here, should they?
Exactly, and that's my point. But the whole.
But I don't get what your argument is.
Okay, my argument is the narrative that was fed to the masses and the kind of algorithm that feeds you.
Well, I don't even know what you're feeding the masses to, because Dearborn never fucking heard of the place. First time I've ever fucking heard of the place.
Yeah, that's because you're not. Yeah. That's because you're behind.
And I'd pull up a video. I'd pull up a video of a bloke fucking taking the piss out of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump shaking his hand.
Well, okay.
Which is what I was trying to play you.
Okay, well, you're behind the times. You've been under a rock or something, man. You've been under a rock, man. Like, it's all been really kicking off over here with regards to Dearborn.
I will be the next president of America.
You can't.
President Trump, how are you? It's good to
Welcome,
see you.
Mr. President.
Thank you. I see you everywhere. Yes, I do committee. I go to Saginaw rally for you. I go Pennsylvania area for you. Remember, you see me. What do you have? Okay. Picture. Picture. Yes. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the first thing I found when I looked for Dearborn.
Yeah, see, you're behind. Like it's really kicking off over here at the moment over the Dearborn situation, and Texas as well. Texas and Minnesota, like same kind of shit. But the way that they're framing it is woe me, poor fucking Islamists. And that's the thing that you're reading, the type of stuff you're reading when it comes to woe me, Islamists in fucking the UK. Same shit. Woe me, poor fucking Islamists being victims. Fuck me, man. Like, in Bondi Beach, a load of Jews have just been massacred, and already it's woe me, poor fucking victimized Islamists.
No, it isn't. It's poor victimized the Jew. It's poor victimized the Jew.
Yeah, because they've just been fucking massacred.
It's a big fucking psyop. It's a big fucking psyop.
They've just been massacred, and
It's
it's
a
woe
big
me, psyop. Fucking.
What do you think of the man with all the bandage on his head and all the blood all over his face then?
I don't think it's what the guy. Yeah, I don't think that's with. I don't think that's. How do I explain? I don't think that's beyond the realms of reality where someone picks up their phone and films it. I think that's pretty normal to do in this day and age. The guy with the bandage face.
This
and
guy.
the blood. Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not weird. It's not beyond the realms of reality that someone picks up a phone and says, "Fucking, I'm gonna show this in this day and age." May not be logical, but it's not beyond the realms of reality. It's not beyond the realms of reality, though, that when you've been shot, you're going to pick up a thing to prove that you've been shot or whatever happened.
All right, have a look at the screen now. What do you say?
I see someone treating a dude. I see a screenshot.
No, you see makeup brushes. You see fake blood. You see him sitting there laughing his head off. And you see him being painted with fake blood.
I don't know, man. No, I don't know, man. Like in the
there's Bondi Beach. There's Bondi Beach. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I live there. I know what it looks like.
Right.
Man. I lived there
Grok
for a couple of months.
confirms the image is real and not AI. No, the image doesn't show signs of being AI generated. Details like shadows, textures, and objects look consistent
Okay.
with a real photograph.
That.
It
Screenshot
depicts a
that.
makeup artist applying fake blood on what seems like a film show.
I don't know if you're trolling me or not, man, but take a screenshot of that, put it into Grok, and do it again. It's very easy to fucking write that. Do you know I could do that? Do you know what? I could take a picture of the sky being blue and then take a picture of Grok and then take a screenshot of some writing saying the sky ain't blue, it's actually fucking purple. Do that. Do a screenshot of that image and say, is this a real image on Grok? You can't believe everything, man. Enter name. You call me a drip? Fucking get on here, bro. Enter name here. You call me someone who's a div. I've lived all over the world. My fucking... What's your highest fucking level of education, dude? Education of sitting on a couch fucking reading TikTok. Little div. About I'm a fucking div. I actually don't believe anything the news fucking says. Do you know what you've got? You've got some echo chamber dwelling fucking muppet called fucking enter name here, 977, who's been way down the fucking rabbit hole, who needs to step away from his fucking computer and actually live outside of his fucking living room. I can show you where you... man. You've never seen snow like this. Fucking enter now. Because you've never been outside your fucking living room. Enter name, you little fucking muppet. Little anti-fucking... What's happening? Smiler.
What?
Snow. I'm a logical reasoner. Logic and reason has gone out the window when it comes to this brainwashing fucking rabbit hole.
Oi, nutter. Which brainwashing?
The brainwashing of fucking taking logic and reason out of the fucking mind of people. It's like, believe fucking 20-second clips that you've seen on TikTok or Instagram.
I ain't on TikTok. I ain't on Instagram.
Nah, but you better. I guarantee you get all your stuff off of what the algorithm shows you. Do you know what
I'm on Telegram.
Do you know what the algorithm shows me, Smiler? My algorithm. It shows me all the stuff I'm against because that's where I seek the truth. I seek the truth amongst posts and stuff that disagrees with my beliefs. So everything that on Twitter is anti-Israel, anti-white, fucking all that shit. I've got nothing. There's nothing on my social media posts that agree with my views. Because my algorithm points me in the direction of things that I disagree with. Because the things I disagree with is where I try to find my truth. That's how I confirm my bias. Or try to have my biases not confirmed. I try to have my biases destroyed by coming on channels like this. Whereas fucking echo chamber dwellers like this enter name, like.
Right, we'll just have a look. We'll just watch this then. Right, so you stopped me earlier on from playing it.
I'm about
right.
now out of Chicago, Garrett.
Right.
Yeah, so they have the right
Jewish
to be
interest,
angry.
it's in
The
humanity's
fucking
interest that whites experience a genocide.
Probably
Until
shouldn't.
white children are burned alive, white women raped, mutilated, murdered, and all white men who have not been slaughtered watch powerlessly as their people are terrorized. Only then will mankind be on a more equal footing, ready to
don't make the laws.
privilege.
I don't make the laws.
apparent
And for every reaction, there's a reaction. I don't make them laws. I'm an angry man. I'm quite happy, actually, man. I'm living a very fucking fruitful life. Got 2 young kids.
Détruire les nations, détruire les races, détruire les religions. Autrefois, au XIXe siècle, ce projet était incarné par le projet communiste. On sait que Karl Marx, qui était à l'initiative de ce grand projet communiste, était lui-même d'une famille juive.
Princess Angela, I just don't like idiots.
Transgenre.
Enter name.
L'identité sexuelle n'est pas innée, mais elle s'acquiert.
Enter name hasn't fucking provided one decent fucking argument to me.
Yeah, keep an eye on your screen and you'll see the facts and the truth.
Qui entend anéantir, détruire.
This is a Frenchman.
Araser toute spécificité, tout particularisme, toute tradition chez les êtres humains. Mais quand tout sera détruit, qu'est-ce qu'il restera? Eh bien, il restera les Juifs, qui eux auront conservé leur spécificité, leur culture, leur tradition, et qui seront, paraît-il, à ce moment-là, selon eux, reconnus par tout le monde comme le peuple élu de Dieu. Voilà leur projet.
So there's a second thing in that black box, an unrelenting stream of immigration, non-stop. Folks like me who were Caucasian of European descent, for the first time in 2017, will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America. Absolute minority. Fewer than 50% of the people in America from then and on will be white European stock. That's not a bad thing.
It's very clear that the Jews want to exterminate the European race. Richard Coudenhove Kalergi, who is the father of the European Union and who was funded by the Jewish bankers Rothschild and Warburg. Now, this man wrote a book called Praktischer Idealismus in 1925, in which he stated that the Jews are a master race and that the Jews can only assume the throne, rule over the world, by weakening the European race, and that the means to weakening the European race would be to dissolve all the European nations, destroy all their cultural heritage and their national traditions, and replace that with the European Union, and then to invite in Africans, Middle Easterners, and Asians to dilute the blood of Europeans through miscegenation to the point where they became a degenerate mixed race. And then at that point, these people would no longer have any sense of nationhood, and the ancient Jewish messianic prophecies of world rule out of Jerusalem, with Jews maintaining their nationhood and their national status, it would fulfill the Jewish messianic prophecies that the Jews could then rule the world. And this was completely in line with what Nikolai had written in 1917 and has manifested itself recently with the invasion of immigrants from Africa, from the Middle East, and from Asia into Europe, America, and Australia. And they are deliberately setting about to genocide the white race and destroy all sense of nationhood and of national heritage and national culture in each of our nations.
I speak of the death of the white race, the complete removal of all means of reproduction of the so-called Aryan race. Men, we now control the destiny of this race. It is now time to make sure the white race becomes extinct through miscegenation and having a virtually zero birth rate. We have all enjoyed the vision repeated all over this world every day of the last white children playing with little dark children and knowing that they are being set up for their eventual destruction. We can ruin the ancient pure bloodline of an Aryan child by convincing him or her of the altruism of begetting interracial children. We must expose the race mixing of the urban centers to the suburbs and rural areas of this country. Abe Foxman, ADL President, August 25th, 1998, New York. The goal of abolishing the white race is, on its face, so desirable that some may find it hard to believe that it could incur any opposition other than from committed white supremacists. Make no mistake about it, we intend to keep bashing the white dead males and the live ones and the females too, until the social construct known as the white race is destroyed. Noel Ignatieff, Harvard professor, 2002. Forbid the whites to mate with whites. The white woman must cohabit with members of the dark races, the white men with black women. Thus the white race will disappear. Our race will rule undisputed over the world. Our superior intelligence will easily enable us to retain mastery over a world of dark peoples. Rabbi Emanuel Rabinovich, Council of European Rabbis, Budapest, 1952.
It is true, unfortunately, and I think this needs to be frankly admitted by Jews all over the world, that there are, without doubt, Jews involved in those movements and those
yeah, a bunch of lefty fucking self-loathing fucking Jews.
This phenomenon of third world immigration into the Western countries.
One of them is Barbara Spector, a former American who made Aliyah and then 10 years ago, with the help of the government of Sweden, set up a non-denominational institute of Jewish learning with the Greek name of Paideia here in Stockholm. She believes the current wave of anti-Semitism in Sweden will pass and that Jews have an important role to play in a country undergoing profound change.
I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
Barbara Spector and husband Rabbi Philip Spector moved to Sweden in 1999. She established the Paideia Institute in 2001 using taxpayer funds. She admitted her goal isn't to help migrants and refugees acclimate, adjust, and assimilate to Swedish culture. Her mission is to ensure and establish Talmudic Jewish supremacy, which is the clergy plan. Make no mistake, her goal is to destroy Sweden,
Take
Europe,
it easy,
and Christian
Angela.
nations
Thanks for popping
by
in.
weakening the bloodline of white Europeans. Remember, Ishmael is the broom for Israel.
Ishmael
Refugees
is the
don't
broom.
occur by happenstance. There would have to be a crisis, a natural or manufactured event to displace millions. People en masse don't abandon their families, community, country, and culture for no reason. For that to happen, it takes war.
Oh, thank you.
You will find there an extraordinary information. There will be two big buildings in the land of Edom, which today we relate the word Edom to America. And those are the biggest, the tallest buildings in the world. And they will be brought down completely. And that will be the sign of the beginning of tremendous wars that will end only in the coming of the Mashiach. 1 week before, one of the great rabbis in Israel, a Hasidic rabbi, he came with some people, some of his disciples in the car, and they were coming towards the evening. He didn't want to lose the time of mincha, the prayer of the afternoon. He said, please, can you stop right here? I want to daven. I want to pray mincha. They prayed mincha with minyan in front of everybody passing in Manhattan. Where? Right there, near the World Center. After he finished the davening, the prayer, he said, say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more. Say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more.
Did you hear that?
It's common knowledge Israeli Mossad and the CIA are behind the 9/11 terror attacks. Francesco Cossiga, president of Italy.
It's but bullshit.
That if you really want to know what's happening with Middle Eastern policy,
You're
then you
presenting
must
4 or 5 fucking
in the
rabbis,
1980s. Now, in that document, which is pretty much being played
extremist
out
rabbis, as
for many
concrete
years,
evidence.
there were serious objectives for Israel, and Israel's main objectives were to expand and grow in line with the greater
It's not my words, is it? It's their words.
Israel project. And in order for it to
No,
do
but
that,
we've been through this before.
to justify
If there was a great
of Israel, and
give
to do that, we would have to sow the seeds of sectarian
How-
hatred in the region. The number one target of this
Pause a
plan.
minute.
We've achieved that. That's not a failure. That's actually a success. Iraq is
good.
a failed state largely. It is an absolute basket case. Sectarian hatred is absolutely insane. We see the beheadings and all of this madness, and we think it's a disaster. No,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not at all. In
RJ
fact,
got a
it's all
gift,
part of
yeah.
the plan to break up Iraq into 3 different states. When we look at Syria, we also find that the goal is once again the same thing: sow the seeds of sectarian hatred and basically turn that nation
Yeah,
into a basket
RJ.
case. This is happening according to plan as well. Now,
Hey,
ISIS, enough and for the Israeli secret intelligence service, many people are seeing the very big benefits to the state of Israel, Jewish state of Israel, by the breakup and the balkanization of the state.
Going
So,
down rabbit hole.
if you believe what's being told to you, and I just don't know why anyone would believe anything that comes out of the mouth of virtually any Western leader, whether it be Obama or Bush or any of the rest of them, all of these people are nothing but patent liars, and everything they say is pretty much the opposite of the truth.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who had used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists. We got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs," meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today. And he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years.
Milo, this ain't convincing me, bro, man. Can we have
Somalia,
all this fucking
Iran.
bullshit?
Hillary Clinton, unaware the camera was still rolling, laughs at the brutal assassination of Libyan President Muammar Gaddafi, October 11, 2011.
We came, we saw.
Okay, this part I fucking understand. I agree with when it comes.
I'm sure it did.
The wealthy Jews rule the world. The fate of the governments lies in their hands. They start wars between countries, and when they wish, the governments make peace. When the wealthy Jews sing, the nations and their leaders dance along, and meanwhile, the Jews get richer. Theodore
There's
Herzl.
so many
the father.
conflicting shit that you're fucking presenting.
What's conflicting about it? That's
Okay,
Theodore
pause. I'll explain to you. I'll
Do
explain.
you know Theodore
You asked me a
Herzl?
question. Let me explain to you. If you ask a question, you got.
Do you know Theodore Herzl was?
So Clinton, yeah, I can agree that she's a fucking war
You
criminal.
You can't believe an army general.
No, Trump is dead again. Where does he fit in that? In this argument, it's a conflicting. On one hand, Trump's the fucking big bad guy who's part of the cabal, but also, like, it's all over the place.
So you've got an immigrant there. He can afford cigarettes. You've got an Italian woman. He can afford cigarettes, but unable to eat. He's now dissecting a cat.
Who's dissecting the cat?
The immigrant.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they are. Savages, man. Leave the cats alone.
Since the spring of 2014, an
I don't know
estimated
what
3.6 million African and Middle Eastern migrants, 90% of which were younger men under the age of 35, illegally entered the continent of Europe by myriad land and sea routes. This unprecedented event, precipitated and managed by the hostile liberal elite, then required continuous mainstream propaganda and NGO support for the native European population to willingly accept its continued demographic demise. The details have been researched so abundantly that there is no need to discuss them further. However, what has never been explored to any significant degree is how this costly billion-dollar international scheme was paid for, and how the poorest people on Earth were somehow able to walk right into the nations of Europe, which often required cold hard cash, and in sums they simply couldn't afford. Firstly, how does a 20-year-old youth from the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the average yearly wage is about $400, come up with some $2,000 for the long trek across the African continent into Libya, then onto a makeshift boat that could ferry him to a European port of call? Well, in short, someone gave it to him. The sum of $2,000 to a young African in any of the sub-Saharan regions is the equivalent of about $100,000 for a similarly aged, unmarried young person living in America. Young people from these areas simply do not have that sort of cash. There have been numerous reports of NGO trucks and black unmarked vehicles trading in the vicinities of well-known pickup points along the early stages of these migration routes. And although these culprits, handlers, and exchangers of currency have been difficult to source, there is no question that large quantities of money are being funneled in somehow. The total operational transport cost to all migrants who illegally entered Europe over the past 5 years is estimated to be about $8 billion. This was paid mostly in cash. Such an alarming total exceeds even the GDPs of some of these countries put together, and there is absolutely no way that all of this money came from third world pockets. So where did it come from? About a year ago, the infamous globalist hegemon, George Soros, admitted to divesting some $18 billion of net worth into a number of his NGO platforms, and in particular, the Open Society Foundation, which is the umbrella
Agreed. 100% agreed.
Mobilizing progressive organizations that now encircle the planet. This had been done over the previous 2-year period. The money essentially disappeared for all intents and purposes, as no one cared to audit the so-called charity, and it had become so vast that no one would have even known where to begin. This largesse would have no doubt been enough to cover monies owed at the ground level for the operational costs of the migrant flooding of Europe. Although the NGO supporting this already had the existing financial flexibility to aid in the day-to-day movement of migrants, including the use of modern transport vessels sailing in the Mediterranean, many of which, interestingly, owning Israeli shipping registrations.
when we're talking about offshore money, when we're talking about political subversion, when we're talking about collusion, I wonder whether we're looking in the wrong place. And I say that because George Soros recently gave Open Society, his organization, which of course campaigns for free movement of peoples and supports supranational structures like the European Union, he recently gave it $18 billion. And his influence here and in Brussels is truly extraordinary. Open Society boast that they had 42 meetings last year with the European Commission. They've even published a book of reliable friends in the European Parliament. And there are 226 names on that list, including yours, sir. I thought you'd find this interesting. We even had last week Mr. Verhofstadt lobbying on behalf of Mr. Soros at the Conference of Presidents in a battle that is going on with Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary. If we're going to have a debate and we're going to talk about full political and financial transparency, well, let's do it. So I should be writing today to all 226 of you, asking some pretty fair questions. Have you ever received funds, directly or indirectly, from Open Society? How many of their events have you attended? Could you please give us a list of the meetings of all the representatives, including George Soros yourself? And I think this Parliament should now set up a special committee to look into all of this. And I say that because I fear we could be looking at the biggest level of international political collusion in history.
Just try to wrap your brain around how much power this is. In 4 years, Joe Biden will have spent conservatively on the bottom end $700 billion on illegal aliens. Everyone believes the number has now surpassed $1 trillion.
Well, this story just keeps getting crazier and crazier. You better pay attention. Wake up, America, as to what is happening right now. The more we learn about it, the more troubling it is. The United States government working hand in hand with non-governmental organizations, NGOs, to bring millions of illegal immigrants into the United States. If you don't think this is all planned, then you need to get your head examined.
This is where the money laundering scheme comes in. So he goes, you have Jewish Family Services at the top. He says they have 50, so let's just say 50 to 100 subcontractors underneath him. After I give them, he's telling me, after I cut that check for $600 million, then those smaller subcontractors that are responsible for food, clothing, housing, whatever that $600 million does not cover or did not cover enough, those subcontractors call us and say, we need 10 million here, we need 5 million here. And I say, well, do you vet it? He goes, no, we're in emergency mode. So we cut the checks immediately to him. Immediately. And he says, but this is where it gets crazy, JJ. He said, when I cut the checks to the subcontractors, I'm cutting the check to the same payee. I'm sending the same funds to Jewish Family Services, the same account. So you have Jewish Family Services getting $600 million, but you have 50 to 100 subcontractors that I'm paying, but I'm paying to the same bank account as Jewish Family Services. It's all a lie.
Tanto sufrió por ella que hasta la muerte la...
So what do you think of all the $600 million checks then? Jewish Family Services.
$600 million is a drip in the fucking ocean compared to Qatari money that pumps its way into the UK right now. Yeah.
Over what period of time?
I think I stopped over in Qatar probably, let me see, when I first left the UK, probably 25 years ago. No, 20 years ago, maybe 19 years ago. And it wasn't as developed as it is now. The airport was a fucking shithole. So I'd say in the last 20 years, Qatar has become more fucking wealthy than it was 20 years ago. And that's when the money started coming in. I don't know the stats, but I don't think APAC pumps that much money into the US compared to the Arab states.
Well, APAC, have a look how much APAC pump in. You only got to look.
Let's do it. But all these videos you're showing, Smiler, let's look at
Adam Schiff, £840,467.
Is that all? That's fucking pocket. That's like fucking
913,000, 124,000, 596,000, 1,219,000, 731,000, 568,000, 192,000,
fucking dog
152,000, 282,000, 1,725,000, 221,
out of the money
135.
Fucking costs. That plane that they gave to fucking Trump, not even close to $40 fucking million.
Trump's had $1 million just from APAC, let alone what he had off the Adelsons.
Do you understand how little that is?
Well, when you add it all up, that's tiny, is it? You know, these are just US representatives, Democrats and Republicans.
I bet that doesn't even. Fucking add up to the amount that Qatar gave. That plane that Qatar gave to fucking America. I think that plane was like a $40 million fucking dollar plane. And then everything that's being taken into the colleges and stuff like that. Marco Rubio, the next president of the USA, 100%. These figures are so low.
What plane did they give?
The plane? Well, you knew the new fucking presidential plane.
Yeah,
you know about the new presidential plane that was given to America?
Not Trump's plane. Trump's planes, he bought that. That was Epstein. That was Epstein's plane. That was.
No. The one that was given about 6 months ago, after the Middle East visit. It's a $40 million plane. This is like 159,000. Fucking hell, I'm worth more than 159,000. 370,000. Do you know America's spend 900 billion on their fucking military defense?
When I was a young senator, I
120,000, 500,000. I don't know what I'm watching. This is some like Nazi. I ain't calling you a Nazi, but this is like proper Nazi fucking shit from back in the day.
All right, the plane they gave was valued at 400 million. Well,
yeah, exactly. All of them.
Well,
Biden
had 500 million.
Yeah, no. But my point is, them statistics you just not statistics.
5 million. Sorry.
Add all them up, they don't even come up to 1 billion from APAC.
Well, it's more than that now. This is a couple of years old now.
It's a couple of years old. Yeah, but come on. That's just a plane. What about all the money that's going into the colleges? There's a lot more money coming from Qatar and China than what's coming from APAC. China and Russia are loving this, man. They're loving this fucking anti-Israel shit.
Right.
Destabilizing the West.
Right. APAC has given 20 million to Democratic primaries alone. 100 million, 100 million in 2024. Republican donors, so APAC's 2024, 100 million.
We're talking about one plane that was 400 million.
19.8 million in.
We're talking 400 million just on a plane. All that shit you're saying doesn't even equivalent to the one plane. Personally, I think Trump should have said, shove the plane up your ass.
5 billion, 184 million, 811,000. That's so 2024 for just under 5.2 billion they gave.
5 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see how much fucking Qatar has given to America. And then the Emiratis, and then fucking Saudi Arabia. I think Saudi Arabia pledged like a trillion or something in deals. I ain't denying it. We shouldn't be taking this Arab money, but
right. So they've done 45 billion in investments.
Yeah.
Investments, not gifts. We're talking APAC is gifted to Republicans and Democrats. Yeah. This is investments, right? So 18 billion in Texas LNG chemicals, large purchase of Boeing jets, 96 billion, 400 million for Boeing jet to be refitted as Air Force One for President Trump.
You're making my point for me.
Sovereign Wealth Fund, 45 billion. So that's investments. Exactly. ExxonMobil, 18 billion. Chevron Phillips, 96 billion deal for 210 Boeing aircraft. Plus the donation of a 400 million Boeing 747 jet Air Force One.
You're honest.
Higher education, 5.1 billion in US universities.
It makes that $100,000 shit look kind of small, doesn't it?
Well, this is invested to different businesses, isn't it? Their money's actually going to business.
Same thing, though, isn't it? It's the same thing. It's something that's promised.
No, that money is lobbying money to parliamentaries that shouldn't be bought.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
No.
It's money
not the
that
same
wouldn't
thing.
be given.
Because these people that have taken the shackle are not allowed to speak out about Israel, which was why a certain person that got a hole in his neck, yeah, didn't want Netanyahu's money. Yeah, because he wanted to speak out about Israel, because he spoke out about Charlie Kirk spoke out about Israel. Charlie Kirk didn't want the Israeli money. Yeah.
Be honest with me.
How much has Erica's made since Charlie's death? Erica's made £140 million.
Yeah, because Charlie's our man. That's why.
But Charlie was talking out about Israel. Charlie didn't want the Israeli shekel. Yes, he did. I can show you video after video after video of Charlie.
Videos. Right. Be honest with me, Smiler. Had you even heard of Charlie Kirk before the assassination? Because
Yeah.
I've been following him I've been following Turning Point for 10 years. That was a big of fucking Israel, fucking up until the assassination. I think even on the day of his assassination, he had an anti-fucking Israeli person and said that he fucking reasons why we should support Israel as a fucking Christian nation. Go on, show me a video of Charlie Kirk saying, he's fed up with being fucking made by a couple of Israeli fucking organizations. Doesn't mean he didn't support Israel. It's massive fucking over when it comes to Charlie Kirk. He was the biggest supporter of Israel. I've been following the dude. I've been following the dude for fucking 10 years, man. When everyone was telling me Orange Man bad, MAGA bad, this dude, and going against it, saying, no, actually, do you know what? Bullshit.
He did, Mrs. B.
He also questioned the attack on fucking Iranian fucking nuclear sites. And then when fucking America did what they fucking... It was like, yeah, actually, that was a good idea because I was wrong. Charlie Kirk was fucking murdered or assassinated. LBGT loving nutcase, and everything fucking be proven. One was saying, the gun, you can't fucking dismantle a gun. The gun was never dismantled. You can see the gun wasn't dismantled when they fucking where the ledge. You can clearly see him the ledge of the building and pulling the gun fully assembled over the fucking gutter. Have you not seen? Have you not slowed the footage, Smiler?
What?
Do you want to? You know. The main argument is like that rock can be disassembled.
What?
Right. That's one of the most contented thing about it is like about the disembowelment of the rifle. You can't disassemble a rifle like that.
Well, you can disassemble it. You can disassemble it. It's put together with 2 screws, yeah. But they didn't disassemble it. I've showed them the videos time and time again, and matey jumping over the fucking roof.
Okay, zoom in on it and watch him with the guttering and slow it down and watch every second of it. You see him pull a fully assembled fucking rifle over the fucking ledge. And
yeah, I've shown the video time and time again.
He jumps down and floor and he picks it up, and there's a split moment where you can see a gun bag with an assembled gun be pulled up. It's like split second shit.
I've shown the video. I've shown the video with it down his trousers when he's walking up the stairs. Or the steps.
So he had the gun and he left the scene of the crime with a fully assembled gun. Right?
Yeah, but it was the FBI that said he disassembled it. Nobody else said it. It was only the FBI.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know what you're arguing about. We all debunked it.
That doesn't make it true because you can.
Well, we all debunked it. We all debunked it. It was the FBI saying it was Squinty Eyes, you know, the one that Trump put in charge, you know, the one that's got a fucking Israeli fucking patsy wife.
Okay, but listen, a guy like Charlie Kirk, who is a devout Christian,
Charlie Kirk was set up
who's-
with his wife.
if he's dead against the pushing fucking LBGT fucking agenda, which we both agree there's a LGBT agenda going on, right? Whether it's from the Jews or whoever. If he's speaking out, and then you got some guy who's literally in a relationship with a fucking or a transsexual, and he goes and does something, then why are we not looking at that? And just for the record, man, like the count of bullet can actually enter a body and not come out.
No, 30-odd 6 won't. I've shown that time and time again, and so has many other
and Jewish don't.
Yeah, just for you.
Was the biggest supporter of fucking Israel's right to defend itself, man. They could have easily have taken out Candace Owens, if that was the fucking.
And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more, draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me. And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews.
So you've never had that before? No?
Okay, right. Okay. Now do a YouTube search. Kirk defending Israel. And you'll go and do that.
Yeah, but he switched, didn't he? He switched. Which is why they all did.
No. After when was that? That video. What was the date of that video you just showed? Unpack it, dude, man. What was the date of it? Okay. That I showed. We'll get videos from a week before his assassination. Destroying him. Israel doesn't have the right to defend itself against fucking. Do the search. One video talking about organizations, Jewish organizations. And there are organizations maybe, but as a state, I don't think they would have had Charlie fucking assassinate. Worse people who have turned against Israel than Charlie. Like I said, you've got to think about it logically. Enter name, man. You just jump on panel, innit?
Be careful the way I say this. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
I don't play it again, Smiler. Do the
Don't use
search I
that term.
told you to do.
Before Charlie Kirk was killed, he said Charlie Kirk fears that Israel will kill him if he continues ahead, providing space for Israel critics.
Charlie kind of question the amount of influence Israel has in U.S., not only domestic politics, but foreign politics as well.
I just don't think we should go to war with Iran. Is a nuclear weapon with Iran a threat to America?
Enter name the fucking...
A threat to Israel, but is it a threat to America? I mean, India has nuclear weapons. Pakistan has nuclear weapons.
But he's one of the only people to go to the Oval Office and say, sir, I totally understand, but a war with Iran could really hurt our country. He took massive abuse from his own donors. And they expressed it to him in a very intense way. I know because he showed me.
He's talking about October 7th possibly being an inside job.
I still have the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border.
He starts to question whether Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent.
Epstein, with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who is obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies. The evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence.
And it all blew out into the open at TPUSA's July Youth Summit. Might have been Tallahassee.
Yeah, Tucker gave the speech.
Right.
Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf
don't
of
even need to look at the link.
extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed.
But it wasn't just Tucker. Megyn Kelly had started questioning Israel and
Mossad, given his connection to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Comic Dave Smith, who, like myself, is a Jewish anti-Zionist.
But there's no reason why we even have to be enemies with Iran. This is Israel's problem. We don't need to be involved in that. Sorry, we got our own issues here.
The crowd was cheering in this cathartic way. Then Tucker comes out, says, you should have your citizenship yanked if you fight for a foreign army.
How can somebody pledge allegiance to two countries at the same time?
Obviously, that's absurd. And I know you're speaking about Israel. Anybody, by the way, who serves in a foreign military should lose his citizenship immediately. There are a lot of Americans who've served in the IDF. They should lose their citizenship.
After that, he started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media. Laura Loomer, we all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down.
Honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. There's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are you? What am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen.
Smiler, play my links. That's just two. I didn't even but you know. I can tell
he started changing his mind after October the 7th.
Play the links.
But he started changing his mind after October the 7th. It was too powerful.
Let's read the date.
It was too powerful, so they had to shut him down, didn't they?
Well, after this one, the ones I just showed you, the ones I just fucking dropped in your chat. Hear it from the horse's mouth rather than some fucking 10-second clips.
When this man thought he could corner Charlie Kirk by using his own words against him, Charlie Kirk proved him wrong. Because when it was his turn to speak,
the one before.
Last year, Everyone USA hosted the Young Jewish Leadership Summit, during which you said, so a Christian that's not pro-Israel, I doubt they actually love their Bible. And I will stand by that statement. If you're a Christian that doesn't love Israel, then you take your Bible way, way, way too much for granted. End quote. So who are you to question the faith of Christian Americans that don't support a foreign country of a different religion that has spied on us, attacked us, and lied to us? And especially given your recent suggestion that Israel allowed the recent Hamas attack to happen, why would you support a country that would do that?
So I'm not an apologist for the Israeli government, but let me ask you, where was Jesus born?
Why does that matter?
Well, do you know?
Why does it matter?
Okay, yeah, you're obviously not Christian. You don't know where Jesus was born. He's born in Bethlehem. Okay. And he was raised in Nazareth, and he walked on the water in Capernaum. What country are those places in right now?
What does it matter?
It does matter. You know why? Because when I went to Israel, I came in contact with the living God that walked on water and rose Lazarus from the dead. When I went to Israel, I saw the Bible come to life. When I went to Israel, I saw Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Sarah, Rebecca, and Leah in the Hall of the Patriarchs. When I went to Israel, what I read as Bible stories popped open, and I said, this is the word of God. This is real. These are not fairy tales or fables or things that we tell our kids. When I went to Israel, I was able to cry where Jesus cried, where he was betrayed by Judas and arrested, where he rose from the dead and gives us eternal life. I am not an apologist for Israel, but I reject wholeheartedly this narrative. Christians who turn their back on Israel, it says in Genesis and Romans and 1 Thessalonians, Paul said, you will bless the Jews. If you bless Israel, you will be blessed. If you scorn Israel, you will be scorned. The Israeli government, plenty of suspicious things going on. I will defend the Holy Land, the place that let me see where my Lord and Savior lived, and I will not apologize for that. Thank you very much.
When this man thought...
So he's defending the Holy Land, just like the Quran says, the Holy Land.
Okay, the one before. The one I dropped before.
Let me ask you, in the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil, but I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children. It's a futile.
Let's zero in on it.
There is no justification, Mr. Kirk, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West's security.
You've made that point, but
it's not a point; it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in.
And it's also come to point out that Israel killed his own.
Going.
Yeah, but it's also pointed out that Israel killed his own.
No, keep going. Keep.
Reaction. Let me finish. I let you talk. Israel, at its holiest day of the calendar year, besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samat Torah, the 50-year anniversary of the Six-Day War. On Shabbat, Hamas invaded Israel, deciding to go recklessly to music concerts, to homes, to kibbutzes, and taking 200 plus hostages. They knew what they were doing. In one of the most cloistered urban environments on the planet, 2 million people live in a place where it's impossible to wage war. Impossible. Where they wear civilian clothing, they violate every tenet of the Geneva Convention, and the IDF, when they do something right, they get no credit. When they do life-saving surgeries of a Gazan child, they get no credit. When they drop leaflets, they get no credit. But when they happen to bomb a place where they are operating their military from, which we now know from third-party verified sources, hundreds of Hamas military operations are in mosques, schools, and hospitals. I'm sorry, the country where they were living in relative peace on October 6th, that all of a sudden we had a war and Hamas started the war. And I don't see people that were really upset about the 2 million Germans that were killed in World War II, civilians. A tragic truth of war is that civilians die. I don't like it and you don't like it. And they brought it upon themselves. The only operation and entity to blame is the leadership of Hamas, not the Israeli government, for fighting this defensive war after they were invaded. There is a good guy and there is a bad guy. I honestly...
Isn't that the morality of a child?
Well, hold on. It's interesting you say that, because a child who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University. Let me ask you, in the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
So what? I don't know what you're proving, because this was before he switched on his donors.
I'm proving that Charlie Kirk was so pro-Israel. You've shown me one video.
You just shared this video with me that says that
organisation being operative royal. Do a search on Charlie. You'll get 1 million. You've shown me one 20-second clip of him talking. Jewish organisations being the operative word. Organizations. Yeah, maybe there are some organizations. But
was there a stand down order?
That YouTube has now taken down a video in which Charlie Kirk questioned whether or not on October 7th, the Israeli government issued a so-called stand down order.
Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. Wow. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say, stand down?
Well, the reality is that Charlie Kirk, in his questioning, was exactly right. Last year, we put together a series of videos specifically about October 7th. And in it, we talked specifically about this issue. Was there a stand-down order that was issued by the Israeli government that prevented the military from going in and rescuing people, taking them out of this situation where they were being held by Hamas? Again, what Charlie Kirk said there was correct, but here's the proof that backs it up. And once the Hamas attacks began, the time it took the Israeli army and rescue teams to arrive, fight, and rescue Israelis at the different kibbutz communities and sites being attacked, well, that ranged anywhere from 4 hours to more than 20 hours. Even the New York Times has reported, quote, thousands of soldiers were less than 40 minutes from the towns that were under attack. So why did it take so long for help to arrive? And we've discussed how days before the festival, 2 entire brigades of soldiers were taken away from the area of the Gaza border and then sent to the West Bank. And you might think that immediately upon receiving information of a devastating attack on partygoers, military authorities would alert units to immediately exit their bases, race to the site of the conflict, and go on the counterattack, right? But that's not what happened. Haaretz reported, quote, at 7 a.m., the party organizer called Lieutenant Colonel Elad Zendani, the man tasked with approving the festival, and told him that terrorists were shooting the partygoers. He suggested that they fend for themselves. The first IDF forces arrived at the party scene at 3 p.m. That's 8 hours for a response time for one of the most efficient, capable, and well-militarized security forces in the world, operating in a country the size of New Jersey, with their Gaza division only a few miles away. What makes it even more strange, around 4 hours into the Hamas assault at 10:46 a.m., Israel was already launching operations and bombing targets inside of Gaza. So hold on, let that sink in. If Israel could begin an offensive attack into Gaza within 4 hours, why did it take more than 6 hours? In most cases, more than 10 hours, and in some cases, 20 hours to mobilize inside their own country to stop the ongoing attack, to defend the lives of their own people.
Why wasn't Candace Owens
It had
shot?
shifted entirely. Okay,
She's way more against Israel than
Israel
Charlie
knew that. Turning Point USA knew that because Charlie was explicit. So my question is, why isn't Turning Point USA making any statements and shutting down this repeat attempt by Israel to lie and to pretend that towards the end, Charlie was just authoring love letters to Israel, giving them a perspective of here's how we can win. Here's what you guys need to do. You need to work with this Hillel, whatever it is. Yeah, the same people that are calling me anti-Semitic, you need to work with those people harder. And he was just putting it on paper. Was it an email? What was that they were sharing on the New York Post, the Israeli Post, right? What were they sharing there? He wrote of his deep love for Israel.
Milo, are we really going to use Candace Owens as a fucking...
For Israel, to a letter to Netanyahu. Netanyahu said they were close, but in the letter...
It's a substantial fucking evidence.
I think it's being lost. It's like, on some part of the population, you can scold them into silence, right? But if I have
Milo,
any
for every video
deviation
you
of
play,
purity,
can I play you a video?
any
Let's do it that
deviation
way.
whatsoever, such as hosting a focus group, right, Megan, with a bunch of our students that went viral, having Dave Smith or Tucker at my event, it is all of a sudden, oh, Charlie is a he's.
I think the
no
problem
longer
we've got
with
here
us and all that.
is like none of you actually knew Charlie Kirk
Right?
until his
I'm an American,
assassination.
okay? Like I represent this country, and I don't even understand that paradigm. But Megan, I think you would agree with this. I want to make sure we really zero in on this. Personality types like you, myself, and Tucker, the more that you guys privately and publicly call our character into question, which is not isolated, right? Megan, it would be one thing if it was one text or two text. It is dozens of texts.
Yes.
Then we start to say, hold the boat here. And to be fair, some of my really good Jewish friends are like, that's not all of us, it's all, but these are leaders too, though, right? These are stakeholders, right? And so, look, I'm afraid because, again, I want civilization to win. I want the
Smiler, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Smiler, play my
Yeah.
last link. Let's go 1 for 1, man. You play a video, I play a video.
thing to do.
The last link that I played.
Because Jewish donors have been the
last
number
link I played.
Yeah, listen.
Well, last link I dropped.
Open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more. Draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me.
TikTok.
The way I say this. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Yep. I mean, that's, and I don't use that term lightly. Okay.
Before Charlie Kirk was killed, he said Charlie
Play
Kirk
the rest
fears
of it,
that
what he said
Israel will
after
kill
that.
him if he continues ahead,
Tyler, 20
providing
second
space
clip sent
for Israel
Play
critics.
the last link
Charlie
I
kind of
fucking dropped.
starting to question the amount of influence that Israel has in U.S. not only domestic politics, but foreign politics as well.
I just don't think we should go
Very
to
conveniently
Nuclear
cut
weapons
off
Iran
there
and direct
before he
America.
gave fucking context
Probably.
to what he was saying. Smiler, come on, man. Like, let's make this a fair debate. Let's make this a fair debate, at least. Smiler.
What's the
The last video you played, it cut off before he gave context to what he was saying. Play my last link that I dropped. These are ones I've not even watched. So just play that one. So I might be wrong. Just play that last link that I dropped, and then we'll see if I'm wrong. I don't even have to look at it.
11 was religiously motivated. That terrorist, before he was about to crash into the World Trade Center, he literally said, victory to Allah, death to America, Allahu Akbar. How come America have forgotten that very, very big event, importing the same people that want to kill their own civilization?
We as Christians have had empathy weaponized by the left and have our own Christ-like inclinations then used against us in a suicidal way. Nowhere in the scriptures that say to go import a bunch of people that hate you and want you dead and take you as slaves and to bring them into your country.
What you saw on October 7th and what you saw on 9/11, that is the norm of Islam. If they actually apply it, they will tell you, but there are moderate Muslims. Moderate Muslims. What do you mean by moderate Muslims? Muslims support Hamas. So even if they happen, they don't kill you, they will silently support killing you. Same people that were screaming death to Israel on October 7th, I saw the same people scream death to America when 9/11 happened, when I happened to be in Egypt.
Yeah, that supports my argument, but play my last clip. The last link that I dropped. Come on. Let's make this a fair debate. Smiler, you're not... Smiler, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'll play my last link. Or you can do a search, Charlie Kirk defending Israel, and choose any one of them videos. It's probably about 100 of them. Compared to 20 seconds.
There's nobody arguing that he didn't
Charlie
support
Kirk
Israel.
was very pro-Israel.
Listen, he swapped. He went against Israel. He went against his donors. His donors were pulling the funding away from him. I can show you text messages if you like. Would you like me to get the Charlie Kirk trespass
fucking
again?
links then. Play my links.
Would you like me to get the Charlie
He
Kirk?
wasn't the biggest supporter of Israel. Play my links.
He
Play my
was,
last
he
link.
was, and
Why are
he
you scared?
switched
Why are
sides.
you scared? Why are you scared?
No,
to play
why
my
am I
link?
showing? Why am I showing old news when he switched sides? Do you
No,
not
because the
understand?
links I've
Do you not
provided
understand?
are after the ones
Do you not
fucking provided.
understand? Do you not understand that Charlie swapped sides on Israel? He
No,
called
he didn't.
Israel out. Yes, he did. He wrote to fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. He told him he wasn't coming to fucking Israel.
Yeah,
He
because
told
he
him to
was
stick
a
the
real one.
millions that Netanyahu offered him, he turned down
Yeah, what does that prove?
because he swapped sides.
No, he didn't. He just
Yeah,
fucking
he did.
didn't want,
He turned his back.
didn't want his brand to be called
He
out for being
was
influenced
Christian.
by
He
Israel.
was Christian, not Jewish.
Okay, well, that last link, play that last link, and that answers your question about how he feels about why. The last link is why Christians should support Israel. Play the last link, or you're scared, you little pussy. You're scared. You're scared to play my last link. Play my last link, dude. If you don't
Charlie
play my
Kirk,
last
leaving
link,
me
then
no
you
choice
folded.
but to leave the pro-Israel cause.
Folded. You folded, dude, man. Like, play my last link.
I ain't folded at all. I
Well,
don't
play the
need to
last
play.
link
I
then.
don't
If you
need
don't
to
play
play.
that last link, then you're
Right.
scared. You're scared.
What am I scared of? What am I
Play
scared
the
of?
last link then.
Hey Charlie, I'm Sam. I've been with TPUSA for a couple of years, and I've been paying attention to most of your stances on stuff. I agree with 90% of them, similar to another guy before me, except one. And that particular stance.
I guess it's Israel.
Yes, it is Israel.
Yeah.
You're right.
How did I know?
Oh, I don't know. Who could have possibly told you? Anyway, that being said.
I just a guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true. But anyway, that being said, I just want to know, like, you're a Christian. You are my fellow brother in the Lord. I'm just wondering, what is the justification for supporting Israel when we can see them persecuting Christians in their own land?
Okay, so you're coming after this in good faith. I want to know, just curious, are you Catholic? Are you Protestant? Are you?
I am not of a denomination.
Okay, but you are Christian?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I figured by the Christ is King shirt. Can you add more specificity by what you mean treating Christians poorly? Can you tell me what you mean?
Usually it's abuse, like being spit on when they're out in public, et cetera, things like that. So
yeah, so I mean, the spitting is a real thing by certain very radical Hasidic sects. Have you ever been to Israel?
No, I'm just
so
curious.
Let me just contribute this as a fellow brother in Christ. When we as Christians go to Israel, we are celebrated and treated like the most amazing you could ever imagine. Okay, so I'm positive that there are radical, Hasidic sects that believe certain things, as are written in parts of the Talmud where they have anti-Christian beliefs. That is not my experience with mainline Israeli belief or mainline Judaism. And I will say this: why do I like Israel so much? I'm biased because Israel changed my life. When I went to Israel, I was reading Bible stories my whole life as a committed Christian, and all of a sudden I had a life-changing experience. I went to Sea of Galilee. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is not a fairy tale. That's where Jesus walked on water. I went to the old city. I said, that's where Christ our Lord rose from the dead. I went to the Garden of Gethsemane. I said, that's where Christ our Lord was betrayed. I went to Hebron. I said, that's the Hall of the Patriarchs, where I can see Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It demythologized the Bible for me. And it convicted me in the clearest possible terms that the Bible is real, the Bible is true, and it made it come to life for me. And I love your heart. I don't want to see any Christians treated poorly. For the record, I tweeted out against the Israeli government when they bombed a church in Gaza. You can look at it. It's very public. I do not put up with the persecution of holy sites, and I stand up for my religion. But I will say this, that I've always been treated very decently and very well when I went to Israel, and access to my holy sites and access to the archaeological truth of the Bible is something that I believe is not just a good for America, but for the world. And being able to prove that the Bible is true, be able to see that the little coins of King Hezekiah, to be able to go to Mount Carmel and see like, oh my goodness, that's where Elijah threw it down with King Ahab. to be able to go to Mount Sinai and say that is where God delivered the greatest moral app, in human history, the Decalogue, right? That the Western civilization is built upon. So we might not agree on everything. That's why I have the heart for Israel. It changed my life. And I encourage you to go and visit and see it for yourself. God bless. Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you.
So we're talking about so all the time there we're talking about a holy land, right? We're talking about a holy land. We're not talking about Israel. We're talking about a holy land. Yeah, we're talking about biblical texts. Yeah, Israel, 1948. Right, we're talking about a holy land. Right, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel course. Charlie Kirk.
But define the Israel cause in the context of what he
Breaking.
meant.
YouTube has taken down the video where Charlie Kirk questioned whether Israel issued a stand-down order on October the 7th.
Smiler, I don't think you ever knew Charlie Kirk before his assassination and before the Jewspiracies came out. I've been following him for fucking a long time, and he is the most pro-Israeli Christian.
Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical open borders, neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies. You just heard that come out of his own mouth.
Yeah, Marxist policies. That's not a Jewish state thing, though, is it?
Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical
The
open
Jewish state
borders.
is a democracy, dude. Like, seriously, like, where are we going with this? The Jewish state is a fucking democracy.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, it is.
No, it ain't. They say it isn't
Yeah,
a fucking
They
democracy.
have elections, dude. They have elections.
Well, so Hamas had fucking elections as well, didn't they?
Yeah, 15 years ago.
Which were protected by the IDF and paid for by Netanyahu.
15 years ago,
Which were protected by the IDF and paid for by Netanyahu.
What are we doing here, man? Like, Israel's a democracy.
Yeah, and Karl Marx was a Jew as well.
So, that's one person. They don't follow Karl Marx. China follows Karl Marx.
All but one was a fucking
China
Jew.
isn't a democracy.
In the USSR,
Right, okay.
all but one was Jews.
Your own logic fucking defeats you here.
No, your logic doesn't.
No,
open
you're
your
presenting me. Karl Marx was a Jew.
Yeah, he was.
Israel is a fucking democracy. China.
Israel is not democracy. If Israel was democracy, why are women, Jewish women, go into Israel as Jewish women, being sterilized and put on injections to stop them having children?
Even though that's bullshit, like, how
the
does that
Jewish
not
government
make it a
had to pay out.
democracy?
The Jewish government had to pay out.
How does that make that not a democracy?
The Jewish government had to pay out. So Jews moved to Jews moved to fucking Israel, but then get put on fucking tablets and injections to stop having babies.
Okay, so China
Right.
is
That's democratic,
China
isn't it?
run by a Jew, so that's makes
democratic,
them
isn't
not
it?
right. So China isn't run by Jewish people, so that therefore makes them not a Jew by your own logic.
What?
China is run off of, well, it was not anymore, but it was when China actually went through its own period of actual fucking Chinese culture under Chairman Mao. He was a Marxist. Yeah, that's not Jewish, but by your standard, because they follow one Jew, that makes China a Jewish state. I don't know where we're going with this. Just because Karl Marx was a Jew, that makes fucking Israel fucking non-democracy. This is like connecting fucking this dot from this place, this dot from another place, and then coming
Right.
up with a
The Guardian.
This is like adding
The
2 and
Guardian.
3 and coming up with 90
The
fucking
Guardian.
7.
Israel hasn't been a democracy for a long time. Now, Israelis need to face this fact. Joshua Leifer, a Jewish person. The protest movement will either transform into call for genuine democracy for Palestinians and Israelis alike, or it will remain locked in the current impasse.
Right, let's do something a bit easier, man. Let's do a grok that will come up with 28 fucking... Let's do a grok that comes up with 28 sources.
Well, I don't need to do it, do I?
No, is Israel a democracy?
Well, it's been a 50 years. Well, it's longer now, isn't it? It's 80 years.
Here we go. Searching 20. Israel is a parliamentary democracy with regular competitive elections, a multiple system, independent institutions, and guarantees of political rights and civil liberties for its citizens within the recognized borders pre-1967 lines, excluding occupied territories. But under your logic, your fucked up logic, because Karl Marx was a Jew, then therefore Israel's a fucking... This is how fucked up it is, man, with your line of thinking. Respectfully, you know, I'm putting my point across to you. I do like you, man, but like, come on, let's... Like, your line of reasoning is like just so fucking biased, dude. So you're saying because Karl Marx was a Jew in the day and age of 2025, Israel is not a democracy and a communistic state. That makes no sense.
Israel and Zionism is racist. UN resolution.
Stick to the point. Stick to the point.
UN resolution 3379 determines Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination.
We're not talking about Zionism. If you look for what you're looking
Settler colonialism and racial discrimination. Zionism is characterized by critics as a settler colonial project that led to displacement of Palestinians, known as the Nakba, and the establishment of ethnocratic state where Jewish people have exclusive rights to self-determination. Legally codified discrimination, human rights organizations, academic sources point to what they describe as legally codified racial discrimination.
Codified? What does that mean? Smiler, do an unbiased...
Well, the same as your constitution is codified.
Is
I know, Blunt. He's just so blinkered. He's just so blinkered.
I'm not blinkered. I've lived in a communist. I lived in a communist country for fucking 10 years. I worked and fucking lived off a communist country. My wife's from a communist country. I know what a communist country is. Israel is a democratic fucking country, dude, man. Like, what are we doing here?
It's got elections.
You're telling me the fucking sky's fucking...
How did Trump lose the election then?
Lose the election?
Yeah, how did he lose the election?
The machines were all fucked up and fucking loads of fucking papers got dumped in the thing, and now we're not going to have that anymore. Do you know what wait.
Democratic country.
Wait. Listen, do you know what we're going to do to stop fucking voter fraud next election? Do you know what we're going to do? Do you know how we do that?
Yeah, you can have armed guards on the machine.
No, we're going to do a census. We're going to do a census that is only provided to citizens and green card holders. And then we'll get the real fucking vote. Anyone who's not any extra votes are not going to be counted because any other votes outside of that census will be deemed as fucking non-citizens being able to vote. Unlike the fucking last elections where we won anyway,
Mrs. B,
and the
yeah,
ones before that in LA when they banned fucking people having to fucking provide actual ID. Do you know that? Do you know in LA? Do you know in California they made a fucking thing where non-fucking ID holders were allowed to go in and vote? Look it up. Fact check me.
What?
Fact check me. The
About
next
what?
election's going to be fucking bang on. No fucking bullshit. Not like the last election where Trump won anyway, even though Californians were allowed to go in there without any ID. Do you know, last elections in California, people were allowed to go in and vote without any ID, any American ID. Because that's what Newsom said was, that's fucking legal. Nah, bullshit, that weren't legal. We're winning, mate. Conservatives are winning. We're saving America. And hence, after that, we're saving the rest of the world.
I know, Urban. I know, Blunt.
Do you know what?
Hang on. Yeah.
Do you know what? If America invades fucking England tomorrow, I'll stand on the side of America, mate. We're liberating you motherfuckers out there. We're coming to liberate Europe from the tyranny that you're fucking under. Do you remember about 6 months ago I told you how tyrannical the UK was? And here we are. Starmer, you're fucking under the thumb of Starmer. You can't vote your way out of fucking tyranny. Prove me wrong. Trump's calling out fucking mass immigration. Trump.
Hang on. Can't vote our way out.
You can't vote your way out of tyranny.
Do you honestly think that Keir Starmer is actually the leader? Do you honestly think that Keir Starmer is the leader? Do you honestly think that Donald Trump is
Fabian.
the leader?
He's part of the Fabian Society, backed by fucking China and Russia, mate. Nothing to do with the Jews.
Married to a Jew.
Yeah, a Jew self-hating fucking cunt, man.
He's taken thousands.
Okay, well, I tell you what, my sister's married to a Muslim who fucking hates fucking Islamic culture as well. Does that make him not a fucking Muslim? He eats bacon and fucking drinks beers. Yeah, you get them, man. You get people.
All right, Medford. Trump isn't even in charge. Jared Kushner's in charge. Jared Kushner's got more power.
Why is Trump calling out mass immigration across all of Europe? Why is he doing that?
Why? Because
Yeah.
it's got to be seen to do something, hasn't they?
Yeah, but how does that fit in with the cabal fucking theory that you've got?
Why is he shaking? Why is he shaking? Why is he shaking hands?
He's part of the fucking clergy plan. No, he's not. He's telling fucking Europe to fucking pull their socks up. And I tell you what, the way things are going, if America invades fucking England and wants to fucking out the fucking UK government at the moment, I'll fucking fight on the side of them. I won't kill another Englishman, but if it comes to storming Parliament with a bunch of fucking Apache helicopters and a bunch of fucking F-22s, I'll be fucking flying the flag of America, mate. because England has fallen, Europe has fallen to the fucking Islamic conquest that was written in their scriptures 1400 years ago, not fucking changed since. Are you with me? Are you standing on the side of Trump, or are you standing on the side of fucking Islamist fucking King Charles and fucking... Actually, I shouldn't say this. I'll probably... Next time I go... That's what happens when it comes to a tyrannical state.
And you don't think you got a tyrannical leader?
Nah, man. Freedom of speech. Everyone can say what out here. I ain't got no fear of being locked up over a Facebook post. Fucking Somalis who have fucking stolen 8 billion, the American Christian fucking taxpayers, should be deported. Whereas if I in England, if I say I don't like taxes from the English people are being paid for hotels and free meals, and fucking thinking about her heating bill, I'll be locked up for that. Situation, it's like fucking, you're trying to compare America's liberties, the liberties of England at the moment. I don't know what it is, man. Do you know what? People in North Korea, they don't realise they're living under a state. And I think England is kind of in the same situation at the moment. Even the patriots who are like, yeah, we can see it, I don't think they quite understand of it because they're living in it. They're not viewing it from the outside like us. Well, me as an Englishman living in America, view it. It's crazy. Like, America, their jaws are on the ground when it comes to fucking what's going on at the moment under Starmer. And you guys are like, oh, America, man. Like, because there's some pride issue here where you don't like being told by America just because we founded America. Like, wake up and smell the beans, man. Understand, Americans ain't taking the piss out of you. They're just stating. English people, I don't think people on the actual right are that fucking, what's the word, prideful. I think the two are like so prideful that they can't admit that has fucking fallen, and you need the help of America to fucking interject in. You're living in a fucking tyranny. Hey, go, bro, man. There's my fucking. You may call me another, but you can't tell me I'm wrong.
What Trump is imposing on you behind the scenes is what is worse than what Starmer's imposing. Yeah, you're
Mate,
already You're already having the anti-Semitic laws. You got more digital and more AI watching you than we've got watching us.
Okay, let me respond to you. Take note. We fucking boats bringing in kilos of fucking fentanyl. We fucking water.
There was no boats. It's a war crime. It's already been called out as a war crime.
It's a war crime.
It's already been called out as a war crime because there is no fentanyl on the fucking boats.
World countries. Like, war crimes are for third world countries. Narco-terrorists.
Something Biden said. How many years ago Biden said it?
Narco-terrorists are every bit the same terrorists doing fucking terrorist attacks, bro. We're not gonna go down like China under the fucking 100 years of fucking humiliation, fucking opium wars. China are trying to do the same thing to America, and we're not having it, mate. Fishing boats with fucking 4. You know this because you're a fisherman yourself. What boats have 4 fucking 250 fucking horsepower fucking engines on the back of their boats with sacks of shit? You know this. We don't put up with terrorism. No terrorists are gonna fucking put us through the 100 years of fucking humiliation that on China during the Opium Wars. That's what's happening, and we're stopping it. Fucking take them out.
Your biggest Jewish families, your biggest Jewish families bring the drugs into America. Your biggest Jewish families bring the drugs into America. And I've proved it to you time and time again.
That too. We're stopping that too, man.
They pay too much money. You'll never stop it.
Nah.
They're the biggest drug importers into America. They prop up your fucking American NHS.
China are, man. And I'm hoping I can go back to China, but it's possible.
But let's have a look at Venezuela.
But China are doing it, man.
He's insisting that the main reason he's interested in Venezuela, the main reason
Yeah,
the US
I don't listen to this shit, man.
Venezuela comes back to drugs, the trade, the smuggling of illegal drugs out of Venezuela. But what if it's not just that? Maybe there's something else going on.
We stop narco-terrorists. Can't even stop fucking dinghies.
You might be thinking, why does America even need Venezuelan oil? And
is stopping fucking proper boats.
2005,
fucking
Venezuela
can't even stop fucking dinghies, mate.
You know, since then, everything has changed. Look, American output has gone through the roof, way above Saudi Arabia, And Venezuela has gone basically to the floor. And that's kind of post Chavez, Maduro. They're one of the minnows now. Can I think?
We ain't becoming China during the fucking Opium Wars, man.
In the US,
that shit right now. Boom.
It's down to the shale revolution. So you've got.
He is, my friend. I can't help it.
Fishermen, stop bombing the fishermen.
Because when you're thinking about
what fishermen, right? Let's stop this a minute, man. Let's stop this.
No, let's listen to it.
Smiler, you know, no fucking. I'm wrong. Come on, we're both fishermen. What fishermen have fucking boats with 4 fucking 250 fucking horsepower engines on the back of their boats? Come on, you know. Am I wrong? Do fishing or fucking Mercury 250 horsepower on the back of their boats? Yes or no? No question. As a fisherman, they must be some fucking fast tuner and have that kind of fucking engine on the back of their boats. Terrorists, bro. And we're not putting up with that. Starmer might be willing to fucking dinghies, blow up dinghies, but the USA are not putting up in boats with 4 times fucking 250 horsepower engines fucking coming into their sacks of fucking drugs on it. Am I right? Pete Hegseth, the Ministry of War. Am I right?
Pete Hegseth's going to be done, isn't he?
No, he's not. He's
ordering the second bombing of, live people hanging onto the side of the boat. And he sent the helicopters in again.
It's a deterrent. It's a deterrent, bro. Like international law is for fucking third world countries who want to fucking try to implement their shit. Fucking Cyril dude from fucking South Africa. He complains about international law. Allowing fucking white farmers to be fucking genocided in his own countries. America don't play by that fucking bullshit rules of fucking of virtual signaling. Cyril fucking leads all this shit. Is the worst war criminal in the fucking world. Cyril from South Africa, the dude who's fucking been stadiums with that fucking malemba singing death to the white. Can't gaslight me, bro. Side of fucking stopping America becoming a fucking shit show. We don't want zombie apocalypse. We don't want zombie apocalypse.
Meanwhile, Venezuela continues to destabilize the U.S. domestic situation. A few days ago, Admiral Alvin Hasley, the head of the U.S. Southern Command, resigned over disagreement regarding the country. Halsey disagreed with Hegseth and the Chief of Joint Chiefs, the Chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that striking Venezuelan submarines was legal. Democrats and even hawks like Lindsey Graham are currently unwilling to support a U.S. invasion of Venezuela. Currently, 70% of Americans oppose the conflict. Military leaders are also skeptical, which is why many in the Pentagon are rushing to resign early. The Venezuelan opposition in exile is divided. The White House, meanwhile, continues to hope that Maduro will resign voluntarily or will be the first to stage a casus belli to start a war.
I know, man. 70% of people who tell me the fucking sky's red tell 75% of them that they're fucking wrong, and they will be wrong. Stop this zombie apocalypse that's happening over it. I don't know if you've been like worse over it than what you see on the streets of Liverpool and the streets of Manchester. A little bit of crack and a little bit of heroin. Over here, it's fentanyl. You drive. I don't know if you've been to downtown LA. It's literally a zombie apocalypse, bro, man. And do you not think that the is not right for wanting to stop that? Or did you really believe that them boats are? Answer that question for me, Smiley. Do you believe that have been blown up are actual fishing boats? Answer that question for me, please.
Well, some of them are random. Some of them are random.
Do you believe they are drugs? Doing what though? Smug their prize for doing to
for order on First Caribbean boat strike officials said kill them all. As two men clings to a stricken burning ship targeted by SEAL Team 6. The Joint Special Operations Commander followed the Defense Secretary order to leave no survivors.
Listen, do you not think that America doesn't have... Do you think, right, our minds look at this, do you not think the American fucking intelligence agency doesn't have intelligence to suggest that these are 100% narco in these boats? Because if they... why haven't the fucking International Court of Justice? Because they know America has the best intelligence that would absolutely exonerate them of war crimes when it comes to bombing, but bringing in sacks full of fucking drugs to our country. I don't want sacks of drugs coming into the country. I don't mind a bit of ganj. I don't mind even if people like a little bit of coca. But when it comes to something like fentanyl and all that bullshit that's literally hundreds of thousands of Americans, then yeah, we've got a point.
You go back to the beginning, Mr. Deegan. I completely
big fucking
debunked it.
missiles. Do you think
I don't know what this stoner's shouting about at the moment. He's just shouting on and on and on and on.
Because I'm on a fucking roll, dude. That's why.
I don't
I'm in
think
the
you're on the
zone.
right. You're babbling.
I'm in the zone.
No,
You
if
got
you go
nothing
back
to
if you
say.
go back to the beginning, Mr. Deegan,
Okay,
it's all
answer my
about. It's
question
all.
then. Answer my question. Answer my
Can you
question
not
then,
hear me?
Smiler.
Can you not hear me?
Man, go on. It's your panel.
Can you not hear me? I'm speaking to
Yeah, go on.
somebody.
Sorry, my bad.
So I call it a psyop. Complete false flag. I showed plenty of clips proving it was a complete false flag. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with his jaw, Mikey. I think he's not smoking weed. I think he's smoking crack.
No, I don't do hard drugs, man. I have a joint every now and again. I don't even.
Yeah, I
weed,
think
to
it's
be
been
honest with
sprayed.
you.
I think it's been sprayed with crack.
I smoke the low THC shit. I don't do that birthday cake stuff, man. I do low THC weed.
Oh, that's a one for
But no, the thing is, everything you read, until you've seen it on the ground, it's very hard to make an opinion about it. Like what's happening in LA and downtown fucking, not downtown Chicago. There's not that, but downtown.
yeah, he did
Maryland.
Bedford. He ordered them back in August. He said back in August. I think it was August the 18th, wasn't it?
At this point of illegal migration, there's in the UK. It's going to sound very extreme, and I might get imprisoned next time I step off a plane in Heathrow. But a couple of being blown up might actually help.
Say that again.
A couple of dinghies being blown up might actually help the fucking UK situation. Disagree or agree?
Oh, I can't.
Might be a bit of terror.
I can't say anything about that, can I?
Okay, well, yeah, there you
You're
go.
not allowed. You're not allowed to say anything
question.
about that, and you can't answer that question in the UK.
No, you said you answered the question. You answered the question. So
everybody knows my answer. Everybody knows my answer.
Okay, yeah. Any further? Don't go any further with it. But I take your answer.
12-mile limit. There should be razor wire.
Yeah. So that is kind of what's happening with narco terrorists. Take them out. For every of that shit that they bring into this country, there are 1,000, 10,000 victims. I don't know if you've ever had any druggies in your. It's not just the druggies that suffer. You know, if you've ever had any druggies, it's a scourge. It's a cancer. It's the druggies that suffer. You know, if you've ever had any druggies, it's a scourge. It's a cancer. The druggies.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe bullshit warning.
You know,
Doppler radar indicates the line of bullshit is heading into our current listing on Asia. The National Weather Service has issued a severe bullshit warning.
You know, I kind of agree with narco terrorists getting taken out. No due process for fucking non-American citizens decide to get on a boat, put drugs on the boat that's going to harm Americans, and that should be that should basically be the of any country in the world. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, it's Mr. Deegan's. Mr. Deegan's video.
bullshit heading into our current listening audience. Once again.
What happened? I was here with my family. It was a Hanukkah celebration. There were hundreds of people. There were children. There were elderly. Families enjoying themselves. Children, kids. At a festival.
I survived Bondi and I survived October the 7th.
Chaos. There's
Look
guns,
at me.
Fire everywhere. People ducking. It was absolute chaos. We didn't know what was happening.
A lot of the time, I think it's English people and Europeans kind of jealous of Trump actually doing what they wish that the UK.
I survived October 7th. I lived in Israel the last 13 years.
Yeah, I got that one as well, Mr. Deegan.
To work with the Jewish community, to fight anti-Semitism, to fight this bloodthirsty, ravaging hatred. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here. You know, we've lived through worse. We're going to get through this, and we're going to get the bastards that did this.
Tell me, did you see the gunman?
I did.
He got a shot in the head. He can speak very,
shotgun,
literally, can't they?
Randomly in all directions.
I ain't being funny, Smilo. It's like a really fucking weak picture.
It was an absolute bloodbath.
Like this picture's not real.
He got a shot in the head.
I never thought I would see this.
I'm not saying it's not real, but
on Bondi Beach.
Got shot in the head. I got by 7.62 or 30 odd 6. Which one was it?
My wife is safe, thank God.
No, but he can stand there and he can grab it. But there you see him over his makeup.
There's nothing. There's no greater.
If you know the mindset of a medical person, people's minds at rest by making jokes and stuff. Like one of them bottles could be iodine. Iodine is the first antibiotic solution that you would put on a wound.
Yeah, good one, Mr. D.
Now, Donald Trump.
Can I just comment on that picture?
Iodine is bright yellow, or sorry, dark yellow brown. It stinks. It stains. It stains your skin. Bright yellow. It stains your skin. So I don't know how you think that there on the table was iodine. Off your head.
I don't know. The color could have easily been by AI or whatever, man. I don't know why everything that's anti-Jew is kind of like reputable, even though a lot of it is like agree with it. But then when there's one picture shot, just one picture shot is changed by AI.
No, they were crisis actors. End of.
No, when you were as a med, I'm not a med myself, but I know I've been treated in like situations, and it is one of the things you do is put people.
No, everybody is mocking. Everybody is mocking Trump. Everybody is mocking Trump.
No, they're not, though, dude. Like everything you read, because you're on that algorithm that feeds you that. Every that feeds me says the same thing as well, but that's because I go to the opposite side, my opinion, whereas you kind of you don't go to pro-Israel shit, you go anti-Israel shit. I'm so pro-Israel bullshit, yet all of my social media like X and stuff is all anti comes in it, because that's the algorithm I feed into, because I find my truth through opposing opinions. Me being on your show,
it was 4 policemen there. Nobody give fire back. Nothing. Like they are froze. Like for it looked like 20 minutes. Like, and they shoot the guy change magazine. I look at him all the time. I was with 2 of my babies under me, and I look at that, and it's just rifle and a pistol, and just shoot. and the other one was under. They started to come close to the audience. I think one of the people took his rifle and shoot him. That's one of
He's
them. That's what I
pro-Israel. Fuck right off. What do you want? You want an echo
so.
chamber where everyone agrees?
Oh, all the crowd.
Method. Method says he's pro-Israel. Fuck right off. I think having people who disagree with him on here.
What?
I think he likes it. I think he likes people who disagree with him, so he can. Smiler can make his own mind up through people pushing back.
Oh, it
against
took more than that, Method. It took more than that.
It
took more than that off the Adelsons.
That will make way more solidified by hearing opposing opinions, and then you don't make your opinions off of people who agree with you. You make your opinions off of disagree with you, and then you disagree with them, and then you formulate your own conclusion. The way fucking Smiler comes to his conclusion, then that's way better than sitting in an echo chamber. That's him on the back. Am I right, Smiler? If you disagree with me,
exactly, Blunt. So while all this debacle was going on, what does everybody think of Starmer? You know, Rishi Sunak got rid of the puberty blockers, but now the UK government-backed plan has greenlit clinical trials to administer puberty blockers again to children.
Good question, man.
100% think so. This is very
frightening. Good question. That's a really good question.
The damage it can do, it's irreversible. I've spoken to many doctors about this.
Well, some say that it is reversible. It just pauses puberty, and then eventually it can restart.
Yeah, but as in fertility problems and so many other issues it can bring on. For me, I always take the story, and I've had him on the show, of David Bailey, the famous photographer, his son Sasha, who was going through this, and he felt he was in the wrong body and wanted to be a woman, and he realised actually he didn't at all, and he thought, what if I'd gone through with it all? And his story actually makes you realise these are children. You have different emotions, different feelings, different moods, and the hormones racing. You know, it really does scare me, and it should be stopped. Let's not forget, your frontal cortex of your brain isn't fully developed until you're 25. These are children, and for me, I think it's dangerous, it's frightening, and no way should it happen.
Stuart?
I'm as deeply uncomfortable as you are, to be honest. I've been a foster parent before, especially with teenagers. And, when you see the experiences that young people are going through, and more now, a lot of influence is upon them. There's so much influence upon very impressionable minds. And I think that has played a part in this, the emergence of this conversation. And it does really worry me. So in answer to your question, yes, I think we do need to look at science. I think we're growing into an age now where we look at science, we should consider it. However, these trials are being conducted on children in order for the drug to be given to children, and that is very uncomfortable for me. So from a moral point of view, I don't agree with it.
So why doesn't West Streeting stand the courage of his convictions? Because a little while
you got the one that's always on Jamie's, haven't you? His Shim. But I think his Shim's decided to be a him again now, hasn't it? I'm
very
sure.
conservative, but I can for puberty blockers, to be fair.
Do what?
I can see the positives of puberty blockers.
Are you having a fucking laugh or what? It's another fucking Jewish concept. Is that why you support it?
Wait, let me get... No, not at all. Because somebody who has experienced what do they call transmorphia?
Gender dysphoria?
Yeah. I think there should be really stringent tests and
There's
psychoanalysis before
there's
giving
one that
my
there's one
theory.
that goes on Krista Bricks as well. He's always on Krista Brix's channel.
Yeah, no. I'm dead against DQ and all that shit. I'm dead conservative, but I think in certain situations, puberty blockers, once people have been through like stringent fucking analysis where we can actually deter through that, then puberty blockers might be a benefit to people. Do you know why? Because after this is a known fact, man. Like, hear me out, man. Don't think of me as a pedo and all this shit, man. But after transitioning from a man to a woman isn't as effective. After puberty, someone who's genuinely going through
Who did the first
they will
operation?
look like a man.
Who did the
whereas
first
somebody who
operations?
hasn't gone.
Who did the first operations?
Yeah, that's not my point. I'm dead
Who
against
did the first operations?
gender. I know. There's a
who killed the man by trying to put a uterus in the man?
yeah. Okay, that aside, I'm talking about
No. Who's behind it all? Who's behind it?
I know there are people behind it pushing it.
Who?
But you know what about
the gay capital of the world, Tel Aviv?
2% of them who actually do suffer from that shit? What
Gay
about them
capital of the
ones?
world.
Do you believe that there are actually suffer from gender dysmorphia? I think there is a tiny percentage of them cunts who think that it's cool to be a transgender and stuff. Amongst them, there is a really small amount who actually do suffer from that shit. And the only way they can to their life is being or a male. And the only way for them to do that, like,
can you see on the screen? Can you see on the screen why China became a communist country?
It pre-puberty.
Can you see on the screen why China became a communist country?
That's fucking bullshit, man. Just because fucking this doesn't mean fucking Jews were behind it. Fuck me. Israel's a democracy. So far from Chairman Mao's.
When you look at the costs of manufacturing, and Susan Hausman and her co-authors have done a lot, not of manufacturing, of trade, and job displacement and community. Susan Hausman and her co-authors have done a lot of work on this, and I'm sure
Today's Israel is so far away from fucking Chairman Mao's communist
costs of manufacturing. I always think compared to what? For decades, there was an enormous
fucking comparison.
Every time there was a recession, African American unemployment rates shot up much faster and higher than white unemployment rate.
From the war, fighting those evil Nazis. They had no clue.
That
from the war.
That is really what's going on here. Because when you look at the costs of manufacturing, and Susan Hausman and her co-authors have done a lot, not of manufacturing, of trade, and job displacement and community. Susan Hausman and her co-authors have done a lot of work on this, and I'm sure she'll have a different view than I do. But when I look at the so-called costs of the China shock or the costs of the decline in manufacturing, I always think compared to what? For decades, there was enormous displacement of African Americans in this economy. Every time there was a recession, African American unemployment rates shot up much faster and higher than white unemployment rates.
Exactly,
Single women were methodically.
Exactly, Mr. Deegan. When we were kids, you had tomboys. You know, girls that used to climb the trees with us. They were called tomboys. Now you got all these lefties that go, "Oh, my child doesn't want to play with dollies, so should I put it on puberty blockers?" Like you, Urban. You fucking not Urban, yeah, Urban. You're off your head. Would you put your daughter on puberty blockers, would you?
No, I definitely wouldn't. 100%.
Why do you support it then? That's sick,
I
man.
don't support.
Sick.
I support it to the fucking 2%.
No, absolute load of bollocks. Absolute load of bollocks.
I'm not talking about the fucking fucking universities.
They're not old enough to drink. They're not old enough to vote.
To believe that it's cool.
They're not old enough to say no. They've got to live at home with their parents. Yet you got some fucking arsehole that wants to give them a puberty blocker.
We're talking about two different situations.
And you're one supporting it.
We're talking situations
from the workforce.
We're talking about two different situations.
In particular sets of jobs.
I'm dead against all that shit.
Through the 70s and
but I do believe there are
displacements on large scales would happen.
Actually,
true. Like all
could
the
benefit from this when they transition.
By computers and other forms of office animation. Excuse me, not animation, automation. Excuse me. And these kinds of churn, as the economists put it, never were decried. They never got political attention. They never got much notice. But when it started being the white male manufacturing people in the so-called heartland, which by definition is
twisting my words. Smiler, that's a fucking dirty move.
Jews funded and organized Mao Zedong in 1953 to set up Chinese industry.
That's a dirty move in what I said, fucking and twisted.
Communism.
Like I believe in all of it.
Cheap labor by subjugating the Chinese people while destroying Western manufacturing, killing two birds with one stone.
His generation back from the war, fighting those evil Nazis.
I know.
Feminism
Go back, rewind, and listen to your own words, Urban.
Just wait till you find out.
Hey, let me reiterate my words.
You got your kids.
No, go back and listen to your own words. Right, listen to the video a minute.
No, I know it because I fucking
listen to the video a minute. Shush.
I'm not. That's the thing. I'm not an ignorant cunt who fucking says everyone's a monolith.
Use blacks and turn them against you. How about that? What? The Negroes? Yeah, the Negroes. But that's not it. That's not all. Homosexuals. But we don't know any homosexuals. You're gonna know a lot of them now. They're gonna be all over, everywhere. Homosexuals? Everywhere? Homosexuals are gonna be everywhere. In your face.
Yeah, I'm dead.
And you're gonna bow to homosexual. Yeah. We're gonna lionize the homosexual. The homosexual is going to be the avant-garde of humanity. Yeah. Going to turn them against you also.
Now, I'm not no Black Lives Matter supporter. Like,
you're not? Okay, pause.
No, absolutely. Because it's not our movement. This is a movement that was given to us by, George Soros.
Come on, let's have a conversation about it. Let's unpack it. You're accusing me of something, and they're not allowing me to reiterate what I say.
Where we start having our own organic movements, that was a big fucking problem for them. So let's give the people a movement that we can control. We'll provide them the leaders and all of this type of shit. And yeah, that's what Black Lives Matter is. Look at the leaders of Black Lives Matter.
Are there leaders of Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
Who?
Look at these lesbian women who are trying to incorporate, LG, whatever the fuck the letters are, incorporate their concerns into Black people's concerns. Go to the website, look it up. Google George Soros and Black Lives Matter, see what comes up.
Let's look it up.
Okay. And you know, y'all out there, George Soros is a fucking multi-billionaire down with, you know, some of the 12 richest people in the fucking
He raised
world.
$100 million.
Yep.
For Black Lives Matter Coalition. The funding comes in addition to more than 33 million in grants from top Democratic Party donor George Soros. Okay, here we go. Okay, so yeah. So
what billionaire would have done that for the Black Panther Party?
33 million. Well, hold on. Hold on.
That's not what that is about. That's about, let us give you a movement that we can control, use certain symbolism from the original civil rights movement, like the black, you know, red, black, and green, all these different symbols. We're going to incorporate that, but only it's going to be a movement that we control. We decide what the messages are. We decide what the slogans are. You know, what happened to no justice, no peace, and, you know, no peace, no justice. Now it's hands up, don't shoot, fucking I can't breathe, and all these negative affirmations that, you know, who made that shit up? You know what I mean? Wasn't me. You know, and like, we're living in a time of great social engineering. Okay? Now, if y'all don't know what social engineering is, go look it up. Like, there's people out there that know how to scientifically make society do what they want it to do, how they want it to be done. They're engineering how society should be. That's social engineering. So when we sit here and talk about, you know, things like false evolution, you know, when we say, oh, hip hop's just going that way. No, it's not. It was socially engineered to go in the way that it's going right now. You see, this Black Lives Matter is a social engineering of how a civil rights movement should move. You see what I'm saying? And this is what we have to look at. Not everything is organic.
Well, you also don't see any clear leaders in Black Lives Matter. You had D-Ray. He's been kind of the face of Black Lives Matter for a while.
Why, when he's not the leader? You see what I'm saying?
There's no real
Why is he? There is leaders. This is what I'm telling you. They're lesbians. They're black lesbians. Go to the fucking website. Who runs the shit?
Is there a website?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, because when I looked at Black Lives BLM leader, the key people there's no leader that's listed, but the key people that are listed is Sean King, DeRay McKeeson, and Jonetta Elzie.
Those people don't run Black Lives Matter. Although they might be the face right now, they're not the ones calling the shots.
You want to talk about power? You get close to offending a Jew, you lost your job. You get close to saying something that a Jew might not like, you need to be retrained and reprogrammed. I'm a grown-ass man and or woman. You don't need to reprogram me, you dick. The fact that Jews think they got that much damn gravitas to where I need to be reprogrammed and sit down with one of they motherfucking rabbis? Fuck you and your rabbi. I gotta sit down and have this nigga I've never met program me? Bullshit. I don't know you. And then we sit down like kids listening to this motherfucking lox and bagel eating ass nigga tell us about his religion, and I'm supposed to just, oh, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Y'all don't think about how stupid this sounds? Got old kids, and I'm up here just a begging. Yes, sir, boss. Yes, sir, boss. I'm sorry, boss. Yes, sir, boss. Yes, sir, boss. I'm sorry, boss. Sorry, I said something, boss. Sorry, I didn't really say anything, but I got too close. Sorry, boss. Sorry, boss. When's the last time a white person had your black ass somewhere begging and asking for forgiveness? When the last time your ass had to learn something about Christopher Columbus, had to learn something about Queen Elizabeth? When the last time your black ass had to learn something about Andrew Jackson? When the last time your black ass had to be forced to sit down by some white man, listen about...
Christopher Columbus was a Jew. Smiler, can you have a word about the nonce accusations what nonsense accusations. You stated, you need to go back and rewind. You stated that you agree with child puberty blockers. That was your words. Go back and listen to your own words. And you reiterated it twice that you agree that children should have child blockers, child puberty blockers. Not you in your chat. Where in my chat? I can't see anything in my chat. How far back? I don't know.
Out his ass and his damn Christianity and his damn Catholicism. When the last time a white man was able to punk your black ass like that? Because you said something about them. Because you called them an animal. Because you called them the devil. Because you called them anything. You want to sit up there and have Jews tell you about how bad black people, white people are, but they the ones that got your ass crying and begging and shit. Who's your real master, black folks? Who your real master? You won't get this from nobody else. Have y'all heard any of this shit I'm saying on any other program before I said it? That's why I love waiting to speak, so y'all can know I ain't get it from another nigga, because you heard me speak after another nigga. And you can't say, oh, he took this person's talking points. He sounds like so-and-so.
Nah, Alban, you're still there. I don't know why you're not speaking. But if you cry out for Israel and you're singing for Israel, right? Israel is a pedophile capital of the world. Israel is what's giving us all this transgender and crap and all this LGBTQ fucking XYZ crap. You know, I've just shown you the video. You just said, "Oh, I agree with this. I agree with this." But how do you agree with this? You don't agree with what I'm saying.
Can you hear
Can
me?
you not hear me?
Yeah. You didn't give me a chance to saying.
No, you need to rewind and listen to your own words. You need to rewind and listen to your own words.
Statement. You didn't give me a
People in the
chance.
chat are gonna. People are gonna in the chat are gonna call you out if you agree with
It's
puberty
twist my
blockers.
words and trying to make me look like some kind of fucking pedo, man. Like, are you under the mindset of there is such thing as what's it called, gender dysmorphia?
No, children should be allowed to grow up, not have fucking lefty fucking parents
100%.
decide whether they should wear a dress or whether they should fucking wear jeans or not.
But do you know, it's easy to evaluate the cases of the 0.5% of people who are actually suffering and that.
Bollocks, because
who are actually
their
doing it
parents
through-
programmed them that way. Bollocks, it's been proven over and over again. Peer pressure, parent pressure. Because parents wanted a little boy or a little girl, or they wanted a little girl or a little boy. No, I don't agree with any of it. I don't agree with any of it. Wait until they're fucking 18, and then when they're 18, they can decide their own mind. But until they're 18, they live under your roof, and you know you should die.
100%. You want that?
No, fucking 2% of anything. No, bollocks. You should not fuck around with a child's sexuality. That's what the Jews did in fucking Berlin.
You're not letting me give my point.
That's what the Jews did in Berlin. That's what the Jews are pushing now.
Because you're trying to paint me as some kind of fucking paedophile.
That's what the Talmud pushes. That's what the fucking
let me
Torah pushes. The Torah pushes the fucking 8 genders of the world. Bollocks to you.
What you're trying to do here is trying to paint me
Go
as some kind of...
Go back 15 minutes and listen to your own words. Your words. Go back 15 minutes and listen to your own words.
Let me explain my words. You're not allowing me to explain my words. 8.999% of them are attention-seeking little cunts who it pushed down their throat.
Well, it's too
by
late. You've
whether
already
it's
said
the
it.
Jews,
It's too late. You've
whether
already
it's
said
the
it. You already
they
said
should not
I'm
be allowed.
Israel.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with you here.
You already
They
said you're
should not
Israel.
be fucking puberty blockers, but under rigorous mental thing, there is
No.
like
No. End of.
that's
End
a
of.
difference
No. No.
of opinion. Then.
No. No.
Is that well? That's a difference of opinion.
No.
In my opinion,
I
there
don't
is
agree with that. End of. Full stop.
0.2% of.
Don't agree with that. End of. Full stop.
Okay, well, it's different opinion. Don't paint me out.
And you'll find all the chat don't agree with it neither.
Yeah, but they haven't been through psych classes and stuff. There is an agenda to push people towards that shit. Yeah. I'm with you.
It's a Jewish agenda to push it that way. Say it out loud. Say it proud.
Regardless, there's definitely an agenda.
Say it out loud. Say it proud. Own it. Own it. It's a Jewish agenda. I've just shown you, and I'll carry on showing you.
And you're just fucking painting me to be something I'm not. Is that what
no, they were your words. They were your words. You've got to own your words. If people call you out for your words, people call me out for my words. But when they call me out for my words, I come back with the answer. Right? Your words got you called out on it. Yes, Sarah, thank you. Shouldn't be given to children.
You can't
An
just
adult cannot decide. Adult cannot decide how a children is going to live and grow up.
You can't listen to my first couple of sentences
Right,
and not
changing
allow
their
me
sex
to elaborate.
to suit them.
Okay, I'm a paedophile who agrees with fucking the LGBT
I didn't say you was a paedophile.
That made you feel better.
No, you
If that
said
makes
you.
feel better,
No, you said you. No, you said you're an
but
Israel. That's what you said. You said you were
giving me a
Israel.
chance to
Somebody called
fucking
you out for
explain.
being Israel.
Give me a chance to explain the first
Yeah,
couple of
blunt.
sentences I've said.
First funded in Berlin. The first two operations in Berlin carried out by a Jewish man on a Jewish man.
I'm a Zionist to fucking the LBGT. Is that what you're saying? That's not what I'm saying. Let's have the fucking than what I've just said. Can we unpack what the first two sentences that I said before I got a chance to elaborate on it?
No, I can't be bothered to go back to it. I'll go carry on with this.
Exactly. You're gonna clip me and do some videos on it.
No, I don't clip.
Well, let me explain. Let me just say, just briefly.
Does the chat want to hear him, or does the chat want to hear the video? Does the chat want to hear him, or does the chat want to carry on hearing?
2 minutes, just justify me and take me out the realms of fucking some paedophile who agrees. Give me that.
You stated that you agree with it.
To clear my name of what the chat's trying to paint me as right now. Come on, dude. I've been on here for the last fucking 4 hours. I'll quite happily donate to your fucking
Well, stop rambling on and explain it then. Go on.
Let me clear my name quickly as someone who supports the LBGT movement. Give me that fucking decency to be able to clear my name from what.
Well, you're wasting time. Crack on.
Right. Okay. So they're definitely a 0.0002% people who suffer from this thing. The other 99.9999% should not be given puberty blockers under circumstances. But for that 0.2% that go through rigorous fucking psychological analysis, which isn't that hard to fucking determine, whether somebody who's doing it for fashion or somebody who's doing it because they're actually suffering. It's not that hard to judge. So it'd be really easy to come to terms with 99.99% shouldn't be given it under any circumstances. Clip round the ear roll and say, don't fucking do this. You just stop following fashion, stop being a fucking and grow up. But there is a fucking 0.00000.2% that would be living their life very differently to if they were actually allowed to take the puberty blocker and be able to transition, because the
right. So Rishi Sunak blocked puberty blockers. Yeah, he blocked it. He said that they can't be given to children. Blah blah blah. Now Keir Starlin, the one that you're calling out, laughing at us because we got Keir Starlin. Right? Trump is against LGBTQ himself. Trump is against puberty blockers himself. So you're going to go on at Trump because he's against them as well, right? We're against them. You literally said children should be allowed to change their sex. Your words were children should be allowed to change their sex. That was what your words were.
Let me make this statement. Right? If the outcome is through saving the 99.99% is to make it
right. So under research, how many of these fucking trans fools, after they've had the fucking tits lobbed off and they've had an outie instead of an innie, how many of them commit suicide? How many of them want to go
You're
back
missing
to being
my point. Let me make my point.
No, there is no point in it.
Wait.
Your words have already said it.
You'll agree with me here.
Already said it. I'm not agreeing with you.
You're me right now. If it say 0.2999%, then bam, over the 0.00000% who need them. You guys.
Nobody needs them. Nobody needs them, full stop.
Nobody.
They should be banned categorically. Trump's banned them. Rishi Sunak banned them. And now you've got Keir Starlin has fucking reintroduced them again. End of. So you support Keir Starlin. You were slagging Keir Starlin off earlier. Now you're supporting Keir Starlin.
If you actually to me,
going back to the video. No, going back to the video.
Wait.
Right.
You
can't walk it back. You can't walk it back. You can't walk it back.
I'll do it in the chat then. I'll do it in the chat.
0% of people or 0% of children, teenagers, whatever, should be given puberty blockers. End of. None of them. Right.
No, you don't, because nobody's going to tell you this. When you swear you got people on your side, and you don't, no, you don't. Them people ain't on your motherfucking side. I'll be arrested one day soon. I'll be behind bars. They'll let one of these puss-ass niggas come and try to do something to me. I'll be somewhere performing. It'll be a bitch nigga that pop up out of somewhere talking about I'm gonna kill you for the black race. That's not who's going to do it. That'll be the face that's on it. Y'all hear me? That'll be the face that's on it. Oh, but that won't be who did it. That won't be who did it. It'll go down in black on black crime. Them niggers did this to them niggers. Don't worry about it. Nope. So you better listen while you can listen, and you better take notes while you motherfucking can. Because the sad thing about us is we don't realize everything that we have in front of us is fleeting. You think it's going to be there for the rest of your damn life. You think it's always going to be there. Those of you who have children know that your children grew up real damn fast. These things change. The things you guys were watching on television 5 years ago, you're no longer watching those. The people you thought were popular 5 years ago, somebody else has popped up and is now popular 5 years later. That's how shit works. So you better start taking notes. Because one day, that source is going to be gone. You got Jews telling you how bad whites are. But whites don't have as much power as Jews. Jews are so crafty, they started a museum about Hollywood and kept their own names out of the museum about Hollywood because they knew it would give credence to everybody saying they own Hollywood. They have a black section of this museum, a woman section of this museum, but they will not big up the people who started Hollywood and currently run it. Are you telling me they're ashamed of it? Have you noticed they get mad when you make jokes about Jews being good with money? Why are they upset about being good with money? That makes no fucking sense. Until you look at the context of it, that a lot of countries, they were kicked out because of how they handled money. What is the greatest trick that the devil played on man?
A lot of them have been awake for a long time, Blunt.
He's not real.
But they weren't allowed to
Jewish
speak up, were they?
They make sure they hide it in plain sight.
I think what annoys me most about white people is when they pretend like they're the victim. What's also annoying is when they, when they kill us.
What is fragile about whiteness when everything has been constructed around it?
Every part of who I am has been distorted or criminalized.
It's really just a bunch of white lies.
We're storming the Capitol!
You're not patriots. You're ridiculous.
One of the definitions of American whiteness is ignorance.
White people, we are not your problem. You are.
The truth has to be told about history.
We have to make sure that these stories are told from our perspective.
There's always hope. You know what I'm saying? We don't give up.
It's about obliterating systemic and institutionalized racism.
This is a wild place, y'all. It's a wild place. I know Harriet and Frederick be up there just like, what is they gonna do?
Should white people today feel any responsibility for slavery?
Hell yeah.
In May, the Washington Times sent journalist David Mills to interview Professor Griff. A number of topics were discussed, but when the article was published, all the attention focused on one sentence. Griff reportedly told Mills, Jews are responsible for the majority of wickedness that goes on across the globe. With the media scrutinizing their every move, it was a PR disaster. The resulting fallout threatened to end Public Enemy's career. It wasn't the first time Griff had brought up contentious issues in the press. The band often discussed ideas about how to regain a consciousness for African Americans, and this often spilled over into the Black community's relationship with other ethnic groups.
I just finished reading The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, which was given to me by somebody in Public Enemy. This conversation was going on all the time about the control and who owns these companies and why all this group of people always doing this and controlling that and having this kind of influence. And that talk went on all the time, every day.
Whether Griff's words were reported correctly or not, the resulting media storm required swift action from the band's leader, Chuck D.
I remember being around at that time, and how tough that decision was for Chuck. It was difficult. I mean, think about it. They were the biggest rap group and one of the biggest pop groups in the world at that time. And you're told you got to get rid of one of your best friends out of the band because of his anti-Semitism. That's a lot of weight.
Def Jam's publicist, Bill Adler, refused to work with the group
and criticism from the world's media continued to build. Public Enemy's mission to change the consciousness of a generation was about to be wrecked by one interview. Chuck had to act to save his group. He released a statement, apologized, and sacked Griff.
I used to travel with suitcases full of books. Hell, I was a minister of information. So I came with 20, 30 books, and we was just kind of going over some of the information in the books. I think I had Henry Ford's book, The International Jew, The Octopus. So if you're talking about world wars, then who was responsible? If you're talking about the Civil War and you're talking about black people being brought over from Africa to America in the hulls of ships, who owned the insurance companies? Who owned the ships? And that's the kind of discussion we were having. Because the information that I gave in the interview wasn't from Griff. It was from Jewish scholars. I didn't write it. So it's like, wow, okay.
And who were the owners of these slave ships? Who were the biggest slavers in the 16th century? The Ashkenazi were the biggest slavers in the 16th and 17th century, going into the 18th century. You see, Ashkenazi slaving was huge. This is from, I have to be careful when I say this, so my sources, it's always best to go with Jewish sources, right? Because you just trod on a bunch of toes. So we'll go with the Jewish sources. There's a ton of sources out there. I'll stick with the Jewish ones because that's just safer. The Jewish scholar Jonathan Shorshak says this: Jewish merchants routinely possessed enormous numbers of slaves temporarily before selling them off. If a slave auction fell on a Jewish festival, it was postponed due to lack of buyers and sellers. The Jews of Suriname gave their slave plantations Hebrew names such as Machanayim, Nachamu, and Goshen. Rabbi Herbert Bloom adds that the slave trade was one of the most important Jewish activities. In 1694, Jews owned 9,000 African Shemites. Jewish slaving is in fact confirmed by the Jewish Encyclopedia.
From the Jewish Encyclopedia, quote, "The cotton plantations in many parts of the South were wholly in the hands of the Jews, and as a consequence, slavery found its advocates among them."
In the days that we live, there's nothing more important than this Melchizedek message to the true Shemites. Because this Melchizedek message of the true Shemites is the solution. It is the solution to the Palestinian problem. It is the solution to the Black Lives Matter that is being fomented by the synagogue of Satan.
Morning,
It
Kowfar.
is the solution to racial tensions, segregation, that is all part of the synagogue of Satan's plot for Yahweh's people to fight amongst themselves based upon the color of our skin. That is ridiculous, but that is what they want so that we keep our minds off of them as the true slavers.
The Holocaust is big business because Germany so far has given the Jews, I think, at least $200 billion. So it's big business. And some of you are still getting $1,000 a month. And a lot of people don't know this. And then people don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
On the plane on the way here a couple of days ago, I was rereading a dissertation, a PhD dissertation from 1977 by a man called Harold D. Brackman, who is a functionary of the Simon Wiesenthal Center of all places. And he did a PhD dissertation detailing Black-Jewish relations from ancient times up to 1900. And he actually mentions in his dissertation, he acknowledges the fact that Jews were the principal slave traders in the world for several hundred years although in typical fashion, he puts a very interesting spin on it. He acknowledges, as I guess he has to, the Jews were the major slave traders in the world, trading slaves everywhere from Russia to Western Europe, to India, to China. But he says that they dominated the world trade only for a few hundred years, only.
Only a
He says
few
there were
hundred
main
years.
slave traders from the 8th century to the 12th century, but that was no big thing. It was only a few hundred years.
And this will be like showing a vampire the cross or throwing holy water on a vampire. See, because the worst thing that a deceiver wants is for the people deceived to find the truth. Black folk picking cotton. Listen good now. Cotton was then what oil is now. The largest producer of oil in the world are the rich ones, and the strategic interests of America means in order for them to rule, they have to link with where the oil is coming from and take it or maneuver to get it, but they must have oil. In the time of slavery, it was cotton. And it's interesting that the cotton would come down the Mississippi, New Orleans to the Gulf, from Biloxi, Mississippi, and from Mobile, Alabama. And the cotton would come down and go up to New York, where the brethren of the Jewish people in the South, in the North, were the masters of the needle trades. And they had their brothers also in the South taking the lint from the cotton and producing cloth through weaving. But these were Jewish people owning the land. They were the majority. They were the merchants. They were the traders. They knew how to hook up with their brethren in the North, and they would send raw cotton to the mills in England, in Manchester, Leeds, and Bristol, and the British would turn it into cloth and then sell it all over the world. The Rothschilds became rich from cotton. The Lehman Brothers became rich from cotton in Alabama, then moved to New York and Wall Street. I know the truth, and somebody gotta tell it or die trying. The worst thing that a deceiver wants is for the people deceived to find the truth.
Who were the biggest slavers in the 16th century? The Ashkenazi.
Black people being brought over Africa to America in the hulls of ships. Who owned the insurance companies? Who owned the ships?
People don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
I know the truth, and somebody gotta tell it or die trying.
Jews are the carry-on birds of humanity. They are a state within a state. They are most certainly not real citizens. The evil Jews do not stem from individuals, but from the fundamental nature of these people. Napoleon Bonaparte. Carry-on birds are scavengers that eat already dead and even decaying meat from other animals. In per capita terms, Jews are the greatest mass murderers of the 20th century, holding that unfortunate distinction by an enormous margin, and with no other nationality coming even remotely close. And yet, by the astonishing alchemy of Hollywood, the greatest killers of the last 100 years have somehow been transmuted into being seen as the greatest victims, a transformation so seemingly implausible that future generations will surely be left gasping in awe. Ron Ooms, The Ooms Review, 2018. Palestine is not the ultimate goal for the Jews. The world is. Palestine is just the place for world state headquarters. The Jews intend to turn Jerusalem into the supreme capital of the world, and its rebuilt temple into the focal point of the spirit on earth. Christianity will die. The spirit will depart from the nations in our part of the world, and our present dubious democracy will be supplanted by a vast theocratic state. Despiritualized and uprooted, homeless and lonely, yesterday's masters of the world will become slaves in all but name. Israel Shamir, Kabbalah of Power, 2008.
Yeah, I hope nobody was having breakfast then. I forgot to jump that bit.
A few people who understand the Jew, and then the rest of them are in this trance of induced mental illness. They're living in a false reality. So we're living in two realities. We're living in a actual reality, and we're living under a false reality. So if you step outside your door, you're going to be entering a false reality where you yourself are living the actual reality, but everybody else is not. This latent mental illness within them that has been activated by the Jew, and when I talk about the Jew, I'm talking about mainstream media, I'm talking about social media, I'm talking about the economic pressures, I'm talking about the politics of any geographical area, nation. I'm talking about the politics of any institution that you may have anything to do with and that you step into, such as academia, law enforcement, the legal system, government, civil service. They all function under the same deviant Jew politics.
White supremacy is a poison. It's a poison running through it really is. Running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. None. White supremacy is a poison. It's a poison running through it really is. Running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. It's a poison running through it really is. Running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. None.
I think Biden got white guilt.
Hurry up. When they stop your ass again. No, y'all got it.
I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
Now, this Zionist boasts that Jews are leading the efforts for mass immigration and multiculturalism in Europe. Well, the Zionists have already ethnically cleansed the Palestinians. Why not do the same thing to Europeans and Americans? Barbara Specter says Europeans resent the Jewish role in leading the ethnic cleansing of the European people. And you know, she's right. We resent the hell out of it. My question to her is, what the hell are you doing in Sweden anyway?
Hey up,
If you
November,
love
man.
Israel so much, go to Israel and take your multicultural propaganda with you. Your Zionist racist state of Israel proclaims itself an exclusively Jewish state. It is the world's most restrictive immigration laws. A Jew in Sweden, or for that matter, in Australia, who's never stepped one foot in Israel, can get boxfuls of money to move to Israel, while Palestinians can't even return to the homes they were born in. Why doesn't this Jewish racist protest the segregation of non-Jews that goes on in Israel in housing, whole towns, settlements, schools, and businesses, and even in the occupied territories that they stole from the Palestinians? Why won't the media expose Israel as it condemned South African segregation? Why does this Jewish hypocrite try to destroy the harmony and beautiful heritage Sweden has enjoyed for thousands of years? What really motivates her and the rest of these Jewish supremacists?
There you go. You got people coming in now. Take a look at this. A lot of young adult men being let through now. So every person who was just let through is appears to be a single adult male.
So we are just on the Texas side of the Rio Grande River at about the point where thousands and thousands of Haitians are crossing over into the city of Del Rio. And there are over 10,000 now that are just being allowed to pour over the border. They seem to mostly be Haitians. There's also some Cubans among them, but really a vast majority of them seem to be Haitian, the ones that I've talked to. That right there is the international bridge, providing some shelter and cover for these immigrants who are being allowed to just cross over.
Where there is a denial of reality, the lack of acceptance of the normie is when you suggest that a complete race of individuals, specifically one race, one entire race, working as a monolith and ideologically driven to commit all these acts and to control the world. Doesn't that sound fucking preposterous? And we all wish that it was. See, they don't know the Jew. They don't know what tikkun olam means.
You want to know what tikkun olam is? This is a good shir to go out and tell the world, right? Tikkun olam, as they call it. You want to know what tikkun olam is? When Klal Yisrael rules the world, when Klal Yisrael is supreme, and the nations of the world are subject to the Jewish people, and under the umbrella of the Jewish people, they have rectification. They have tikkun. That's tikkun olam. Tikkun olam is not teaching about recycling. Recycling is not tikkun olam. Tikkun olam is not save the planet. Tikkun olam is not the ozone. Tikkun olam is when Jews are shomerei Torah u'mitzvahs, and the Gentiles recognize the supremacy of the Jewish people, and they assist us. That's tikkun olam. That's what the Ramchal says. Okay? The Ramchal continues. Everyone is better off when Klal Yisrael is supreme. Why? Well, because then Klal Yisrael generates more Kedusha, and then the nations of the world are subject to the Jewish people, and they could then hang their hats on the Jewish people. In other words, a guy has tikkun when he's able to recognize the supremacy of the Jewish people and try to assist the Jewish people in any way. So therefore, the Jewish people are elevated and the nations of the world are elevated. It's good for everyone. It's good for the Jews. It's good for the non-Jews. This is not central battle in this universe. When Klal Yisrael is supreme, they generate Kedusha. They're elevated. The nations of the world recognize that. They're subject to us. They assist us, and they're elevated. But when the Jewish people are not fulfilling the Torah, and we are not who we're supposed to be, then the Gentiles have no one to hang their hat on. They have nothing to exist for, and their existence is rendered not. Their existence is not meaningful.
They don't know that the Jew is spiritually driven to commit what most non-Jews would consider evil incessantly without stopping throughout the centuries. To do what a Jew is supposed to do. The normie is ignorant. The normie is uneducated. The normie is indoctrinated. See, that's too much. That's incomprehensible. Totally crossing the line. Totally.
This guy speaking now, he's the one that did the video on Rumble debunking Bondi as well.
That's impossible for the normie to believe or to even.
I think it was Mrs. B that shared the link to it earlier, and I went, "Oh, I recognise that voice. He's the voice that scared half the women in the chat the other day when I played this."
Even contemplate. Listen carefully. When you suggest that it's not selected few individuals, evil individuals that are doing it, if you tell them it's not specific individuals, tell them it's an entire race. Did you hear what I said, brother-in-law? It's one specific race and no one else. Not individuals, a whole race. If you say that this character is evil and responsible, and that character is evil and responsible, and you know that billionaire, ugly, Hermit the Frog sounding guy in a sweater, yes, he's the main guy, you're going to get agreement. But then when you put it together for them and say, do you know what they all have in common? And then you say to them, do you know why? It's an ideology. It's written, as my previous lecture suggested, it's written. It's written for them to do exactly what they're doing to you and to us. It's written. It's not one individual. It's not the old creepy guy who pretends to be an immunology expert, or the other creepy guy that pretends to be a software engineer that he never was. He's a total fraud, like Freud and Einstein. It's not just them. It's the race. And they gotta do what they gotta do.
It's the end of days. You're going to need the iron of Esav, which represents Edom, which is the West, Europe, and the Americas, to get intermixed with Ishmael, which is basically Arabs and Muslims. How in the world was this ever going to happen if not for this refugee crisis? At the end of days, you're going to have this intermixing between Esav, Edom, which is the West, and the East, which is the Muslims and the Arabs, making this through this influx into the world. And they're going to have children, you know, I don't want to say about the dozens, but they're going to have a far larger birth rate than the indigenous people there, and they're going to sort of conquer by number. And there are many different sources for this. One of them in Yehezkel, chapter 14, and many other sources as far as this is concerned, where it's mentioned very, very vividly what will happen to the Jews and what will happen to Yerushalayim and what will happen to the world at that time, where there will be many, many people killed and so on and so forth. So the idea of having these refugees come into Europe, it's no longer a matter of whether it's right or wrong. It's just simply fulfillment of what it was meant to be all along, fulfillment of the Hazal and the prophecies. This has to happen, and this is just another sign that we are nearing, the completion of this tikkun of the entire world.
It is though. It is the new island. It's the new island of new, different diversities, multicultural people, Filipinos, Spanish, Africans, mixed people. I met the girl the other day, and I was like, "Where you from?" She goes, "My man's from China. Amida is from Africa." I'm like, "Whoa, Ireland is unique now. We're mixed." Because I can imagine in 10 years' time, there's going to be Barack Obamas walking around, Beyonce's, and different sorts, mixture of people. So the whites are going extinct here now. So we're taking over.
In the Torah, we had Amalek. Amalek is seen as the eternal enemy of our people, whose members found strength by making us suffer. Therefore, when the Lord your God grants you safety from all your enemies around you, and the land that the Lord your God is giving to you as a hereditary portion, you shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. Do not forget. Our rabbinic sages parse these sentences and derive two distinct meanings. Blotting out the memory of Amalek is a military command, literally to destroy Amalek. Now facing today's Amalek, we are reminded that the Torah calls us not just to escape, but to extirpate Amalek. We are commanded to do real and literal battle against it. That means coming off the bench in the fight against white supremacy. It means putting our reputations and our money and our physical bodies on the line. But also so that we are ready to answer people with radically destructive and incoherent versions of history, so that we can counter white supremacists, so that we can counter Amalek and blot them out by retaining on our lips and in our records their history.
You've talked about DEI and woke policies in the Home Office and other parts of the government. Anti-white rhetoric has been on the rise in recent years, talk of white resentment. I know that your own party was teaching candidates about so-called white resentment in their DEI training. And recently, the RAF was found to have discriminated against white men, 160 pilots. Do you think that anti-white discrimination is systemic in Britain?
We've got to stop telling the British people that they are racist. We've got to stop trying to guilt white people and branding. We've got to stop branding all English people as racist. This concept of white privilege is a nonsense to me. Say that to the white working class boys in Britain who are the most underachieving when it comes to literacy and numeracy and school outcomes. Say that to young girls in some northern city towns who were raped and abused by gangs of largely Pakistani Muslim men. So I think we need to stop, gaslighting the British people. We need to be honest. Now, what I've sought to do over recent years, actually even before I was a minister, is to tell the truth. And some of these truths are really uncomfortable. They don't earn me any favors, and they don't make my life very easy, I've got to say. In my party, we have a tendency we like to shoot the messenger. But I'm going to keep saying these things because people need to hear them. When I spoke out about grooming gangs, I was vilified, but I'll do it again because I'll never forget meeting those young women in Rotherham and Rotherham and Rochdale, and those women who had been raped, who had been abused, who had their lives destroyed, and they were telling me about their experiences and how the authorities turned a blind eye, how the police, how social workers, how teachers, how people who should have known better simply chose to ignore what was happening because of political correctness.
So we have an entire program called Immigration Nation, and we're trying to make sure that the Jewish community steps up to the plate and the broader interfaith community.
Middle East correspondent Ariel Osurandid, detail just what role did Israel have in this?
So there's still emerging details from this, but what we know, as you mentioned, 41 Afghans evacuated through Tajikistan, which borders with Afghanistan, to the UAE, and from there they will continue to Canada. Now, I-24 News has learned that the sides negotiated with the Taliban to enable this evacuation. We're talking about sides involved, the US, the UK, and an Israeli humanitarian organization.
Tell us a little bit about the efforts of your organization and how you do it. I'm sure it's a very complicated mission these days.
It is. It's extremely chaotic. Shai Fund is working cooperatively with a consortium of other NGOs to organize the evacuation effort out of Kabul, Afghanistan. We specifically are working with grassroots foundations on the ground.
And how do you do it from here in Israel? I know the NGO is actually registered in the US, correct?
That's correct.
But still, some of the work, I guess.
They fund it, they organize it, they do it, but they don't send them to Israel. No, they send them to Europe, don't they?
Some of the efforts are done from here. How do you guys do it? And what is your specific part? What is your expertise, and who do you partner with? Who actually operates these flights?
We're partnering with a number of NGOs who are organizing the flights. We're also partnering with a lot of NGOs and organizations on the ground in Kabul, and they are communicating with us the list of people and people that they know who worked with them to specifically get them out. Other than that, I unfortunately can't really divulge the modus operandi.
If they're going to fund it, why don't they take them? Why has everybody else got to take them on their behalf? If they want to adopt them, they want to get them out. Why has everybody else got to take them? Why don't they take them themselves? If they're funding it, why aren't they taking it? Why have we got to take it? Why have we got to be the dustbin? Why have we got to be the world's dustbin?
The task is to bring this minority together in such a way that it makes it impossible for the legacy of whiteness to continue to reproduce itself.
Every ism except Nazism
was founded and or led disproportionately by Jews. You name it. Marxism, humanism, socialism, environmentalism, feminism, Jews. It's Jews.
We are told by Hashem to make real and apparent in this world all aspects of the Torah, all the entire.
Don't forget, earlier on I shared, the Home Secretary of Great Britain, of the UK. I shared her video earlier on welcoming them, supporting immigration, but she's the Home Secretary. She's the one that's supposed to stop it. And a Muslim, isn't she? She's supposed to be stopping it.
Plan that Hashem lays out for us in the Torah, that is laid out for us in the Nevi'im. It is our duty and our responsibility and our destiny to make this happen in the real world.
I need to be reprogrammed and sit down with one of they motherfucking rabbis? Fuck you and your rabbi.
Urban, you're totally controlled by Israel already. You're completely taken over by Israel already. Israel owns your ass. Has owned your ass, Democrats and Republicans, for many, many years. You've got to bow to them. You get dragged into all their wars. And then we got to follow as well.
Forbid the whites to mate with whites. The white woman must cohabit with the members of the dark races. The white men with black women. Thus the white race will disappear. Our race will rule undisputed over the world. Our superior intelligence will easily enable us to retain mastery over a world of dark peoples. Rabbi Emanuel Rabinovich, Budapest, 1952.
When you research all these Jewish names, not one of them's fucking married to a fucking black man. Vega.
Recognize gang. Game, recognize gang. It takes one to know one. I recognize gang. Said it takes one to know one. You better recognize gang. You want me to behave, or you can't go and say you ain't gon' have me in shame. 'Cause you can play that game or play your love for sure. I just want you to know you can go do your best, but you can play that game, baby. No. Go play your game. Go play your game, babe. I'll play my game. I'll play my game, babe.
All day. business. It worked out.
Yeah, work for me, Shmuel.
Yes.
Listen, don't worry.
I'm taking good care of you here.
Yeah. What's that? What's that?
For your considerable trouble. As the Talmud says.
I don't give a shit what he says.
As the Talmud says.
I don't give a shit what he says, okay? Now you listen to me.
The Jew with the black clothes and the curls and everything. They're called Hasidim.
Hasidim, but I don't believe him.
Go play your game. Go play your game, babe. I'll play my game. I'll play my game, babe.
Okay.
This is just such an odd combination on my father's side of the Germany and the South. Yeah, two places that we have fought against as a country.
Yeah, right.
Oh my goodness. I hope no slaves show up on this.
Please turn the page. Now, Larry, this is another part of the 18th.
Oh, you did it! You did it! I knew it! I knew it! Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Boy.
That's unbelievable.
Oh boy. Name of the slave owner. Henry Bernstein. My great-grandfather was a slave owner. Slaves, one female, age 4, mulatto. One female, age 17, mulatto. Oh.
Begs the question why you own a 4-year-old slave, isn't it?
Why decide to write a book titled Contagion Myth?
Through understanding the history of contagion, we understand really how we got to the present day. But then I had an experience that I would say changed my life.
What are your thoughts with COVID and coronavirus? Are you someone that trusts taking a vaccine, or there's no way in the world you're going to touch a vaccine?
All of the tests are meaningless. All of the numbers are meaningless. There is no possible way that COVID-19 is caused by this coronavirus.
How do I get sick? I can't give my germ to somebody else. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. What it proves is you can't give sickness to somebody else.
A little bit complicated, but I'm trying to up my intelligence, so keep going.
If you look at a cookbook from 1920, butter, lard, and eggs. Nobody had heart attacks. So we're thinking one person is sick, another person gets sick, there must be something spread.
Yeah.
That observation is what's called epidemiological observation. Now, I just want to point out something here, that this contagion theory was applied to the following disease. There was a bunch of sailors who got sick, and one sailor after another got sick, and their teeth fell out, and then they went into heart failure and died. And this happened into thousands and thousands of people. And it was usually one ship after another. And for 100 years, they said this must be contagious. And then somebody ate a lime and the whole thing went away because it turns out it was scurvy. And the reason I point that out is epidemiological observations, like this person got sick and then somebody else got sick, is well accepted in medicine. That is not how we prove causation. And you hear this now all the time. Well, a lot of people in one place got sick, so it must be a virus. Well, they blew a bomb off in Hiroshima. A lot of people got sick and nobody thinks that was a virus. Or they'll say, if it spreads from one place to another, that proves it's a virus. So I'm sure you remember Chernobyl. There was a nuclear accident. A lot of people died. It started spreading into Eastern Europe and then Western Europe. A lot of people got sick. And as far as I can tell, that's no evidence that that was a virus. In other words, the idea that a lot of people in Iran or Turkey or Spain or the nursing home or the cruise ship or the whatever got sick, my Aunt Bessie went to a party, those are epidemiological observations, the purpose of which is to generate theories which can be tested for causation. period. And I would agree 100% that we had enough evidence with contagion that we should investigate for an infectious cause or an unseen agent. Now, that's what Louis Pasteur famously did. He said, all these people, and in fact, what he used was the case of sheep and said, there's all these sheep getting sick, one sheep after another. Sometimes the people who were handling the sheep got sick. So there must be something that's passed. They then had invented the microscope. So the first eureka moment in history then is they could see this bacteria under the microscope. And they saw the bacteria in the sheep, and they saw it in the next sheep who got sick. End of story. That's what caused the sheep to get sick, called anthrax. But here's what happened then. Pasteur isolated the anthrax bacteria from the sheep, right? So he took them out, and he gave them to other sheep, and none of them got sick. None of the people got sick. Now, here's the way I think people should understand this. Imagine you have a cow, and you don't feed the cow proper food, which is grass, right? You feed it cardboard and dead cow parts, and and you soak it in glyphosate and tick poisons, etc. All that stuff comes out in the milk. Now, then somebody drinks the milk and gets sick. That's contagion, right? And then you look in the milk and you see a bacteria called Listeria. And you say, okay, that may be the causative agent. And then you look in the stool of the person and they also have Listeria. End of story. And so the Listeria, you drank Listeria, it made you sick. Now, unfortunately though, or maybe fortunately, there's another explanation for that, which is the cow was sick, the milk, the poisons went into the milk. The role of bacteria in nature is to biodegrade poisons, right? If you have a compost pile and you put dead squirrels in it, you'll get bacteria to eat the squirrels. If you have a pond and you put poisons in it, you get algae growth that eat the poisons. If you have a forest and you cut the trees down, the algae and the fungus and the bacteria eat the dead trees. That's called biology. That's called bioremediation. So how do you know that the Listeria isn't there to digest the poisons in the milk? So we have two very clear explanations for what may have happened, right? It's either the bacteria or it's the poison, and the bacteria are not causing anything. They're just helping you out by eating the poisons, as they do in nature. Now, what I tell people is this is what Pasteur and his colleagues did for 40 years, because there is a very simple way to sort this out. All you have to do is isolate the Listeria from the milk, right? You can't give them all the milk because then you don't know if the poison's in it. Isolate the Listeria, give that to a bunch of animals, see what happens. That's what they did for 40 years. And as far as I can tell from the medical literature, no animal or person gets sick.
They're not a worthy ally. You're their puppet. You're their vassal. Well, if you go back over the live, Urban, you say about Qatar and Saudi Arabia. How many did you say? You said how much Qatar had given America? What was it? 48 billion, was it? Just last year? 400 million on an aeroplane? So no, they were your words. Can't take your words back again, can you? Yeah, I'll still be here. Not your words. They were yours. What you said, how much all the Islamists give to America. They were your words. Go back and check it. Can you not remember? You know, you did this on the on the 0.0002%. They're your words. Go back and watch it. You said that APAC is nothing. APAC is nothing compared to what Qatar gives them. Oh, Qatar, if they're not Islamists.
The Jew can grow money on trees, so that's not an issue. The Jew has all the money in the world, controls all the money in the world. Everything the way it works, the stock markets and commodities and currencies and banking of every type, all the insurance companies internationally, the Jew owns and controls all of that. The Jew designed it all. You are
Morning, Charlotte.
living and functioning under a Jew system, the central banks. And that's how the Jew controls every single nation, every country. Immiserate their entire populations because of this new scheme that's going on, COVID, with Israel setting the example. What do you know? And of course it's safe and effective because guess what? Israel designed and is manufacturing the vaccine to save humanity because they all work for the Jew. All of them. In lockstep.
It's called lockstep, lockstep. And this is a phrase that I used right after 2001 when I saw the entire system of the United States, including the population, were in lockstep. So the Congress went along, and yes, it was Osama bin Laden, and the people waved their flag and said, I hate, 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 and everything was in lockstep. Well, in 2010, they published this, Rockefeller Foundation, and here's what they're saying. They call it a scenario. These are scenario narratives, and they speak about it in the past tense. So they put out this scenario, lockstep. A world of tighter, top-down government control and more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback. Okay, I'll read a little bit of it. In 2012, the pandemic that the world had been anticipating for years, nobody was anticipating a pandemic, finally hit. Unlike 2009's H1N1, this new influenza strain originating from wild geese, they use some scenario, but this is Ebola they're talking about.
Ahead.
Even the most pandemic-prepared nations were quickly overwhelmed when the virus streaked around the world, infecting nearly 20% of the global population and killing 8 million in just 7 months, the majority of them healthy young adults. The pandemic also had a deadly effect on economies. You can see the agenda. Just naked, raw, naked control agenda written down, and it's anybody's guess how this becomes effectuated in real life. So whether this is written specifically as marching orders or whether people take it upon themselves in the intelligence networks to say, okay, well, this has been produced, so this is the plan here. But these narratives have to be written in advance because the intelligence agencies don't know how to do these narratives.
Yes, Urban. Operation Warp Speed. Big up the Orange Man. Warp Speed. They already had it.
They need help. So these think tanks come up with these, like Rand Corporation, Rockefeller Foundation. These are think tanks of death. They're not the think tanks. They're not there to find great ways to help people. Right? Okay, the pandemic also had a deadly effect on economics. International mobility of both people and goods screeched to a halt. Which is what they want. They want a completely isolated world, right? Debilitating industries like tourism and breaking global supply chains. Well, of course they want tourism stopped because they're not in the tourism business. And they want you at home in your house in front of the TV. Then they got you. Because once you watch the TV, they own your soul. Even locally, normally bustling shops and offices sat empty for months. Okay, so I love how they talk about it in the past tense in 2010. Right? The pandemic blanketed the planet, though disproportionate numbers in Africa died. Southeast Asia and Central America, where the virus spread like wildfire.
It sounds like the opening monologue of a disaster movie, right?
Exactly. Now listen to, here's the good stuff now. But even in developed countries, containment was a challenge. Now here's this one. I love this one. The United States' initial policy of strongly discouraging, in quotation marks, strongly discouraging citizens from flying proved deadly in its leniency. So they should have been tougher, right? Accelerating the spread of the virus, not just within the United States, but across borders. However, a few countries did fare better. China in particular. The Chinese government's quick imposition and enforcement of mandatory quarantine for all citizens, as well as its instant and near hermetic sealing off of all borders, saved millions of lives, stopping the spread of virus far earlier than in other countries. So the message is here is we have to look towards the Chinese, the oppressive totalitarian. Yeah, Chinese regime as an example of what we need to be doing here. And of course, the ruling class here loves the Chinese regime because they have demonstrated to the ruling class the most efficient form of capitalism, which is authoritarian capitalism. China's government was not the only one that took extreme measures to protect its citizens from risk and exposure. During the pandemic, national leaders around the world flexed their muscles, flexed their authority, and imposed airtight rules and restrictions, from the mandatory wearing of face masks to body temperature checks at the entries to communal spaces. What they're saying is they're building a system where every move you make, you got to go through them. Even after the pandemic faded, this more authoritarian control and oversight of citizens and their activities stuck and even intensified. In order to protect themselves from the spread of increasingly global problems, from pandemics and national terrorism to environmental crisis and rising poverty, leaders around the world took a firmer grip on power. Well, what the hell would rising poverty have anything to do with imposing strict citizen controls with face masks? Right? So they're very sloppy stuff here. At first, the notion of a more controlled world gained wide acceptance and approval. Citizens willingly gave up some of their sovereignty and their privacy to more paternalistic states in exchange for greater safety and stability. I mean, that's just a complete naked contradiction to the famous saying that if you think you're going to give up a little bit of security, I mean, if you're going to give up your freedom for security, you're going to get neither. That's the long-standing thing. And here what they're doing is they're not even ashamed or embarrassed to absolutely say the exact opposite. They're saying, yes, we all want to give up our privacy and sovereignty for more stability and security and stability. So you don't get that. When you give it up like that, you get the shaft. Two more documents. Keep it zoomed. We have the National Security Memorandum of December 10th, 1974. This is Henry Kissinger's brainchild. The National Security Memorandum number 200. You can look that up on your internet. I'll summarize it. He says that there's too many people. We got to get rid of the population. So to answer your question.
Oh, from earlier.
Yeah, he says he used the word depopulation, which is different. Depopulation means killing people that already exist, and it's to get the minerals because we need the minerals. And here's another one. The CDC has a patent on Ebola. They patented it. Yeah? Right. So basically, if you want to get a cure for your Ebola, you got to go.
It says it right up here, right? It says human Ebola virus species and compositions and methods thereof, And it's a patent.
It's a patent. They patented the main strain plus something like 17 other strains of it. So they own it. They want to get more control, more and it's going to be curfews and quarantines. So what I'm saying is that unless the American people start to get some new way to revolt, a new way to organize, new way to protest, unless we can break through the apathy, because that's what we have here, then it's going to be a slave state here. The ruling class doesn't seem to have too much resistance. They're getting everything on their Christmas shopping list, and they've been wanting quarantines and curfews for a long time. Now they got it. And if you want to live in a world where you're tricked into all this stuff because it's for your safety, right? And if you want to have a probe and make sure you got to check your pockets, make sure you don't have anything incriminating on you before you go out, and when you step out of your house, you want some police there to monitor and see what you're doing. If that's the world you want to live in, be apathetic, don't do anything. You're going to get that world very soon. It's coming your way, definitely.
Whatever agenda the Jew invents and implements, you have no right to resist it or to not follow it. The Jew agenda, whatever it is, however abusive, authoritarian, however disgracing it is, demeaning it is, blasphemous, depraved, ridiculous, ludicrous, insane, if you don't follow the Jew agenda, regardless of how illogical, if you don't follow it, the Jew agenda, you're an anti-Semite. You're an enemy of the Jews.
Yours is a voice of criticism we don't often hear in the United States. Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money, and the ties between Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which it's okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money, and media, and other things. And their attitude is Israel, my country, right or wrong, the identification. And they are not ready to hear criticism. And it's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitics, and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people, and that justify everything we do to the Palestinians.
And there's Orwell writing this, which was supposed to be in the future, but it was not really the future. He was right then and there. I mean, just remember that the Germans were being genocided as Orwell was writing that book. Right when he finished that book, the Germans, all of Germany was going to be exterminated by the Jew. And the American knew nothing about this. Absolutely nothing. How can I have respect for these people? I ask you, how can I? It's just amazing. So all Orwell was doing is just documenting what he was seeing. And it was classified as some kind of a futuristic dystopian fantasy. But Orwell knew the Jew. See?
Nazis were enemies of communism.
Communism killed hundreds of millions. Hitler allegedly killed 6 million Jews. It's untrue. It's just not true. It's a fabrication. That so-called Holocaust is quite simply a fabrication. You can spend a couple of hours on the internet, and if you seek out the revisionists, the best revisionists, you'll see all the evidence points one way, and all of the emotion points in the other way. The emotion fully backs 6 million Jews wickedly killed in gas chambers by the Nazis. Oh, all the
Yo.
Hello. Sorry, I had it open on YouTube. Hello. Good morning.
Hi. Morning.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
Still waiting. Still waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fucking hell. Well, no news is good news sometimes, eh?
Nah.
I won't say what I was going to say. But got a funny story for Vega, only if he wants to jump on just for 5 minutes, because he had the best conversation with Let's about Vega.
Who had the conversation?
Me.
Oh, right.
It was me and Let's. Oh, hang on. Oh, I've dropped my bloody mic out. Hang on. No one didn't shout it. Oh, I haven't even plugged it in. It's my fault. Hang on a second. Right. Is that any better?
It was fine beforehand.
What was it? That's just me shouting at the laptop. Right. I feel more comfortable with the mic in my hand, like some sort of compare. Vega, jump up when you feel like, and I'll tell you about this conversation I had in private with Let's, but it was the funny. I'm sorry, and I don't put private into public, but he won't mind me saying it was fucking hilarious. It was brilliant. I wish I could do a transcript, so me and you could do it, like read it off.
No, I ain't doing that again. Fuck it. Now look at the fucking trouble we got in last time. You fucking jumped off the panel and left me on my own.
It's just getting like, when they started getting nasty, I was like, oh, this, I don't know how to make this funny. It's actually nasty now. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't a bad accent or nothing like that. It was about fucking, you know what I mean? It was just getting a bit vicious. It's like, oh, I feel a bit uncomfortable here. Vega said, I do worry about how Let's might view me. He said, and I quote, he was the first person that scared me, with his voice on the internet. And I'm going, and he went, it was him, and then that Jason, they've got their voices. I was like, I don't think you can compare Vega to Jason, but never mind. I thought, let it slide, just let him continue on. And he's going, yeah, but he scared me, like the way he talks and that. And then I thought, fuck you, Babs. It just got worse and worse and deeper and deeper. And he got more and more cross and like vexed as time went on with Vega for no reason. And I'm going, listen, let me explain Vega to you. He's going to come up and push your buttons. He's going to come up and test you. And it's how you react, that first initial time.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it depends on how much he's going to continue to poke you. And he's like, yeah, but you shouldn't have been saying this. Shouldn't have been saying that. And I was like, I agree, but it's the internet, innit, Babs? Like, you can't tell that. Oh, he just wasn't getting it. He was getting so cross at Vega. He just got funnier and funnier. I wish I was the type to record calls, eh, Smiler? Touche, motherfucker.
Touche, ka-ting. 1-0.
Is this a video that you've made, by the way? Have you collated a load of clips together, or
No, this is Dom's documents.
what is that? A Rumble channel or YouTube or
Rumble. He used to be on YouTube, but they banned him from YouTube for obvious reasons. I've shown this 2 or 3 times. I showed it a couple of weeks ago.
Send me the
when I first came back on, because I've taken every single one of his videos and just put it into one.
Vega, I missed the breakdown of Jupiter.
Look, Jupiter. I mean, Jupiter kicked me off the panel because I said fucking Ashkenazi. Do you remember that? I said Ashkenazi, and she kicked me off the fucking panel because she said, you can't say Nazi on my channel. I didn't. I said Ashkenazi. What the fuck's an Ashkenazi?
She great grandma descends from Ashkenazi, so you can't say it. You know, I'm starting to lose. You know the way I'd react. I emotionally react. I'm a reactive person, but now I just see it like it's become dull. Do you know what I mean? I just see it for what it is, and all I can do is laugh and poke and prod people, and I think that's mean. Do you really want to put out that energy? So now I just sit back and just laugh, but I get so bored. So thank you for actually bringing up a topic. But this video is quite boring. It's a bit long.
Right, but it's many videos put together as one.
Yeah. Break it. Chest is good then. Your chest is good then.
Oh yeah, it's getting there.
Yeah. You're doing all right with the cold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not too bad. Still a usual cough.
I believe that Vega ran Jupiter off Jamie's panel at some point. And this is just, through the grapevine sort of thing. But I wish I was there to see it. And I am a member, but can I be all scrolling back and going back? No.
Did he?
Yep. Jump up, Vega, please, because we've got.
I know she ran Laura off the panel, didn't she?
Apparently so. I didn't know which Laura she apologised. The time after she was on, she said it did go a bit far. But I would have fucking paid to see that.
Yeah, but Laura's giving money to that fucking Filipino that fucking came over, with that 18-year-old boy.
Yeah, she's the one who Pork Chop was like, everyone subscribe, and she's like, hello everybody. Yeah, so Laura's been giving. So what? So what's the point?
The woman's a fucking fraud. She's had loads of channels shut down for begging, right? Manchester, for what that fucking adult now, not a kiddie anymore, but what that adult has got, right? The Manchester, the fucking specialist in Manchester are the highest qualified in the fucking world, right? She wants to go to America for this operation, right? Which is what fucking Laura and Pork Chop were trying to fundraise for, right? For an operation in America. I don't know, because they do it in the NHS, but these specialists in Manchester have only just come back after giving loads of talks and being the keynote speaker for the people that she wants to take her son to have an operation. The Manchester fucking specialists, the scientists, whatever you want to call them, doctors, whatever, they've only just come back from fucking America after giving them a keynote speech and giving them briefings on the fucking problem.
Wow. There's a lot of grifters on here, and there's different grifts. Some defy belief, don't they? Like, I think our puppy's got a funny toe. So if you want to do a crowd GoFundMe for that, I ain't mad at that. Okay, let's get Pops a new toe. Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
Oh fucking god! Where the fucking hell was I getting it the other day? Oh, I was getting it on Beezus the other day. Babs was a drunken mess last night. So Babs has run off down the fucking route of my fucking brother, blah 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 again.
No, it was UK Lardy came in as a fake smiler to wind it.
Yeah, I know.
So
yeah,
that
I
she
know. I got told that there was a fake smiler. So I typed in the chat and said that smiler's fake. And then I listened back to what she was fucking blabbering on about. And it's like, fuck's sake, man. And then you've got what's she called sat there? Oh, what the hell is she called? Quaver? What's the one called that fucking fell out the loft hatch?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you do. You speak to her. She bigged you up.
Kenzie.
Yeah, Kenzie. Yeah, Kenzie.
She fall out the loft, did she?
Yeah, she fell out the loft. As well as taking Viagra, she fell out the loft. Anyway, so you got Kenzie now sitting there with fucking Babs going, well, we discussed all this about that. We discussed all that about that speed, blah, blah, blah. I got it all clipped. It's like, what the fucking hell are you going on about? So you denied speaking about it to everybody else. And now you've got your fucking mate on the panel with you saying you discussed it all with her before you actually spoke to me about it. Then she made out this bullshit claim that
no, but hang on, she's probably gone, and I will, in Bab's defence, she's probably gone, I've offered Smiley this, he said this, this and this, and I've said this, this and this, what do you think? You know, I'm just asking for an opinion, that's all. I don't think it was
she told everybody about the speed, didn't she?
She didn't tell me. I feel out the loop, like nobody must like
Oh,
me.
she said she told you. She said she told you.
No, didn't.
Yeah,
Never
I've said
told
it
me.
on my fucking video. She's told fucking Zara. She's told fucking Krista Brick. She's told everybody.
No, she only told me after the fact. Like, I did not know anything that was going on. I really didn't. And she never told me anything about you. She never sent me none of your messages. Honestly, and this is honest, because if she did, I'd just go, yeah. And it was because of X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? It was framed in a different way. But no, she didn't. On my life, she didn't. Maybe she said that in.
It's quite sad, isn't it, really, when she sent all your messages to me and fucking what's he called?
Wow.
Me and Jimmy.
All my messages.
Well, back at the time. We spoke about it before.
So, did you see anything in there that was not like, how are you doing? How are you feeling today? Do you know what I mean? You know what I talk like offline. I always avoid YouTube. You know that. I'll go, oh yeah, what a knobhead. But, you know, somebody's having a rant about somebody, I'll go, yeah, what a dick. But did you see anything untoward from myself? What's the point of that? I don't get it. I don't see why she would do that, to be honest. Because there's nothing in there. Unless she's just showing, like, look, me and Zara have just got a normal relationship.
No, I want that. I'll talk about it offline.
Okay.
Hey, Smiler. I just jumped back on to say good night.
Oh, Urban, hello.
How
are you doing, Zara? You all right?
Hello. Good morning.
You still have a conversation while I make a coffee. I'm going to make a quick coffee. You carry on chatting.
Oh, no, I just came on to say good night and God bless.
Whereabouts are you? You Midwest? What? Whereabouts?
Yeah, Midwest. And it's fucking freezing at the moment. It's like
oh, do you have the fucking meters of snow?
Well, loads of snow, man. Oh, let me hold on.
Oh, I remember.
I'm outside in my car because I don't smoke in my house because I've got kids and shit.
Yeah, but it's fucking nuts having to shovel yourself out of your own house, innit? You open the door and it's halfway up the door.
I've got a 4-wheel drive truck, man, so I don't need to worry about that.
Would you ever come back to the UK, Urban?
Yeah, my dream is to come back to the UK. I thought I had all my ducks lined up to come back to the UK, but the way I'm looking at the UK at the moment, it's a fucking... And the way most Americans are looking at the UK, it's a tyrannical state. It's like North Korea, you know?
Yeah.
The moment I step off the plane, because I've shared a few posts on my channel, I might get fucking bundled up by the police.
What do you think about the educational system versus ours?
What, out here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty shit. UK's pretty shit as well, but education starts at home, man. Like,
yeah, I know. I'm not taking away responsibility. I'm asking, I take it you've still got family in the UK. So what do you say with the prospects compared to ours?
UK? What can I do by coming back to the UK as a
No, I'm not. I didn't ask that. I said, what do you think? So you've got family here. When a child leaves college or university, depending on if they go forth or if they go to work, what do you think about the future prospects of your family in the UK versus America?
definitely way better out here.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think-
Education is total indoctrination, right?
Yeah.
Fuck your college, fuck your university. Go and get a fucking trade that AI can't do.
Definitely.
Right.
That's
But-
why.
Go and get a trade that AI can't do.
Well,
Smiler, it doesn't,
I asked
it
you,
doesn't
didn't I?
matter.
I did offer you,
Hold up, let me
Smiler,
just-
for you
let
to
me
take
just
my
answer-
child.
Let me just answer your question, Zara. It doesn't matter
Yeah, go
how good the education system is. It doesn't mean shit if the support at home isn't up to par.
Right, I'm not.
Like,
I'm
it
not
doesn't-
talking about that. No, but you turn it into some sort of moralistic argument, right? I get that. We both know that we debrief our kids. We teach them what we can at home. Yeah, we all know that. But I mean, in reality, if you want a good job, you need a university degree. Now, not only that, you can end up working in Costa Coffee after doing your degree and 78 grand's worth of debt. So, I'm saying, what are the prospects after college for the average person?
I can answer that for you. So my missus, she was an English literature. She had an English literature degree, and yeah, that was all right. But then when we came to America, and I got my job in America, we looked at the prospects, and to be a teacher in America, she would have had to have done the same thing because her stuff in China didn't equate to the qualifications needed to be a
They won't accept the Chinese
exactly.
qualifications. Yeah.
So, how much do teachers get paid here? Not a lot. Whereas she went in. Hold up, she went into being a nurse, and a registered nurse out here gets paid 80 to 100k, whereas in
Really?
England it's like what 40k USD.
Yeah, 38
right?
to 45. Yeah.
About
USD,
45
no, that's
standard.
USD, not
About
pounds.
45 standard.
No, that's
my missus was getting 60.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
America,
but it all depends on experience. So my friend's daughter, my goddaughter, is just
you guys don't let
qualified,
anyone
right?
speak. I'm giving you the lowdown.
No,
You
it's a
ask me question,
conversation.
you don't
It's
let me
yeah,
fucking
but
speak.
you do
It's
elongate.
called a
every-
conversation. You're saying that the UK only gets paid. Well, I'm telling you what the UK gets paid.
Yeah, that's his
okay, well-
that's his life experience. My goddaughter is just qualified, so she started on 30. I think it was 32. It's a sliding scale, and
Yeah.
if you stay there for 12 months, it goes to 36. So
Yeah.
obviously, it depends. It's dependent upon experience. Do you know what I mean?
Okay,
so yeah.
And she got to pay a nursing degree back as well.
Yeah. So as soon as you earn
Yeah.
over 25, she's got to pay
you
for
know
it all
better
back.
than me, man. You ask me a question, you don't. You ask me a question.
And she's got to register with the NMC and got
Yeah,
to
that
pay that every year.
Yeah.
What was
I
the
did-
question
I
that got
have to-
asked to me, man?
It was.
You guys don't know how to fucking have a conversation, do you?
No, a conversation doesn't turn into a soliloquy, I'm afraid, or a monologue.
It's not a soliloquy. I'm trying to give you fucking my answer to the question. You didn't let me fucking
All right, well, let's
answer
go on.
it before jumping
Yeah, but
in.
you, go on, mate.
Okay,
dude, it's
so
just the fact
my
there's 3 of us
missus
on a
was
panel.
a
We're gonna
trained
respond.
teacher with a lot of experience before coming out here. So
Yeah, but that's
let's be-
Chinese, and Chinese is different to anywhere else.
And
Okay,
it's the politics of it, though. Even though she's qualified, they're not going to accept
Yeah,
it. Simply
I said
because.
3 words. I said 3 words, and you didn't give me a chance to
Yeah,
explain.
but we already answered that 10 minutes ago.
Thank you for answering my question for me.
No, I love.
You
I love
answered it. You answered it as you stated it.
No, I didn't.
Smiley, give him a chance. Give him a chance, though, dude. Give him a
Her
chance.
qualifications in America were no good, so she did a nursing degree. You paid a fortune for the nursing degree.
No, that was not what I said. She could have become a fucking teacher here, but the pay of teaching is so fucking low. It's like
But
what-
we've already learnt this before, that you paid a fortune for the nursing degree for her to become a nurse, didn't you?
What's wrong with that?
Well,
Nothing.
you've looked nothing.
It
but
pays back
how would you?
dividends in the long run.
Yeah, in the long
It's an
run, I get it.
investment.
I get what you were doing. You've
Education
looked
is
at
an
it.
investment, right?
Urban.
Education should lead you on
It's
to a
not
better paying job
basically.
that pays you
It's
back
not
more
though.
money.
It's, to be honest, it's not education. So typically, nurses did not need a degree. They could work their way up and prove themselves through actual physical experience. Okay. Now all of a sudden they've gone, oh, hang on, you need a degree, to be a nurse. It's just a perpetual money cycle. And I get it, it's going to pay off if she's going to earn 80 to 100. And if they're not going to recognize the qualifications in China, but
Thank you for explaining the American qualification system for nurses to me. Thank you for that, Zara. You must know way better than me, who's gone from 0 to fucking.
Why are you
my
being
missus
so
getting 2
condescending? Why are you
graduated.
being so condescending?
I've literally
No,
just
you're
repeated what you
you're not
said.
letting me answer the question you
Because
put
I'm
to
repeating
me.
what you've said so I can say, right, this is where
You're
we're up
really
to,
not.
so you can follow on. That's all I'm saying. So you
Can
need
not,
to calm.
Can we not have a conversation without people
Maybe you need
fucking
to go
just
to bed.
trying to
Maybe
tell
you need
me
to go
how
to bed.
wrong I am?
You can't remember your own words. That's the problem.
I got. So, by the way, Deegan said you're a PDF and fuck off. But I won't. Obviously, that's just Deeg's words. It's not mine. But what were you saying before? What have you said to make Deegan go at you like that? Because he doesn't go at people for nothing. When he does, he doesn't stop. So
His words were that he agrees with puberty blockers.
I'm
That's
sure
exactly
he said.
what I said. That is not what I said. I said puberty blockers could be beneficial to the 0.00001%. But
No, you said 0.2%. You said.
Hang on. Let him stipulate this. Are you saying once a child has come of age and is an adult and have gone through those growing pains and all the emotional things, or are you saying to a child puberty blockers? How the fuck who gets to diagnose? Who gets to arbitrate?
Well, you've got puberty blockers. You've got to give them to boys before the age of 12, and to girls before 14, isn't it?
Yeah, I ain't doing this fucking thing without you listening to me, man, and trying to.
We are listening. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Go on. You explain yourself. So go on. Get the chance to explain yourself.
So my point was, there is a 0.1% of people.
No, you said 0.2%. You said.
Okay, 0.2%, whatever it was, man. Like, these are not actual stats I'm giving you.
No, they're not, because there's no such thing. It's 0.0000, not fucking no.
That's what I'm
Doesn't matter
saying.
how many noughts.
Yes, that's what I'm with you on that.
There's no percent. There's no percent that you should be administering a puberty blocker to a child.
Okay.
Do you want me to find that channel? You'll find a way to play.
I'm a pedo Jew who thinks it's okay to give fucking puberty blockers to everyone. Is that what we're saying here, man?
Are you a Jewish?
Come on, let's have a fucking. No, I'm not. I'm fucking.
No, he's just Israel. He's Israel.
He's pro-Trump. If you're pro-Trump, then you stand with the Jews. That's it. If you don't realise it, you're fucking retard.
Oh my god. This is some weird shit, man. Like, I ain't playing into all this bullshit, man. All this narrative.
Go to
right?
bed,
If you want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. Otherwise, I'll just
not really. I'd rather you lock off. To be fair,
lock off and paint me as some kind of pedo Jew. Fucking.
I will not paint you as anything. I'll let your words.
I'm a father, a decent teacher. I fucking won awards as a teacher.
I've said that you're a decent father.
Like, so would you walk in?
Fucking echo chamber dwellers.
Would you walk into a changing room and grab a woman's fanny?
Of course not, mate. That's
what Trump did.
The thought of my missus.
Trump loves grabbing fanny.
Transsexual fucking she walking into the fucking thing actually drives me mad. I would actually fucking do a dude for that, man. So stop trying to paint me as this. Like, listen to the
Nobody
words I say
is
rather than
painting
shouting
you
them
as
out.
anything. You are
Some
painting
low
yourself
fucking
into a
IQ
corner,
shit, bro, man.
sweetheart.
Some
You're
low
painting
IQ,
yourself into
low
a corner.
IQ shit, Zara, man. Come on, you're better than this.
No, I'm not low IQ. Don't dare.
Yeah, that's what I'm
condescend
saying.
me.
You're better than this. Don't do
I'm
the
not.
low
I'm not
IQ
saying anything.
trying to all this
I'm saying
drama shit.
no. I
trying to
agree.
paint
Hang on.
people as
Can
things
I
that
say?
they're not.
Can I say? I actually understand what he's trying to say. He's saying, now this is where we differ. So let me please differentiate without taking.
You haven't even
personal
heard my fucking opinion. You shouted me
I've
down
heard
before I
the
gave
words
it.
that you said. I'm trying to help you out,
No, you
dude.
didn't.
Fucking
I haven't even finished what I was saying.
It's meant to be a conversation. Let me differentiate.
Let me finish my sentence.
I was about to support you in a way, so people.
Yeah, but let me finish before then you can support me or not support me. Don't try and support me when you haven't even heard what I've got to say.
I heard what you've just said, right? So when you say
you didn't hear
She
what
was
I
in the
said
chat.
earlier.
She was in the chat about an hour and a half ago when she told me to
she
let
came
you
in
speak,
afterwards.
and she
You
told
didn't
me
let me finish either, Smiler.
And that's when you changed it from 2% to 1%.
The thing I said
Do you know the
was
part of your brain that does emotional regulation? Have you been taking American meds or something? Because I feel like it's a little bit off.
I'm natty. I fucking go out running. I fucking do all kinds of shit, man.
Right, so-
I'm healthy.
so
I'm a healthy person.
Right.
So
well, I'm
allow
really-
me to finish my point, and then you can make your
let him
decision
finish. Then
on whether I'm
then
right
you have
or
to shut
not.
up, and you can't just leave. Yeah, sit in your car full of snow. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, because I don't smoke inside my house because it's not good for my kids.
Yeah,
you know?
you said that. Just crack on.
Is that a
Crack
good
on
thing or
with
is
your
that
point.
not a good thing?
Just crack on with your point. You wanted time
Okay,
to
right.
finish your point. Go for it.
So, do we agree altogether that 0.00001% of people do suffer from this thing that is called gender dysphoria?
No.
Okay. So my point was the 99.999% of people who are doing it for fashion over the 0.00% presides over that, over the 0.00%. So if the 99.9% comes to a state where we have to ban the fucking puberty blockers, then we should do it to like the 0.00.
Well, Trump's already banned it. Rishi Sunak Rishi Sunak already banned it. Keir Starmer has now brought it back in again.
The only thing I was trying to say is there is a 0.00001% who actually do suffer from this shit.
No, there isn't.
Can I ask?
There's
Can I
only
ask a question?
Okay, there is. You
Right,
know
hang
way
on.
better, Smiler. What's your highest level of education?
Can I ask a question?
Bro,
Are you
man?
just gonna No, hold on, because education
My
is
highest
not just indoctrination.
level of education. No, education is indoctrination.
I'm not saying.
I left school with 7 O levels.
Stop! You go into ad homs. You go into ad homs. What's your level of education? As if he
I
can't
left
understand
with
something.
7 O levels.
His
No, he
opinion.
doesn't. He's not
His
understanding
opinion.
what
Hang
I'm
on.
saying.
His opinion is just as valid as yours. You've just gone to a fucking fallacy and to ad hominems. So how's about we stick to the fucking point? Yes. So I get.
But you're
so
not
now let me
understanding
defend.
what I'm
Hang on,
saying.
I
You're
let you
painting
finish.
me
I
as
let.
something
Can you
that's
stop?
quite the opposite.
Can you
You're
stop?
painting me as something that
I'm not painting
the
you as
opposite of what I'm saying.
Urban, you painted yourself with it in the chat, in the fucking
into a corner.
live stream earlier on.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
It's so weird,
let me say
man.
what I wanted to say. Let me say what I wanted
is so
to say.
strange,
Please,
man.
please give me the respect that I gave to you. I shut
Yeah,
up
go
and
on,
let you
go
say
on,
your
go on,
point.
Zara.
So
Let's
let
go.
me say it, right?
Yeah.
I sort of understand what he's saying because I agree with him in the fact that there is that really, really, really teeny tiny percentage of people that are affected that genuinely don't feel comfortable in the body, right? Now the difference, this is where we differ. Do I think that we should, what benefit do you get from emotionally, okay, you're saving one child out of 3 billion that percentage is, right? One child. So this one random child is saving it from emotional harm, future harm.
Shouldn't proceed over the other 99.9%.
Babe, I thought you were going to let me talk. It shouldn't. No, and I think we agree. It's just the way that
And
you're
what
bringing it across.
happens?
So I'm
And
saying,
what happens?
right,
What
listen,
happens? Are they
Well,
have
what I
the
just
breast?
said,
They have their
you can
breast
understand.
taken off. They have their
That was
breast
my only
taken
point.
off. A year down the line, they
Zara, that
want to
was
be
my
a little
only point.
girl
What you
again.
just said was my only point.
right, urban, right. Once, and there's a good comment made in the chat. If you talk
Let
in
me have a
urban,
look.
you're not. If you talk in urban, you're not listening. If you're not listening urban, you're not
I'm
learning.
listening. Go.
You know, come on. Other people can have an opinion. Let me get it out. I get it. You're defensive because you're trying to back yourself up.
I'm
I
not
get it.
defensive. I'm just being taken
You
out
are.
of
You're
context.
really defensive.
No,
so
it's not.
let me. I'm trying to fucking put your words into a different frame so people understand it, so they get what
Yeah,
you're
go
saying.
for it. Go for it. Go for it.
So fucking stop attacking me and shutting me down,
I'm
over
not
talking
attacking
me.
you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing
I'm
with
saying,
what you're saying is exactly
I
the same
agree
thing
that
as
those.
I was
Now
saying.
I don't see any benefit. So if I have to sacrifice that one child in 3 billion, right, to save the rest of the children, where they are pushing out and they go, oh, we can use this as an agenda. We can depopulate, make people kill themselves, make people sorry, Ismaila, self-delete, make people really unhappy. We can also make a lot of fucking money in the meantime. No, I don't think he agrees with it. I just think he worded it really badly. But I wasn't here to
you
hear the
probably
original.
articulated it better than me, but what I was saying was the exact same thing you've just said. If it comes to saving the 3 billion over the one, then I'm definitely up for banning it.
We have to be for the majority. But don't forget, this has become a society where
that was exactly what I was saying, though.
Okay,
I was just pointing out that there was a 0.1% that may be able to be.
Do you know what? The only thing that really pissed me off about, I understood you straight away, right?
Yeah, thank
and it's
you.
easy. Smiler is very much like Deeks. He's black and white, and that's it.
Yeah.
But no, I would say seriously, and I think you agree on this. For that one child, out of all of the children that you've taught, right?
Imagine 3 million are worth saving over that one, of course.
Exactly. So I
but
think we
my
all,
point I was just pointing out that
the fact that your wife is qualified in English literature, and the fact that you've been a teacher and you are so illiterate is absolutely scary. You belong in America. You're not allowed.
What, in chat?
I'm going to
what on texting?
In the UK, I think I'm going to start a petition. Me and Deeks are going to start a petition that you are not allowed back to the UK ever, not even for a visit, no visa.
Have you ever heard of International Baccalaureate? IB schools.
Baccalaureate?
Yeah,
No,
International Baccalaureate, IB schools. I worked at an International Baccalaureate school for 5 years, and I won 2 fucking Teacher of the Year awards amongst 200 fucking teachers.
What did you do?
2 years running.
From saving from the streets, like
I can prove it as well. I've got the certificates.
No, I'm asking you, what did you get it for? That's lovely. Well done, you, by the way.
For grades at the end of the year exams, because unlike in England, most other countries grade their kids year by year, not just the SATs and the whatever you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree, and that's why we're like 73rd on the fucking educational table. 73rd. Jesus Christ, is what 178 countries, and we're 73rd.
Yeah, no. In America, in China, and every other country. Well, in China, it's every couple of months they get hardcore exams. You know.
Can I ask you? So, your missus clearly Chinese or Asian, whatever you say.
No, she's Chinese.
Well, that work and school ethic is so drummed into them from day dot. It's sort of part of their dynasty, their heritage. That the work ethic, educational wise, is crazy. So
is that a bad thing?
No, listen to me. Let me finish. I'm saying I fucking highly commend that. They are massively up there. Always first, second, or third. Always, every single year on the educational chart. Does she implement that at home? Really hope she does. I would mad respect to your missus.
Of course, man. But do you know what? Zara? My missus just graduated with a master's about 3 days ago.
Oh, bully for her. Well done. Big up your missus.
But you know what? She was pregnant the whole time she took her last semester. Do you know when she passed her fucking bachelor's degree?
Yeah.
It was when she was pregnant with my son. Do you know what? She got induced into labour at 41 weeks. Do you know why they
How many
induced her on
weeks? How many weeks?
41. Do you know why they induced her at
Fucking
41
hell,
weeks?
she went over. Yeah,
Do you know
because
why?
it's dangerous to go so over.
No,
And
but
she's
you know
tiny.
why? No, but you know
Baby's
why?
too big. Baby's too
You know
big.
why? No. Do you
Go
know
on.
why? Because she had her final exams for her bachelor's degree at 41 weeks. So she was 41 weeks pregnant. We drove to the fucking.
That's
drove.
weird. That's a bit
That's
weird.
not
That's
weird.
a bit weird. It is a
That's
bit
not
weird.
weird.
But
The baby
she would,
was small when it was
But
healthy.
pregnancy is natural. It's not an illness. I
No,
don't know why
no,
you're
hang on,
using
hang on.
it.
It's actually so. Hang on, Savannah. I know a bit about this, right? But it's dangerous to go over. Right, it can be. And if you just said the baby's
It
small,
can be, but
no,
this
right,
is America.
get
This
it.
is America. This ain't some
Yeah,
shitty
so you can.
NHS shit,
So if
man.
this is where the morals are just shifted from. Oh God, if you're 41 weeks here, I was over with my son, right? I was 41 weeks.
She was
and 3
well
days.
within healthy range to go to 41
Yeah, because
weeks.
the baby's because the baby's small. I get it. But
exactly.
but the fact that she induced her labour because qualifications and money meant more to you than the baby coming naturally, that fucks me up. That just made me go down in my estimation.
Yeah, because you are a fucking med, right? You're a med graduate. You know all this shit, didn't you? That's why. You're just having a dig, dude, man.
No, I
No,
studied.
my ex is and my partner at the moment.
I did a course, right?
My point is, my missus is a beast. I'm a beast. Like when my missus was pregnant with my son, I set up a business.
So you're really proud. So you care about money more than your missus having a natural.
No, I'm just saying.
And you're proud of it studying
like,
while she was fully pregnant. Why didn't you be a man and say you stay at home, sit at home and cook that baby, relax? Don't be fucking taking serious exams. Don't be worrying about the future of our family financially.
Because my missus isn't a bitch.
And what master's degree did she do?
Nurse practitioner, Masters of Science in hold up, man. Masters in Science of
same as my last two misters.
Yeah. Masters in Science of nursing.
He likes that uniform.
Yeah, fact check me.
No,
man.
I had a Polish one in the middle of them.
If you want of a fucking graduation.
I had a Polish in the middle.
My missus
missus
graduated with honours.
Stop hanging around the NHS, you fucking NHS pervert.
Top of the dean's list every single
Doesn't
semester.
give you no fucking kudos in hospital, though.
Listen, we're having a laugh. We're changing up the tempo. So come on, have a laugh with us. Yeah.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
You should be. Well, can I just say,
I'm well proud of my missus, man. I've been together with my missus for nearly 18 years. I've never looked at another woman.
Listen
She's
to
my
what I'm
fucking
saying.
life.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm secondary proud of you, missus. Fucking well done to me.
I speak Chinese as well. Do you want to check me on my Chinese?
Oh, go on. What's that?
HSK fucking 3 in Chinese, man.
Go on then. Go on. Say.
Test me. What do you want me to say?
I want you to say, Zara, I like your bum bum down.
I don't translate.
Okay,
let me tell you something. You can check this. Put it into 我中文说的不错了，但是我老婆她应该给你说我中文非常不好。不好. So that means I say my Chinese is good, but my missus would say my Chinese is shit.
Can I ask you to say city walk in Chinese?
City Bok. I don't think that translates, man.
It's a famous Chinese restaurant, City Bok.
Shitty Wok? Shitty Wok?
like South Park.
what?
I'm only
Yeah, yeah, I
joking.
can see that.
Honestly, come on, chill out, dude.
Stop
It's
being
nice to hear
racist,
you.
man.
It's like, I got in Chinese. That's actually
Me and my missus fucking do
racist.
racial banter all the time, man. It's what keeps us.
Well, my daughter's got into
Half of
anime and like South Korean stuff, and all the K-pop. All those boys, they have crop tops on and frosted tips, you know, with like bleach blonde on the end of the hair, and it's all spiked.
Yeah,
I said,
they're all below Chinese people, man. So we don't.
they
really
are.
want-
They are. They really don't
No,
like.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
They don't like each other. They don't like. The Koreans don't like the Chinese. You know, because they get mixed up all the time. They really dislike each other.
Yes, 100% agree with you, Mr. Deegan. My mum was a successful businesswoman, and we went to boarding school.
As much as anyone likes to hate on other people, man, from other countries,
Listen,
it's always
your life
50,
is your life. Listen,
it's
your life
always
is your life.
50-50, man. It's
Can you
don't
please-
matter whether you live where you live in the world, you're
So
gonna
can I
find
ask?
50% of shit.
Can I ask a question? I know. So you've got to stop taking it personally.
Yeah, go ahead.
You've got to get a bit thicker skin.
I'm not.
So, Mr.
Off,
D
man.
made
I'm
a
hurt.
comment. Can you bring that up, please, Smiler? For every successful mother in business, there's a neglected child at home. Now, I would say the old-fashioned version. So I want to ask you a question on this. So,
Who, me or
missus is-
Smiler?
No, you.
Okay.
And I'm not firing at you. I'm not going at. Please don't get too
No,
defensive.
I'm open.
Honestly.
No shame in my game, man.
Yeah. So I see that you're looking towards the financial benefit and the future of your children. I see what you're doing here. Yeah. Good for you. Fucking bully for you. Brilliant.
Yeah,
But can I ask? So you've got. I take it you work.
I own
Yeah,
a business. I work from home. I'm a stay-at-home dad.
Oh,
I do
okay.
business.
Okay. So you've
I
got
start
that
do business.
equilibrium.
No. My income is
Morning,
better than my wife's.
So can I? So I'm just asking the question. So now you've sort of answered
I'm
that.
a machine, man. I fucking work every hour that God provides to you.
I'm not asking for cliche. I'm not asking for cliches. You've answered the answer the question.
Okay,
Don't fucking elaborate. Quite hamming it up. I'm just saying. So your missus is out and she's qualifying, and you're both going towards this financial goal. You know, for the future for your children. I get it. And you're also building a family at the same time. But I was just going to ask, who's at home with the children? And now you said I work from home.
Me, yeah.
So
no,
you've got that
I'm at home
equilibrium.
with my kids. Well, my wife, she works 3 days a week as a qualified nurse, because nurses out here, unlike in the UK, ain't work like fucking dogs. You know, she could take 5 days a week, but her contract is minimum of 3 days a week. So that's what she.
Do you mind me asking what state that you live in?
Illinois.
Okay. All right.
You're gonna fact check me. You can fact check me.
No,
It's
not. There's so many beautiful.
To urban
No,
roots.
I'm not. I'm just asking what state you live in, because the laws are different, and
just checking.
terrains everywhere. No. I'm not interested in your life. I'm asking you. I can't gauge you if I don't know what your surroundings are. You know what I mean?
Okay, Zara. Luckily, like our situation, God blessing, whoever the God is, allows me to bring in an income, my wife to bring in an income, her to be at home 4 days a week with the kids, and me to be at home 4 or 5 days a week altogether, and still make things happen. And the only reason that has been able to happen is because we've done it from grassroots altogether. Neither of us have been given a bean in life, man.
I get
come
it.
From
I get
a
it.
very fucking
can I ask
underprivileged lifestyle.
This might be.
My wife comes from a very underprivileged.
So can I ask you a question? I get it.
Everything we've got is what we've done.
Going on one again. I get it.
Okay,
so
give them one monologue.
No. So you said when we were looking at it on paper, whether to go to the UK, whether to go. So I take it that you met her online and you've genuinely loved each other.
No, I didn't meet her online.
How'd you meet her?
I lived in China for 10 years. I lived in China for 10 years. Yeah.
How did you? I love hearing people's stories. How you met? How did you meet her? You don't have to say.
Well, I was learning Chinese. She was doing her English lit course, and I was doing a bit of spare work in her university, and you know, we did a
No, go on. I want to hear how you met.
language exchange. It was language exchange.
No, I
She
get
was
it. I get
learning
it.
English. I was learning Chinese.
Listen, you're not listening to me again. Please, I love hearing the first time that you met. Like, did you know? Did you just think, oh, she's pretty, or she was nice, or I'd like to see her again? Like, how did you come across each other? Were you in a canteen? What did you?
No. My missus didn't like me that much, and then she set me up with one of her mates. And then when she see me getting on with her mate, she realised I was actually what she wanted. Yeah.
So you've missed the first part.
And we've been in love ever since.
How did you first meet at the very first time that you came across her? And I know you said she didn't like you, but like, how did you first meet her? Was it a friend of a friend? Was it at a cafe? Like, how did you meet her? Just the first time. I love hearing that.
Pretty much whiteboard in the college, people fucking advertising for language exchange partners, and that was it. I was learning Chinese and she was learning English.
So did you sign up and she signed up and you were paired, or did you just...
Yeah, pretty much.
No, but pretty much. How did you meet? Love that.
We went out on a date. We went to the Western Hills.
How did you go on a date? I mean, how did you meet? How did you physically see the first time you physically saw her? I don't know why it's so hard to extrapolate.
I got off the subway. We spoke on phone, and then we got off on the subway and went for a little walk up the Western Hills. Did the whole fucking tour of the Western Hills, and I dropped her off back at her university.
She didn't like. No, that's the date.
And then I went back to my home.
No, but that's the date. You said she didn't.
Then we
like
carried
you
on.
at
We
first.
carried on speaking, and I proposed to her that I actually really like her, and she said, "I don't feel that way." And then she set me up. Then she set me up with one of her mates who was all right as well, and then we all went out on a group
She's
date.
not invited to the wedding.
We all went out on a group date, and then she stabbed her mate in the back and took me away from her mate, basically.
She got a bit jealous. Yeah.
And now, 18 years later, and a couple of kids later,
So you both
working as a team.
So basically, you signed up to this online, like both at the university. You both logged in and said international. She was studying English. You were studying Chinese. You signed up. So I mean, the first initial meeting, like, did you just go hi?
I'd been in China for a while when I'd.
Yeah, I'm not
going out clubbing and stuff. Meeting
You're
many
really
girls,
hard.
and then when I met her, it was like.
Savannah, do you get what I'm saying or no?
Yeah.
Is he avoiding it?
It's like going right over his head.
Am I supposed to be defensive here and be like, oh no?
No, I think that's
online.
beautiful.
It was an online time.
No, it's not about online. It's not about online. Even if you were in the canteen.
Mal Walder Bride. No, it weren't that situation.
Oh Jesus!
I don't know.
How defensive can you be? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
I don't know, because I know what you're like, Zara.
You don't know what I'm like.
Okay. I'll take it in the way you're asking it. So
no, genuinely, I'm talking about. So you said you were in the canteen of the university and the advertising.
No, I weren't in the canteen of the university.
Okay,
I'd been in China for a while.
Yeah, well, I'm trying. So where did the advertising? I'm trying to the very first. Where you went, right, I'll sign up to this. How did you sign up? Did you go to a reception and sign your name? Then she's gone separately and signed her name, and you've just met via phone and went, right, just want to meet up because it's...
basically what you just said. Yeah, basically what you just said.
Okay, so that's all I wanted to know. That's all. That's it. But honestly, I think that's beautiful.
I'd met many Chinese girls before her, and when I met her, it was like, I really liked it.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know what this means, but is your wife a gook? That's a chat comment, not mine. Does that mean? I don't know what that means.
No, I think a gook is like Vietnamese or something.
Yeah, I thought that was Vietnamese, yeah.
I mean, if gook is like a racial slur for Chinese or an Asian, the gook.
I don't think it is.
Maybe she's a gook.
I think it's...
I don't know.
She's
a gook, but...
I think it's a military term. I think it's a military term. Like, did she wear?
I don't know, man. Maybe she's deemed a gook, but she's a person to me, man. You know.
Listen,
Go-
I
go-
love
go-
story anyway, and I
My
love that.
missus
I
is
love
more
hearing about
English
love.
than most
That's
fucking
all.
English people, man. Like her favorite shows are like.
Has she been?
She doesn't understand like American
Go on. What's your
humor.
favorite English shows?
Like Only Fools and Horses and shit like that. She's into it, man.
Yeah, she likes a little bit
Anyway,
of racism.
well, so
That's a very
yeah.
old-fashioned racist show. That's not very forward thinking.
Okay, she likes fucking Alf Garnett. Is that a racial show?
It's just a dumbass show, isn't it? Really?
Not really. It was satiring fucking actual racist people.
I wouldn't say Alf
It was
Garnett
actually
was unfair.
taking the.
It
out
wasn't
of
that clever
fucking Love
to be
Thy
consistent
Neighbour.
player. To be fair, it wasn't
Love
that
Thy
clever.
Neighbour.
It was very. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm
No, it was
against these
taking the
shows.
piss out of racist white people, wasn't it?
I don't think it was. I'd say Faulty Towers
I think
was.
it was. I think
I'd
it
say-
was.
I'd say Faulty Towers was, and John Cleese and things like
Nah,
that.
Love Thy Neighbour was definitely taking the piss out of racist white people.
Oh, Love Thy
But go
Neighbour, yeah,
ahead.
yeah, but you said
yeah,
Alf
go
Garnett.
ahead.
Alf Garnett was basic monks.
No, it was
who
taking the piss out of Alf Garnett. It wasn't taking the piss out of all the other ethnicities.
Go on. Right,
and
Smiley,
that.
you take over. I've had enough, honestly.
1-0.
I
Anything
don't
else,
think that was.
Smiley?
I think you've got it the wrong
I don't
way
know
round.
where you get
Trying to
these
catch
1-0s. I don't know where you get these 1-0s from because you haven't won nothing.
I ain't got nothing to fucking win here, man. I'm just, I've been questioned. I've been put through the mill with questions.
Why have you been put through the mill? You offered yourself up on a plate.
Okay. And I've answered the questions, right? Someone called me a pedo earlier in your chat, Smiler. You know I'm not. Well, you don't know I'm not a pedo, but you should fucking tell people that that's not on without any proof.
People are entitled to their opinion, and words are just words, aren't they?
Yeah, it doesn't offend me. It's just
people are entitled to their opinion.
The thing is,
it was
I've always said-
your words. It was your words that made him go 0 to 100.
You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish my spiel.
I did.
When
I'm gonna
Zara
question
said
Mr.
the exact
Deeks.
same thing as what I was trying to say.
I questioned Deeks on this, and I said, didn't I? And I said, come on, man. There was no sexual
But what you
implication.
said, Zara, was the exact same thing that I was trying to say.
Yeah, but I've just told you. I came up here to try and help you and say, look,
Yeah.
you worded it badly. You worded it poorly.
Yeah,
Do you know
respect
what I
for
mean?
that.
So,
If
yeah, and I
Deeks
did.
understands what
let
you
me
were
let me
saying now,
fucking
and
speak. It's conversation. Do you know what a conversation is? Jesus,
go on.
you're teaching. Right.
Just imagine what his missus feels like or what his pupils felt like. Do you think his pupils
Probably
got a word in
wishes he
edgeways?
never learned English.
I
I swear to
won
God.
fucking awards for my teaching, Smiler. I can show you them as well next time.
Right? Can I just say, have you had whatever? Oh, you just throw me off. What was I saying? It was about the PDF comment, right?
Yeah.
There's only one rule on YouTube. It's all entertainment until it happens to you. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Right.
No,
So you can sit in the chat a million times and go, they've just been wound up because they've been called a PDF. Obviously, nobody thinks it. You can sit there from the chat and go, obviously, it's not. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
It's just somebody
But
baiting them. But when it happens to you, then it gets you in a little bit of emotional turmoil. So come on, man, suck it
No, I
up.
said
You're
that
offered-
though, didn't I? I did say that in the chat.
Yeah. So come on, calm
But
down.
anybody
But,
that advocates,
Zara,
anybody
the
that
only one- let me
advocates for
respond to
child,
that. The only thing-
anybody that
sorry,
advocates for
Smiler.
child mutilation
Yeah.
ain't right in the head. And you advocated for child mutilation.
No, Smiler, I said I was trying to say the exact same thing as what Zara did, but you didn't let me finish.
No, he did let you finish, but you over extenuate every single
No, he
sentence.
didn't. He stopped at the point of the 99%. I'd prefer to save them over the
No wonder
the
Americans are thick if
0.00%,
you're
and I didn't
teaching
get a
them,
chance to
because
say
your
that.
sentences continuous on for like 15 minutes. It's
But
ridiculous.
that's what that's what you said. That's what you said in your
I've got, like,
defense
one or
after
two
being
words
called
out.
out. After being called out
one or
for your
two words
words,
out,
for your own words on the panel, you were called out by everybody in the chat for what you said.
Didn't listen.
Because
You didn't let me
everybody in the
finish,
chat,
Tyler.
everybody in the chat didn't agree with puberty blockers.
As Zara just said. The exact same thing as
No,
Zara
that's
said.
not what you said.
was
Go
what
back
I
and
wanted.
watch yourself.
Because you
Go
didn't let
back
me
and watch
finish.
yourself.
Because
Smiley,
you didn't
give
let me
him,
finish.
give him a
You
little bit of
shouted over
allowance.
me,
Give him a
dude,
little
man.
bit of allowance. Allow that because he just misarticulated himself. That's all.
I
So
think
he didn't put it very well.
no, it wasn't. I didn't get a chance to finish, Zara.
You did get the chance though, because when you're given a
You
chance,
wasn't on. You weren't there.
when you're
man.
given a chance, you over-extenuate words and you go, "Oh,
No, I got
Barbies," and,
two
"Oh,
words
my
out
good
before I got
day."
shouted
Yeah,
down.
but your 2 words, I could have put that in one sentence by
One
the
or
end of.
two words. It's like, let me finish, Smiley. Let me finish my sentence so I could say the exact same
Morning,
thing.
Robert. I don't even
Robert.
know. I don't even know how you won qualifications for teaching because you can't even fucking articulate a sentence.
And what did you teach the kids? Fucking white rap? Did you teach them about fucking London grime or something? And gone, oh, look at him, they're so Europeanized. Like, look at
Drama?
them. The
Was you a
international.
drama teacher? What teacher were you?
Not everybody can work at the school that I worked at.
Special
and
needs.
win
Did you teach Let's? Did you teach Let's? Let's be honest.
Was it
No,
window
I
lickers?
wish I had.
Were you
I
the
wish I
one?
had
Were
the
you the
Was it
teacher
special
that
ed?
kissed him? Were you the teacher that kissed him at 14? Was that you?
Nah, I was the teacher that.
I'm only messing, love. I am only messing. Don't.
I
take
was
that
the
serious.
teacher who got put in charge of all the millionaires' fucking sons and daughters.
What? Because of your stupid
Because I was
British
so
accent?
fucking good. Because my
What subject did you teach?
I taught primary school, man. I'm not during primary school. There's no specific subject. It's I taught everything.
Robert, see, we're live and you're ringing me, you donkey.
What's up? Anything else? Anything else to question me about and fucking try to trip me up about?
So primary school. I mean, primary
grade 1
school.
to 3. Grade 1 to 3.
Primary school.
Grade
Hang on,
1 to 3.
hang on. I've just realised what you said.
What a
Smiley.
fucking brilliant accolade. Primary school. An accolade. Primary school.
Smiley, give me a second. You won.
Because that was my chosen field. That's what I felt
You
most
got
comfortable
so you got
teaching.
you won.
I
You
couldn't
won
have
those
taught
awards.
anything.
Hang on, you said before that you won those awards for getting grades up in primary school. In primary school in America. What? Because
no, in
you
China.
know what a
One of the
banana
best
is.
schools in
Where is a
China.
banana from? I mean, how much fucking grades did they have to get? Oh, they were outstanding at colouring in. Not one child in his class went out of the lines. What the fuck? They
Grade
knew how
1
to use
to
a
3.
slide.
Grade 1
Well
to
done.
3 in China when it comes to mathematics will smack fucking middle
but this
school
isn't
and
in
high
China.
school
This is in
students
America.
in China.
You didn't win them in
My
China.
grade 3 students would fucking wreck you, Zara, when it comes to fucking algebra.
Okay.
Algebra.
Well, listen, I don't deny that, but you didn't gain your accolades from fucking China. You got them in America. So what were you doing? Helping them pack
No, I
their
got my
lunchbox?
accolades in China from an
Oh, did ya?
an English school. An English
Fuck off,
school.
really?
Yeah, I got my PGCE
Oh, no,
in China in an English fucking school.
No,
an English
hang on, that's
university.
different. That's different. Listen to me. I rate you. If you did that in China, because I know the difference and the educational. If I could, my boy's going next year. He's not going to uni here. He's going to do something in South Korea. He's going to Asia and he's going to find himself, instead of being top of the class, he's going to find himself at the bottom of a pool and have to fucking work for it. Do you know what I mean? But
seriously, you shouldn't be. Yeah, no, you should do that, man. If he learns Korean, do a bit of language as well.
Do you know what I'm scared of? Do you know what I'm really scared of? Honestly, he's going to come home with a wife that cooks better than me. I'm going to be so fucking pissed off when he's like, my missus cooks better than you. Do you know what I mean? No mum wants the son to marry someone that can cook better for the son.
Don't worry about that, man. The new generation of Asians can't cook for shit, man. I cook Asian food so much.
Oh look, you just melted my heart. I'm his friend now. I'm on his side now.
You'll be cool, man. He'll be
They're all-
coming home begging for. When I go home, it's just so nice to have a meal cooked by my mum.
Oh, well,
Beautiful.
listen.
Love it. No
I am
roast
gonna.
dinner tastes
I'm not
better than your
lying though.
mum's
I'm not
roast dinner.
lying. I know this is. I know I like it this minute, but it's only temporary. I am going to start a petition to stop your visa. You should not be allowed back in the UK. Okay. So Mr. Deeks has already put it up. Put that link
Fair
up,
enough,
Deeks.
man. No, I don't want to be honest with you, man. I'm actually worried about fucking stepping off the plane and getting.
And she
getting
missus come to
fucking
the UK.
pulled
Does
up.
she actually like it? Like, is she
She
come
look-
back?
I've
Your
dragged
kids
my
like it?
missus all over the world. She's been South America. We've done like month-long treks over India. Her favourite country is Scotland. She says there's no scenery like Scottish scenery, man. The Hebrides. We went
Have you not
Orkney
took her to
Island.
Ireland? Have you took her to Ireland? Like, it's fucking
She's
stunning.
not been to Ireland, but I think
Take her
Scotland's
to
better than Ireland. I've been Ireland loads
No,
of times, man.
it's where
I'm
they
half
filmed Game
Irish,
of Thrones. Go and have a look. Ireland is fucking the best.
It's not as nice as Scotland, man.
And it hasn't got the harsher terrains as well, so it should be a lot warmer than if you're in the Outer Hebrides. But honestly, absolutely. And fucking Sweden, Norway, like, we all want what we don't have, don't we? We all want to see things that we're not used to. That's it. But what an amazing history.
I think Smiler. Have you worked in the Orkney Islands or up Scotland as a fisherman? You must have been there.
No.
Well, the north of Ireland isn't like England.
Nope.
It's more like Scandinavia. It represents like not Sweden, like Norway. I think it's more like the architecture and the little houses and the land is more like Norway. It's not like being in England. My missus has been all over the world with me, man. We've been like every continent. And for her, Scotland, she likes Scotland the most. She liked the Lake District, and I do as well. England and the UK as a whole you don't understand how beautiful the UK is until you leave it.
What did well, it's probably nostalgic for you. What did your kids think
It's
of
just
the
beautiful.
UK? What did your kids think of the UK compared to America? That's why I asked what state you're in, so I sort of know the
The
terrain.
last time my son went to England, he was 3 years old, and he sees his family. He doesn't look at the fucking. He's not too deep, It's not too deep.
Yeah, Daniel, you're here, mate.
Yeah, I'm just saying. He's been ignoring me in the past few chats, and I'm like, I didn't know if it was you or if Lardy had cloned him. Do you know what I mean? Because I thought he's not responding to me. I thought that's weird because me and Mr. BB always got on.
Yeah, my son, you could take him to Thailand, India, you wouldn't know the difference at the moment.
It's just a waste until they're old enough to cognitively, accept it and take it in.
I can't wait to take my son travelling, man. It's like, do you know what? I travelled like half the world.
Do you mind me
by
asking
myself.
what's your passport now? Have you got a dual passport or what?
I've got an English passport and an Irish passport.
Oh, you dodgy
But
little
at the moment, I'm
fucker.
on a
You're like
green
Tommy
card.
Robinson, yeah?
At the moment, yeah.
No, he's
I'm
only got
English,
got an Irish one and a fucking one that he can
Israeli
borrow
one.
off his mate, and the other one's now a Spanish one, isn't it? Because he's got Spanish residency.
Have
you got Spanish residency, yeah?
No, Tommy has for the last 3 years.
Oh, yeah, but that's easy to get. I had... Oh, no. Not
By the
saying
time
any
I
of that
get
online.
my American passport, I would have been here 12 years. That's how hard it is to get a...
You've only got to live there.
Yeah. I've submitted my citizenship application.
So you're relinquishing your British citizenship then?
No, because you can have dual citizenship. My missus won't get an American citizenship because you can't be American and Chinese dual
Well, it's not what Nomadic says, is it? Nomadic says he won't relinquish his English to have an American passport.
No, she's, because of the political stance between America and China, you can't have dual residency with China and the USA. So she's saying, no, I'd rather be Chinese than fucking American.
Yeah.
I'm not going to deny me heritage.
That, man.
I respect that. I do. She sounds great. I was have you just put another one in her, or is that your son you were talking about when she
Nah,
was
that's
pregnant?
it, man. Like, I'm 40 years old and she's like 36 years old. Thinking
How many-
about maybe.
How many have you made? How many have you
Two,
collected?
just two. I've got like a 6.
Oh, just fuck.
I've got a 6
You've got
month
another
old.
6.
No, I've got a 6 month old and a
Morning, Mr. Dunter. No, I'm not sleeping, Robert. I rejected your phone call because I
Thinking
want to hear you, donkey.
thinking about maybe doing like adoption.
Oh, listen. Do you know
to
that
do some
the
good
highest rates,
to the
and this
world.
is something that you might want to look into, Smiler. When a lot of Americans do international adoption, so they might adopt Chinese babies, or there's like Haiti, go and adopt those kids.
Yeah.
They're trafficked. You played it,
Yeah, they're
didn't you?
trafficked. Yeah, they're all
Yeah,
trafficked.
so
Yeah, well, we're
when
not going to do that shit.
No,
man.
but
It's
the
like
highest
someone
rate
who's
of
in need.
putting them back into the American system, when
Why
they
does
find out,
everything have
they've
to
got
be
a problem.
so cynical, man? Like,
No, I'm just telling you.
Most of them are either lesbian couples or gay couples. Not
Okay, I'm
Well,
not
that depends why it's for men.
not man and woman or husband and wife. They're gay couples
Do you
or
know,
fucking.
do you know the worst?
fucking hell. If
Or
I'm going to face
Tyler,
this
have a look
amount
at
of
this.
cynicism,
Have a look at
I
this,
might
right?
not do it.
So,
I
very,
might
very
not
rich
I
people.
might not give a good home to a child because I'm gonna. If I have to face this amount of cynicism,
it's a conversation. It's not always aimed at you. Just let me
yeah,
speak.
well, I'm
Come
having
on.
a joke, innit?
Yeah, let me just finish a sec.
On him.
So there was a horrific case. There's a very well-to-do couple in the public limelight. They weren't married, and they didn't just want a surrogate. They got 2 pregnant, at the same time. Her eggs, his sperm, just implanted in 2 different women because they wanted twins. They wanted a boy and they wanted a girl, right? This is what they did. They split up just before, and they just went, fuck this contract. There was like a clause in there, they could just make it null and void. They were either left with the baby with no support, or they could put the baby into the foster care system. None of them wanted the child. None of them. It's just, now this is more common than it's more common, like, to take a child from the Ukraine, like, let's fly across and adopt this kid. We've seen it once. Then it comes to America for like, I think it's 4 to 6 weeks, usually in the summer. Goes back to the orphanage in the Ukraine, and then they go, right, yeah, we want to keep it like a fucking pet dog, going to see one at the RSPCA. And then it comes over. The child had a load of problems. As soon as they learned it had problems, and got my other 4 kids in the house, it's not like settling in, the perfect life I wanted. They just put it back into the care system. That's it. Just go, we don't want it now. And it's so easy to do, but it's the highest rates in America because you're so entitled, because you've got this free money. Why can't we give a home? And God, have you actually looked at yourself mentally? Have you looked at yourself internally and at your own relationships? Are you ready? If this child turns out to have some sort of mental disability or whatever, are you ready to cope with that? Even though that's not your child, it's going to change the whole dynamic. Not every child just blends in, so please, I know that's
I think we could be ready for that though. Like, my missus is like holding down a stable job. I've got a decent income. We've got 2 kids already. I've been a teacher. We're not just some fucking people doing it for the sake of of being
showboating. Not showboating.
We're not virtual signaling or stuff. It's just do you know what it was, right, that made us think of this is because me and my missus didn't really. Well, it's not that we didn't want kids. It was like we was
adventurous.
Kind of no, not
other.
just that. It was just we was always. When you're just, and I think this is the problem with people who want to be parents nowadays. I think they basically duped into the fact that you have to have your ducks perfectly lined up. Well, when we were duped into that, it was like we need to have our
ducks in a row,
perfectly lined up.
Ducks in a row.
In actual fact, like, we got to a stage, it's like we're not getting any younger, and at the point where we decided to have kids was probably a harder stage to have kids. Like I said earlier, when my missus was studying, I was starting out a business, and we still managed to cope really fine with it, you know. So we could have had them way earlier and had way more, but now we're getting a bit older, you know. You have to take a bit of responsibility and think maybe it's not
Do you know
such
what?
a good
Do you know
idea
what
with
I'd
all
love?
the.
I know
So
what
why
I know what I'm
instead of
thinking. Oi, you know what I'm thinking, and this is only my point of view. It's not yours or your missus, and I've got nothing to do with your life. Taking a fucking teenager, don't do the baby thing. A lot of people are willing to take in babies. It's like taking in a pup when you know that the old one's going to get put down. Taking a teenager, deal with the shit, deal with it, but help that child have a better life, and you know you can support it.
That would be the only reason we would adopt for. You know, it's not to be virtuous; it's to give a kid a better life. You know,
Slavery.
and I think we're in a position where we could do it and actually do a decent job of it. You know,
Yeah, especially if you're home that much and she's home
from
that
the
much.
right reason.
Listen,
for doing
can I just put myself forward as your first adoptee opportunity? Can you look over my file?
How old are you?
I'm a little bit scarred. I'm
Take
12.
it, man.
I'm cute. 5'1". I like horses and My Little Pony. I was about that.
Anyway, man, what's the time here?
I'm only messing. Yeah,
Well,
you go and fucking shove yourself out of your car, you little.
Well, the thing
What
is,
did it?
like, usually if I'm having a couple of beers and having a couple of cigars and smoking on my vape, I usually do it out on my lawn.
So you smoke cigars and vapes? What the hell is going on with your lungs?
Nope.
What? Did you cut out?
And the weed. Don't forget the weed.
Oh, we smoke weed as well. Oh, you rebellious. Trump would not like that. Trump. I'm going to tell Trump. I'm going to have to tell him. Right. He's not allowed back in the UK. He smokes illegal weed. Everybody, I'm going to put out the link. Me and Mr. D are going to put out the link.
Is weed legal in Illinois?
Let me check. Actually, I think it's legal in Chicago, Detroit, so Illinois. I presume, yeah, because that's the mid-state. Is weed legal? Illinois.
Hello.
It said yes. Recreational marijuana, adults over 21. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, but it's not here, so we denounce you. We denounce you. Okay?
What about weed driving though?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, that's
driving under the influence with your children in the car.
Is there any implementation for drug driving? Fucking hell, no wonder he feels like he's being dug out. Poor fella. Illinois has strict laws and significant enforcement. Implementation for drug impaired driving, referred to as it's a DUI. The state has adopted a per se law for certain substances and employs various methods to detect and penalise offenders. Yeah, you get a DUI if you're caught driving with weed in your system.
Oh, well, when you've been sitting in the car having a fucking smoke all night.
Do you want to drop the link for Urban Roots? Or
yeah, I have done.
Right, I'm just going for a pee.
So you've been sitting in your car smoking the weed all night, Urban, and now you're going to fucking drive your kids.
No, usually they have a school bus which comes and picks them up. You just walk them to the school stop. So he doesn't have to do anything.
His kids won't get on the school bus. He's too posh. He's a man of money.
Well, if you do the school drop-off, which I think is fucking brilliant, I don't know why they don't implement it here. I really don't. You know, you could just drive past and take your kids out, and there's like a steward takes them in. Just drive past. Instead of getting out, doing the whole hi, good morning, Mary, all of that shit. But yeah, I think that's brilliant. But if you want to choose to do that, you're going to have to give up the weed, aren't you, mate?
Oh, Robert, I got you, mate.
I'll pass off. Can you hear me all right?
Aye.
Wait, I turn this television down.
I thought you were asleep. I tried to bail you because there was nobody in the chat. Well, in the live.
Oh no, it's just that I had the screen up, didn't I?
All right, I couldn't see you. And do you know something? Were you talking by any chance?
No, I was listening to those two having a debate.
All right. I never had the volume on. I've just noticed that my fucking computer, they've not got the fucking speakers on. Ah, that's
How
how I
many?
can
How
hear
many?
you.
Which urban are you? Speak urban. Which one's going to work?
Right, to put this back off. Sorry, you were getting an echo. Morning, Zara.
Urban. Zara's gone for a slash. Urban.
Right.
Urban.
Something is bugging out. He's put in. He can't get in.
You're
Refresh.
in.
Get back out. Refresh. You come
You're
back
in.
in.
You're on the screen.
Aye, I can see him, but you had two Urbans on the screen there.
Yeah,
so
I just kicked one out.
I would kick the two of them and let them reboot and come back in because it happened to me yesterday. Mine PooTube are updating the new and it's bugger never not. All right, Urban. See you later, mate. He's away to his bed.
Oh, Urban, are you running away from the smoking spliffs and driving cars? Are you running away from a DUI? Come on now. You've got to answer the DUI.
Hey, remember the murder in Muirhouse yesterday, Smiler?
In where?
So, Motherwell, where I used to stay, Muirhouse Avenue.
All right.
Muirhouse, Shields Road, sorry. So, Robert's phoned last night about, I don't know if it was about it must have been quarter. I was watching the football. And he says, damn, I was in Glasgow there picking a car up, a breakdown. I've just dropped it off at the garage. I've come down to get into the house. I can't get near. Police everywhere. Right? So, he's floating about. Anyway, he goes up through the scheme. He says there's police everywhere. No, I know the boy. I know the laddie's name, but I won't obviously tell you who it is.
Yeah.
Somebody's went into his house, by the way, and blew his head off with a shotgun. 25-year-old.
Oh, hell.
Aye.
Who did he owe?
That's what I'm saying. Now, our John was on the phone to him this morning, and John knows the laddie, I know. Jackie doesn't know if she knows him. I don't know him, so I don't know the laddie. He's too young for me to know at 25, for fuck's sake. But anyway, our John says he's bought white goods off him before, like fridge. You know how John buys and sells fridge?
Yeah.
Business, and he's bought stuff off the laddie before, and he's always been all right. So I don't know what's going on. It's no doubt we'll find out.
Upset the wrong person.
Well,
Definitely upset the wrong person, isn't
he? Aye. Definitely done something to somebody. But they blocked all the roads off within a mile radius. The police were there, as far as I know, really quickly. Obviously,
preserve evidence, innit?
Next door.
Preserve evidence.
Obviously.
Not like Bondi
You could
Beach.
actually see the block that it happened in. It's mental to think. Now, Muirhouse has been pretty quiet lately. I think last year somebody got flung out one of the towers and killed. But the laddie that done it, and I know him, by the way, he ended up getting, I think he got 12 years.
Right.
His father was up for it, him and his father, but the boy took the brunt because his father's fucked now, obviously. They shouldn't be selling dodgy bridges.
How the fuck did he get 12 years? If he's thrown him off the tower, it's hard to prove that he threw him or he jumped.
There was two witnesses, Zara.
Oh, fuck the witnesses. They should have been knocked off before the fucking trial.
Listen.
Grasses. It's always a grass. It's always a grass.
I know. And see the father, right, I'm not mentioning his name, but he's a very good friend of mine.
Catch later, Urban.
Very good friend.
Not good night to me now, Urban, after fucking being your defence barrister, you little prick.
But and it's the sort of thing the dad would do. I wasn't so sure about the boy, but I know the dad would do it without any conscience, just flag empty, because that's what he does. But they all got on that smack and heroin and whatever else, and now they're all bucked, every one of them. That's all I need.
Smack is heroin, by the way, Rab. It's
I don't know what it is. I know it's on the one bag sort of thing. I don't know anything else
Yeah,
about it.
it's called brown. So
Right,
the
I don't
white,
touch it.
the
like
white one
that,
is
Zara.
no, I don't. I've learned that white is crack and brown is heroin or smack. You know, they're both just like skit names for it. But I've never. I actually googled what does crack
Nah,
look
see,
like
I've
the
never
other
been
day. It's
interested.
yellow. It's actually yellow, you know, and it looks
Right.
like earwax. It looks like a globulated with a bit of powder under it. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, my brother-in-law, Robert, was on everything at one time.
Fuck off,
And then-
Urban.
And
You
then
know.
he got clean, Zara. And
Sorry.
he went his first holiday to Spain. You listening? Poor Robert, mind. He went his first holiday abroad ever to Spain and took an epileptic fit and died. That
No,
laddie was
I
on
know.
everything you can name at one point. But see, after we got him off it all, Jackie mainly, to be honest, he looked great to you. And he was going out enjoying himself, no making a cunt of himself, and then that happens, for fuck's sake. Shocking. That stuff's a killer, innit? It must have been that. It's that that set off the
I was
epilepsy.
around for that. I was around for that. I
I
know.
remember that, don't you? Aye.
Mm.
No. But I see Daniel's gone to Norway. He'll fucking love that.
Yeah, it's lovely. I'm gonna nothing personal. I'm gonna go. It's
Yeah, we-
10. I know I've got a few washes to do. I'm off work. I've been signed off for about this is what the 7th
I'm
week.
sitting up the loft. I'm waiting on John coming because I
7th
got a new.
week. I feel like
new
I'm fucking
swivel chair.
retired like you, Rab. I swear to
I
God.
know, but I've got a haul to finish, but I can't start painting it today until John and Kevin come round and take this big massive chair I've got up into the back room for me, and I want that pink couch, settee thing, bed thing out to give me more room in the wee room.
I want it, Rab. Just drive it down to mine. If it's pink, I'll have it.
Oh fuck no! I'm giving it to John. If he buys himself stuff, he's good enough to come and help us, so he might as well take it. I got a big cuddle seat, one, a big swivel double chair.
I've got a cuddle chair from Mark.
I got it
white
for
leather
me
one,
and the
yeah.
wee man for sitting watching the
Too
Fat
big
Bit
for the living room. I need to get rid of it, but I love it.
Oh, I
Everyone
know.
loves it.
They're really comfy, aren't they?
Anyway,
The comments are getting a bit nippy.
yeah. Tell Smeg to calm down because I think I know. I know that is now, but it's been a while. But yeah, it took me a couple of years. You know what I mean? To like go, yeah.
Oh, I don't know who MD is now. Every country's changed their names. How come? Oh no, they're fine.
No,
on
but it's the
screen.
handles, isn't it? It's the handles.
Aye,
now.
aye.
I know.
But do
yeah.
you know something, Zara? A lot of people can't hide now with that. That's the thing.
A lot of people got blocked when the handles were like
Aye.
particular.
Ring doorbell. There is some motion at your front door. Yeah.
Say my name
Jackie.
is.
Oh, hi. Sorry, Jackie.
She ran the bath.
Come on.
She ran your bath.
Aye, she did run my bath. I'm just doing it, Zara. I went in my bath after.
Just do it bath.
A bath and a coffee. She come up. Fucking brilliant.
Jackie, you're slacking.
Where's
Where's his breakfast? Where's his breakfast?
Well,
I
funny.
managed to be fed.
She asked me what I wanted this morning. I says, I fancy a sausage roll, but I can't eat a full one. I like it on a roll with brown sauce. I says, and chips. So I'm getting half a sausage roll and chips this morning. That'll be me.
I've got a feeling Urban's going to have a cob on me.
Oh, I
Cob
don't
on
know.
with me, you know, on a different side. He's going to have
I don't know.
real
Steady on, Urban. I mean, fucking hell. Have you been listening to Let's too much?
Listen, I have.
That's no Urban Geordie, is it?
I'm gonna.
No.
Do you want me to send? I'm gonna
No.
send Let's this link. Actually, let me send Let's this link. Are you
No,
alright?
don't say no, fucking hell, no. I
Yeah.
won't have Let's on.
Yes, you will. Come
I
on.
won't have Let's on. I will not have him on.
Don't be silly. Come
No,
on.
I won't have him on.
No, listen.
Come on. He's
No,
he's-
I will not have Let's on.
Smilers,
I will not have Let's on. No, I won't have him on.
He's
That-
quite deep. Hang on a minute, Rob. Let me.
Go for
He
it.
can have an argument with fucking Vega. Apart from that, he ain't coming on.
Okay, let him on to have his say
no.
about Vega. Go on.
No, 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 no.
Smiley,
Let's-
Smiley,
No.
please.
No.
Smiley.
No,
Let him on.
no.
I've got 2 voice notes he haven't listened to. Fucking hell. Oh my god. I'm gonna say I'm just on this channel, Babs. Come and have a gander.
Yes.